Hello, everyone, and welcome to In Time. My name is Nicholas Lamar Soutter. Tonight, we cover perhaps the single most important election of our lives. From the height of the Obama era, where the world looked with optimism towards the United States, to the present day, where we have soured relations with virtually all of our allies, countries like Germany, France, and Canada, UK, to our own alliances like NATO, to what can only be described as appeasement and even endorsement of despotic and totalitarian regimes like Russia and North Korea. Increasingly, we live in two Americas. We live in an America that sees these things as a good thing, as a withdrawal from the rest of the world, letting them solve their own problems while we deal with ours. And a second America where we see ourselves losing the benefits of a global community, of the support of our partners and allies in a global community. Confidence in cherished cornerstones of this country, like the Fifth Estate, in our own public institutions, from the FBI to the CDC, are all at record lows, as our president deliberately undermines the perception of any facts that he finds politically inconvenient. Education, one of the biggest and single best indicators of the success of a country, affecting all metrics from health and happiness index to longevity and even GDP. Education in this country is down and is now being seen as almost a bad thing. We have in this country now a consistent attack on education and a burying of objective truths for nationalist narratives. COVID-19 has claimed over 200,000 American lives. This country, the greatest country in the world, is home to 4% of the world's population, and yet hosts conservatively 20% of all of the deaths planet-wide of COVID. America is more divided than at any time since the Civil War. There has been rioting, sometimes in as many as 50 cities at a time across the United States. And in Portland, they are now approaching their 113th day of rioting and looting. Tonight, we have far-right organizations, nationalist and racist groups, all of whom are proud to endorse this president and who have openly made it clear that they will not accept the results of this election. And we have a president who has, at best, suggested that they be prepared to help fight to keep him in office. The election of Barack Obama was the most historic election I had ever witnessed. It was something I honestly never thought I would live to see. Today is an election that is perhaps at least as important, because it is a fight for the identity of this nation, for the soul of the country. And there are two sides, and neither seems willing to lose that fight. Today, In Time, we'll cover the election, our races. We will do our best to bring to you what is happening as it happens. The first polls have actually just closed in Indiana and Kentucky, but as of yet, we have no word on what the exit polls are saying. Normally, we'll get into how we get that data in a little bit. But tonight, we are all brothers and sisters in the consequences of this election and what has been really the greatest challenge to our self-identity since World War II. This show represents the work of a great many people, and I owe a debt of thanks to many people who helped put this show together, and we'll discuss that, and I'm sure I'll find a way to throw them under the bus later during the show, but I'll also make sure to thank them at some point as well. So if you like our work, if you like the show, please like and subscribe. Hit that like and subscribe button. It really does help. We are monetized, and we expect a busy night. And so, if you want to make sure that we get your comments or questions, put them up. Super chat is the best way to ensure it. We do try to get to everything in the chat, but we can't always do that. Any super chats that are off topic, save your money. We're not gonna we aren't going to be discussing anything off topic on this show, so save your money and save it for another time. But with all that said, let me introduce our panel, and I'd like to bring out here Vox first. So Vox, welcome to the stream. How are you?
I'm 5 seconds behind you. I'm trying to finish getting this thing going, but I'm doing fantastic. Thank you for asking.
Well, we have Maute backstage, and I saw, and he was completely ready to come on stream, and you weren't, so I decided to go with you first.
Absolutely, that's the best way to go with these things.
Yeah. Okay, so as somebody mentioned, no, I didn't have a tie. I was going to do a tie, and you know what? It was a little hectic at the last few minutes here, so I did not. I probably will get one, actually. Truth be told,
of course,
a little old-fashioned.
As we're getting used to these things with quarantine, what's true is that unscripted moments will happen, before, during, and after anything you're trying to do, and any preparation you put into it is pretty much meaningless. So, of course, 10 minutes before we're supposed to go on air, my wife comes and tells me that my mother...
You're roboting there a bit. All right. Not sure why Vox is roboting, but... on the assumptions on her end, let's bring out. I think we lost her, so we'll get her back. And so, Mr. Maute, how's it going?
It goes quite well. How about you?
I'm doing well, thank you. And we have Sinister Porpoise, $2. Thank you very much, Sinister Porpoise, and I share an affection for the Fallout franchise. So get your Nuka-Cola bottle caps ready. In a franchise, basically the end of the world. In fact, it actually I think occurred a couple days ago by their timeline. But thank you, Sinister. Thank you, Sinister.
Nuka-Cola? What is that?
Nuka-Cola is it's their Coca-Cola. It's a fictitious. It's a fictitious drink there, but the caps from it are actually their currency. There's no government anymore. There's no nothing, so they use as currency the caps from the Coca-Cola, the Nuka-Cola bottle. So you just trade caps. That's it. So thank you, Sinister Porpoise. Vox, you are back. How are you?
I'm back. I will. You know what? Shaping up to be a good night.
Yeah. And so we've already got now what we've got here is you'll see we have the Associated Press Electoral College map. As we learn more, those numbers will start to fill in real time. As I said before, Kentucky and Indiana have closed. And they're both sort of a light red, meaning, and we have their New Hampshire appears to be a light red. They're filling out, but of the votes, well, we'll get into the votes and the totals, so on and so forth. And you can see it there, and we'll bring that up intermittently. But we have a few more guests coming on. We have a few questions, too, that people have been asking. But I think before we do that, why don't we get a poll going? So I think the first poll, one of the next ones to close is going to be, is it North Carolina? What's closing at 7?
Have
Georgia. So, who will win Georgia? So let's get that poll up there. The question is, who will win Georgia? And everybody in the YouTube live chat can vote on that. Will it be Trump? Will it be Biden? I'm sorry I'm ashamed to admit it. I am going to go get a tie. Now I feel self-conscious about that. Thank you. Was that Bregwin who brought that up? Oh, dear Lord. So I'm going to give somebody a... So, all right. How's everybody feeling tonight? What are we looking at? What are we going to expect? Right. I've depressed the living daylights out of everyone by talking about Civil War and all that other good stuff. So, hey, let's start the show.
Dun, dun, dun. All right. I think it's going to be a good night. Go ahead, Vox.
Yep. No, you go ahead, Chris.
I'm trying to maintain positivity, even when things are, should they look dire? I'm going to try to be the naive optimist of the evening, hoping that we can do it, hoping that we can pull the numbers through. But there is there seems to be just as good a probability of Biden winning as him not winning, with naive optimism again, kind of hopefully pushing me towards Biden being the winner. That doesn't mean he's going to win though. So we'll have to see how it goes. But it'll be interesting as they come in, because I know that Vox, you have opinions about if certain states get one, then the math just works out in such a way that it's over. We can call it. So what do you think? So handing it off to you. How do you feel about tonight?
I'm feeling cautiously optimistic. I think this has been an extremely steady race ever since Biden became the nominee. There have not been any drastic swings in polling in any states. There have been minor movements, but pretty much this race has been steady. What gives me a little bit of cautious optimism is that, all things being equal, if we look at states where Joe Biden is currently up, such as Pennsylvania, and we look at 2016 and we say, well, the polls were wrong in 2016, why should we trust them now? Donald Trump would have to win by more than the polling error that he won by in 2016, meaning he would need to bring in more and Biden would need to bring in less than the polling errors in 2016 in order for him to win this election. So Donald Trump has to have an exceedingly good night tonight in order to maintain his office. Joe Biden has to have a decent night in order to become the next president. There are states that tend to follow one another. So I personally think that if we see North Carolina or Georgia go for Joe Biden, both of which we should know by the end of tonight, then we can call this race for Joe Biden. If we see both of those races go for Donald Trump, and we see Donald Trump do above better than the margins, then I think it's safe to say that Donald Trump will be competitive enough in Pennsylvania to call this a win for Donald Trump. So I'm going to be watching North Carolina and Georgia. I know most of the news stations are going to be watching Pennsylvania, but I'm keeping my eye on North Carolina. I'm specifically keeping my eye on Wake County, Guilford County, and Mecklenburg County in North Carolina to see the turnout.
Nice. So Cirrus just came in?
Yep, Cirrus just joined us, and then welcome, Cirrus. And we have a minor technical issue that I want to inform the YouTubes about, but I'll do that in a second. Cirrus, how are you?
I thought I was your minor technical issue.
No, you constitute a pretty close. It's borderline between serious technical issue and total catastrophe. So
major technical issue.
Yeah.
Okay.
How are you?
I am doing as well as I think I can. Not gonna lie, my anxiety is a bit high with how the election's going so far. Because unfortunately, one of the things that upsets me is that since Biden looks so clearly in the lead as far as the polls are concerned, I am afraid that there are going to be some people who are lured into complacency, and I'm not a super big fan of that.
I appreciate your honesty about admitting that you're a little anxious about it. I'm anxious as well. I had a pretty anxious day just because, it's the uncertainty, right? I would rather know that something bad is going to happen than to have long periods of uncertainty like this on things that matter like this.
Yeah. That's kind of where I'm at, because for me, like my channel revolves around religion, politics, etc. So no matter what happens, I'm going to have something to talk about. I will be likely fine, but the end result of an election like this kind of paints the future for your country going forward. And I'm not going to lie, I got anxiety on both sides. I feel as though if Trump wins, obviously we've got a fascist in the presidential office for the next 4 years. I've got a video going over the reasons why he actually does correlate with fascism, why those points actually do functionally identify how he seems to stand ideologically. But I feel as though if we get Biden, while a lot of those tensions kind of die down because we no longer have El Fascio in chief, then you run into a secondary issue. And that is that people will then start to let their fervor die down, go, oh, well, things are back to normalcy. Things are back to being okay. And that's another problem that I have, because if I want to have more faith that people won't do that, but I also know that people get lured into complacency on a myriad of issues way too easily.
And what I'm going to interrupt for just 1 second. So we did have a minor technical glitch. This is our first time using StreamYard. We decided to switch to that. It's a bit more stable for a show this complex. And instead of it just going to the proper stream, which it actually did do, it also created a second stream. So we have 2 streams simultaneously on our channel, which I was under the impression you can't do. So I'm not entirely sure how that's happening. I'm about to shut down the second one. There are far fewer people in that room, but I'm going to shut down the second one that just happened to get created. We are still streaming live. If you're in that room, I've already dropped a link to the proper stream. We're going to shut that one down. Most people are in the right stream, but it does happen that there's a second copy of this stream running on the channel. Sarah, have you ever seen two shows live at the? I thought that wasn't possible.
I was wondering.
That's definitely possible. Like, you can multi-stream easy, so it's definitely possible
on the same channel.
On the same channel, I didn't think that was. So what I'm doing is I'm about to end the stream. There's 12 people in that room. I do apologize. You're going to get booted, but I dropped a link to the actual stream where most people are in. So please join us over there. And
so while he's doing that, I'm going to vamp a little bit. So I was wondering why. So on the inside of the StreamYard, you can see the comments, right? And the comments that I'm seeing in StreamYard were not lining up at all with the comments, the chat that I was seeing in the actual YouTube. And I was like, I wonder why that is. And so I kept looking across, and then now it makes sense. So yeah, I was seeing the comments from the stream with only 12 people in it, not the one that I had actually dialed up on YouTube.
Well, and I think what happened was we had that up, and I think for whatever reason it didn't connect to it. Created a new one, so I created a manual connection connected to the proper one. It wouldn't, but it ended up creating a new one. So we should now. I'm just going to double check. I think again, I apologize, but it looks to be like. Yeah, the correct one is running. So I think everything is good now. I do apologize for the confusion. So we were saying, Cyrus, you were last I heard, and I lost paying attention for a minute. We were talking about fascism, and
my point was basically that even if everything goes well with the election, on the one hand, 4 more years of having somebody who is ideologically parallel to what Umberto Eco would identify as a fascist, having that person in office is bad, but there's not necessarily equal bad, but there's also a bad side if we get Biden and people then go, oh, everything's back to normal, we can now be complacent. But that bred complacency is what allows us to get another Trump, or even worse, somebody who does the things that Trump does but competently. So I don't want that kind of complacency to come up. Not only do I not want complacency where the polls are concerned, where people go, oh, Biden's leading, everything's going to be fine. I don't want to see complacency once Biden is elected. I want people to start participating in their local elections more, to start running for office if they have the means to try to push our Overton window into a much more functional state, as opposed to where it is right now, where right-wing, it's not necessarily fascism insofar as it's not successful yet, but where that's considered normal. I don't like where our Overton window is right now. I would like it to be pushed.
Well, I do think in terms of those are a lot of very good points. I think one of the ones that I'm thinking about just in terms of for tonight, which is that is a well-known phenomenon. What you have is, for example, especially because you have here's what happens. Usually the liberal candidates pull out ahead very, very quickly. And the reason is because the East Coast is going to be the first one, just because of time zones. The East Coast is going to be the first to close. The East Coast is heavily liberal. You see a lot of cities there. So you get a huge boost in the liberal numbers. And this is what happened when it was Hillary versus Trump, which was Hillary was ahead by, I mean, she was 2/3 to 270. She was 2/3 to 270, and Trump had almost nothing. And everybody was just like, it's over, it's over, it's over. I was just like, yeah, but the Midwest hasn't closed yet. The Midwest, and people literally would sit there, and people in California, now I don't think this necessarily cost her the election, but it has an impact, which is where people in California say, oh, wow, Hillary's so far ahead. I'm going to take, there's a
I'm going to go take the day off.
Yep. There's a notable drop later on because people don't understand the sort of nuance to how this works. It doesn't all come in at the same time. So I think that's an interesting, and I do want to warn people about that, which is very hard. You know, that it's early on. We're starting to see some numbers. The numbers are looking a little bit towards Trump, but they're the states that we basically kind of expected to go for Trump at the early closing. When the eastern states close, Biden's going to get a huge push. It doesn't mean anything right now. So
yeah, the shifts in voting are going to be, I think, going to cause a lot of people a lot of panics. And of course, the state that is going to shift the most, that has the most significance to us, is Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania is going to see a drastic blue shift, regardless of who wins it, because they do not count their votes until the polls close. They do not even open their ballots to just take the ballot out and smooth it out so it can be fed into the machines until the election closes, until the polls close. Unlike North Carolina, which began counting ballots as soon as early voting began. As soon as absentee voting began, North Carolina began counting its votes. So we'll get North Carolina's numbers very, very quickly, and then we will see a red shift for Donald Trump in North Carolina as Republicans who tend to vote more in person than mail-in, those numbers will begin to shift there. And so, of course, that could give a little bit of a heartache to people as well.
All right, and we've got the poll is up, and either I have it set wrong or I don't know. It doesn't appear to be. It may be the poll may be tied to that other room, so I will look into it. The votes are not getting registered just yet, so let me just quickly take a look and see why those aren't coming in. But we have, so what we're looking at is in about half an hour, we're going to have the Florida close, Indiana, Georgia, Kentucky will all close. I also have South Carolina, Virginia, and Vermont, but I'm not sure if that's for electoral. One thing is some of these states close differently for the Electoral College than they do for Senate, governor, and House races. So we had mistakenly thought that there was a closing. We got the time wrong on Indiana because Indiana, the electoral votes have closed, but for Congress, they're still open. So if you want to vote for Congress in Indiana, you can still do that for another half hour. If you want to vote for president, it's too late.
That is fascinating.
That's not fascinating. That's insane.
Well, when I say it's fascinating, what I mean is that the way in which America works, which is that powers not expressly given to the federal government are left to the states, one of which is how to determine voting. And the differences in the way states have decided to do their voting, to me, I find fascinating. So, for instance, in New Hampshire, we get 3 small little towns that give us their results at midnight, about 12:05. And then so the media then has 16 hours in which to analyze the votes of 48 people to determine the outcome of the election for everybody else, which is always fun. And then there's this weird thing in Indiana that I'm just now finding out about. So I personally find these things fascinating, though I wish it was just a federal law that said vote like this.
Yeah. So okay. So it's actually that I'm aware of. It's 2 towns, and I think it's Dixieville Notch, and is it Hart's Landing, Dixieville Notch, and I've forgotten the name of the other one. Hart's Location.
Hart's Location.
Hart's Location. So these are very, very small towns. They have about 20 people in them, and they vote at midnight. So they've already voted. Tallying's done. The results are in for these 2 towns in New Hampshire. But because everybody gets so worked up about the let's build momentum, let's see who wins and all this other stuff, that these towns become the focus of a national push from every member of every campaign is calling every person in those 2. So Dixieville Notch, like if you live there close to the election, you're getting calls from senators, from congressmen, and they're all trying to sway your vote because they figure that these 16 to 20 votes make the difference. So those 2 towns have,
yes.
And I spaced actually trying to figure out where they voted, but the results are in. The towns are done. They've all voted. They tally the results usually at about 5 minutes past midnight. That's how long it takes. That's how few people they just all. And it's their tradition. But it's just amazing. I can't imagine what it's like to live there and have the heat of the entire country descend on you, because they take those are considered the first victories of the day. It doesn't.
Well, and of course, we had the remake of the West Wing special Hartsfield Landing this year.
Yep.
And of course, Janelle Maloney's script is so beautiful there. This is democracy in action. This is democracy in its purest form. A bunch of people get together, they know everybody, they write names on a piece of paper, they drop it in a box, they read the results out one by one, and they call it. And it's very sentimental. And as someone who myself is very sentimental, I find it to be part of our better. Part of one of the better aspects of election night is to watch those things.
Well, and so to report those, since we're going to, in Dixieville Notch, there was a sweep for Biden, who won all of the town's 5 votes, and in Hart's Landing, Donald Trump destroyed Biden 16 votes to 5.
You sounded very you said that with a lot of emphasis. Donald Trump destroyed Joe Biden. That was
16 to 5 is I'm sorry, but that's a pretty.
Yes.
So how do you feel about the fact that Trump has put up a literal concrete wall around the White House as protesters gather by? I'm getting that from Bragwin. Say that again.
Or Bregwin. I think I get Bregwin. Yeah.
Bregwin.
And in fact, I should probably check, because this is where they start filling up our Discord with the news updates. That wouldn't surprise me, and I think there's a couple of questions. We've had a couple of questions I think are worth discussing throughout the night. Let's assume that Trump loses. Does the Republican Party do any thinking about the strategies they've taken? Do they try to walk anything back? Can they walk anything back? I mean, it's a little hard to after the fact say, oh, we were wrong. You don't need to be afraid anymore. Let's start trusting the FBI again. So how do they proceed if they lose? And then either side, whether they win or lose, what's this country look like? I mean, I've got to tell you, I will confess, we are prepared to go to breaking news after this, on the assumption that there is a side that gets extraordinarily upset, and this country sees what. I mean, it was just a few months ago we were doing breaking news every single day with, again, riots and up to 50. I mean, we were. I mean, it was just everywhere. So what are we looking at by the end of tonight? Nobody wants to. Nobody. Yeah,
so,
I don't want
I mean, nobody jump up for that. I guess.
I think that obviously it's going to depend on the winner, but if Donald Trump loses, I think that we can expect to see a lot of outbursts, and I do not believe that it is outside the realm of possibility that violence by the far right people that support him does take place. Having said that, I think that the American people will react to whoever wins this with a bit of somberness.
A bit of trepidation, maybe?
Well, I think we're all holding our breath no matter which side you're on right now. And I think people are exhausted. This election has just exhausted this country. And so I think everybody is just going to want to exhale regardless of the outcome and then pick up from there. So that's my expectation of tonight. I do think it is sad that we have to surround our leader with a giant concrete wall because his policies are so unpopular that people would be willing to, cause him bodily harm. And he's brought it on himself.
This is the world that we live in, right? They're preparing for potential violence depending on the election of, leader of the free world. That seems crazy to me. Maybe these precautions have been used in the past, and maybe it just seems extreme now because on top of everything else and within this context, but it seems crazy.
We have always had a smooth transition of power historically in this country. In fact, it's one of the more redeeming qualities about this country because there's so many unredeeming qualities historically about this country. But the smooth transition of power has always been one. We get to overthrow our government every 2 years, and it's a wonderful thing to be able to participate in that. This is the first time in any election, as far as I understand the historical record, in which the transfer of power has been put in jeopardy. And of course, not by outside forces, but by inside forces. The very person who's holding office is saying, no matter what happens, we will not accept the election results unless I win. If I lose, we are not going to accept this. We're going to send the lawyers in. And this is politics. This has gone beyond politics of fear. I sat out when I came back to the microphone, the fascism discussion, and I sat that out. And I've always sat out the fascism discussions because I found them unproductive. But at this point in time, I think that we have gone past the politics of fear. We have gone into a time in which the President of the United States has openly called democratic processes into question, such that a large portion of our population no longer trusts the bedrock of what it means to be a democracy. And that is very, very hard to come back from.
I think, yeah, no, that thanks. You took basically what I was going to say. I mean, he's been undermining sort of the institutions of this country, and that includes, the idea that a president would undermine the FBI or the CIA, and know full well that they've got the facts right, but he doesn't like what they're saying, so let's undermine them publicly, and then undermine the notion of this entire election, such that both the House and the Senate each have to come up with a resolution saying that they're going to honor the results of this election. I mean, Pelosi actually had to come out. I mean, that's unheard of. And I am wondering if it's just that I'm getting older and I'm just sort of like, this is the new, and I'm in that what's going to soon be the dinosaur generation going, in my day, we would never ever question the integrity of an election.
Back in my day, we used to throw out the superpowers with the ballot boxes, and I used to beat my granny with them because she had osteoporosis.
You got it. And I'm just wondering, am I sitting there just like shouting into the void, or is this a serious thing? It feels to me like it's a serious thing.
I think it's a serious thing. I do think it is. And look how partisan the country has gotten, right? So our statistics that track things find that America is currently at its most partisan level, at its most split level, as far as parties believing that the other side is dangerous to the existence of this country since the Civil War. Since the Civil War, it has not been this partisan. And I know that these analogies get made quite a bit and they almost lose their efficacy. But it is just true that we are now more partisan than at any time we have been since the late 1850s, early 1860s. And it is a pox on both houses. Both houses are responsible for it. We, the people, suffer over this power struggle that people have had, where for the last 40 years, political operatives have found wedge issues to eke out an extra 50 or 100 votes in order to put their person in power. And what it's done is it's destroyed the trust between the American people, because regardless of who was in charge, the American people had trust. In the 40s, the 50s, the 60s, people trusted each other, and to a large extent, they trusted government. It's no longer the case anymore. When you can't trust your government, when you can't trust your fellow man, then you cannot have a functional society.
Well, and then we had on.
I think it goes even deeper than that, though. I mean, we can't trust hardly any institutions like the CDC. Like, you know, it's like a legit criticism from scientists to question the CDC right now and kind of rely on other reliable sources, I should say, and triangulate information from like the WHO and, you know, peer-reviewed journals and stuff. So, like, you know, as somebody who enjoys science with integrity, I can attest to it's not only the government that people don't trust. It's just like everything that the government touches, even the scientific branches, which are dependent on government funding, which is like, you know, that's a whole other topic. But yeah, we're in a place where we're so divided that the amount of dust that Trump has been able to kick up just takes away from any foundational integrity from any of the institutions that we should be holding in high regard, right? The best way to critically think is to get information from reliable sources. Nobody knows what the frig of reliable fucking sources anymore. Right?
Well, we no longer teach critical thinking. Is a big problem.
Well, in the United States, I don't think we historically have ever done that, actually. Not in the public education system.
No,
well, I think there hasn't been a
haven't.
Class on. I mean, we haven't taken it seriously to that extent where we like have a class on actual like logic and critical thinking. My first exposure to logic was, you know, just undergrad, you know, intro to philosophy, and I was just like, oh, this is how thinking works.
My first was having to when I was being taught C++, which was a class I chose in high school, so I wouldn't have gotten this otherwise. I was taught how to write algorithms. And writing an algorithm has to follow a logical flow. And if it doesn't, the entire program breaks. And that's how I learned logic initially before I stumbled into philosophy, was learning how to code an algorithm. But it shouldn't be that way. It should be that I should have had those fundamentals already.
Yes.
You'd think.
I would like to just throw out there that it's not that we can't trust the science that's going on the CDC. We can't trust the political operatives who have been put in charge of producing the message for the CDC.
Yes, sure.
And of course, it's fascinating. One of the responses that we get is Donald Trump has made it clear that he will be firing Dr. Fauci should he win. Dr. Fauci is possibly the most respected virologist on the planet and has been for many, many years. There is no person that could be possibly more well informed on the topics that are important to us right now as it relates to the pandemic. And we're going to lose his voice because if Donald Trump wins and he is removed, he is also removed from a lot of the source material that he requires in order to, you know, tell us what we need to do. And so there's just a further erosion of our institutions. And this is what they want. They want us to lose faith. But I don't know why. I don't understand what I have been trying to fathom this for 3 years. What do the Republicans, and I'll ask you, and I'll ask the people in the chat as well, what do the Republicans gain from the destruction of trust, not only in our fellow people, but in these institutions. Because anarchy and pure libertarianism do not suit the goals of the Republican Party either, which is why this has always vexed me so much.
I have a hot take, but I mean, I'm Cyrus, do you have a contribution?
My contribution would be historically, this is a thing you get from a lot of right-wing people. Historically, there's always not people in general, but just governments in power. There's always a level of efficacy. This is coming from a pragmatic perspective. This is not one that I necessarily endorse. I'm just pointing out a pattern. There's always been an efficacy for throwing the country into chaos, throwing any country into chaos, any populace into chaos, so that you can make your case for whatever form of iron-fisted order you would wish to enact. And not even necessarily iron-fisted order, but more conservative, more appeals to tradition, more of that. Even though full-on libertarianism or anarchy in their various forms do not suit the GOP, a temporary status of that does suit the end goal of giving the GOP more power, because then they can go, look what happened when the leftists took the country. Even though there's left and right libertarianism, they can go, look what happened when the country was taken by these radicals. You need us. You need our power. It does not help them in the immediate, but in the long game, it does help them. Well, they can make the case for power easier.
And it may also help them in the immediate in another sense, because a lot of these are the ivory tower institutions that some percentage of conservatives are so suspicious of in the first place. And so if you assault some of the bedrock of education that serves often as the foundation for more liberal, I don't want to say programs, but sort of how liberals may proceed going forward in terms of the more control the CDC has. I don't think it's necessarily it's not a partisan or political institution, but scientists do tend to be more liberal. They're more educated. The more educated someone is in general, the more liberal they are. So these are institutions that in one way or another are very respected by liberals and are kind of liberal bastions. And the any sort of undermining of them, I think, does erode confidence in basic liberal sort of ideology. And I think that is a short-term goal. I did want to point one thing out, though, too, which is I do think, because Christopher Maute had said earlier that, undermining confidence in the CDC, and I think it has been undermined, because if people at the CDC are worried for their job, not everybody can do what Fauci does and say, no, I'm going to tell the truth regardless. It becomes very difficult when your job is at stake to not fall in line and to do what you think is. If you've got kids who are dependent on their schooling's dependent on you bringing home that paycheck, if there's a lot of people there who are, what it appears like, getting some significant pressure to sort of play ball, and but the average person who's a scientist, you always get this when people say that, oh well, Pfizer is interested in only making money, and they have the cure to cancer, but they're sitting on it. The corporation is only interested in making money. In fact, their board, or the stockholders, people who represent the company, are kind of required to be that way. But the people who nobody says, I want to be rich, I think I'm going to be a scientist. That's not what people do. The people who choose to become scientists are either A, just find the dissecting of nature interesting, which there's a component that's all it is to them. It's a puzzle and figuring it out. But the much larger group of those who want to help other people, and they say, this is the way to do it. This is the way to make a real difference in the world. And you will find 80% of the people who work at Pfizer at the labs, in the actual, not the administrative levels, but who are doing the science, that's their view. So when you talk about the CDC, the people there don't want to be in politics. They want to help this country get any kind of national crisis. When Ebola was, when a person infected with Ebola was deliberately brought to the United States so that we could help treat them and so that we could study it. This is where the people in the CDC said, "This is what I went to school for. This is what I've trained to." That's what they want to do. They don't care about the politics of it one way or another. And but I do think that confidence I think the confidence in the CDC has been undermined dramatically. I think legitimately all of us should have less confidence in it because it has been weaponized, and some of that's going to have efficacy. I don't think anyone there wants that. I think they're doing their best, but they've been under assault. I don't think it's nearly as bad as Trump says it is in terms of inability to trust them. But at this point, I would have a bit of a hard time completely trusting everything that comes out of there because it's completely so Johns Hopkins has to take over.
That's
really?
Yeah. That's more messaging than anything, right? Because in science communication, you want to be able to point to like benchmark flagship institutions that have enough integrity where they're honest brokers, and usually the government ones, as far as science goes, like those are the ones that we were able to point to that were they just were. If politicized, those moments are so few and far between that, you know, like they could be pointed to as like the honest brokers. They were giving information, they were doing the kind of science and communicating it in a way that was absolutely nonpartisan, right? And now it just seems like so obvious that that's not the case anymore. That's I guess I'm lamenting that, like, you know, that there is there are chips in the system of trust for the government. That is one thing. That it is beginning to affect nonpartisan scientific institutes like the CDC is particularly, like, to me, that's like a litmus test of just how severe those cracks have gotten.
And so is Andring, if you're still here, hit me up.
That was horrible. Sorry.
Oh, sorry. Is Andring, if you're still here, hit me up, please. I'm sorry, I cut somebody off.
I was just making fun of myself for mixing my metaphors with a litmus test and deep cracks, and it didn't work at all. But hopefully I communicated something.
Well, I never know when you communicate. You start talking, and I'm just like, oh, it's Maute.
Zones out.
Once
in a while.
Not like he's going to say anything.
I'm here to fill just time. Just babbling from the Dago from Jersey.
Yep. Yeah, right. Well, so yeah, I'll reach out to him.
We can go back to the question that was actually asked. You know, like, what is there to gain from the chaos that is created? How does that benefit the GOP in any way, shape, or form? And the hot take that I was going to give is, I don't necessarily think that it benefits the GOP in general as a strategy. I think that the amount of dust that is kicked up allows them to do things because the focus is like, hey, pay no attention to the man, you know, behind the curtain, or like, you know, look at this hand while this hand is doing all the assigning of judges and shit. But I also think that generating chaos seems more of a strategy like that Russia or China would benefit from. You know, our nation being in chaos and being at war with each other, the infighting in America benefits our enemies. And I think that that's why they like Trump. Trump does it not because it's a long-term strategy. It's just a short-term strategy. He can't think any further than like what's going to please him in the moment. So I think that he's just a natural Tasmanian devil chaos generator that works to the advantage to people that actually have strategies where chaos in the United States benefits them. So that's my perception of it.
So where does Mitch McConnell come in with all that, though? Because Mitch McConnell,
he dies. He
dies all the legislation. He passes all the legislation.
He's
like, while Trump is running static.
Lewis Black did a bit I really like about how you know, really good people really do die young, and the old people live forever. So if you want to live a long healthy life, just go up to an 8-year-old kid and punch him in the face, because that's better than taking vitamins. That's what and Mitch McConnell is proof of this. Okay, I have no doubt. I don't know how much child punching he's been doing. My guess is suggesting that it's more than 500 or 600 would be libel. So I'm not going to do that. But just based on how ghoulish he is and how long he seems to have survived. I'm going with the Lewis Black thing. So we're going to have a Xandrian coming in. I did want to say we're going to have polls closing in about 4 minutes, and I may interrupt that as we have it. We have a little more data as this map is getting colored in. U.S. Postal Service has failed to meet its court-imposed deadline for getting all of the ballots in, but they have said in battleground states, but they have said that they will complete their sweeps of mail facilities that they were ordered to do, I believe it was earlier today, in order to make sure that all the ballots are snagged that are hanging out in those facilities. So that's we'll see what happens with that, but they have failed to do that, and we're still waiting on results. Even Kentucky and Indiana have closed, and I think we're expecting now in about 3 minutes Florida, Georgia, Indiana, Kentucky. And I think I said wait a minute. Yeah, okay, no, that's Kentucky, but that's for the that's for Congress. This is why I get really okay. So Indiana and Kentucky for congressional voting will be closing soon, but they've already closed for the electoral. So it's Florida, Georgia, South Carolina, Virginia, and Vermont in about 3 minutes. So, Xandering, how are you?
Okay. It's kind of boring here.
Well, yeah, we actually we have a friend of the show in Atlanta right now who is telling us that there's something going on over there. There's National Guard. And they may start to stream it to us. So we'll see. So hopefully that's not happening anywhere near you.
Oh, is it something I should go see?
No.
That sounds exciting.
No.
No, yeah, we'll say stay away from it. I'm going to try to check. So yeah, it looks like yeah, I guess there's I mean, it's interesting. I'm curious to know what states are doing in terms of National Guard deployments or anything. I don't. I haven't heard anything. I've been keeping an eye out, and it looks like nobody's anticipating any trouble except outside in front of the White House. But let's hope so. It's you voted today. You're all good. Xander, I saw your comment, by the way. Oh, you've got your guns, so you're going to be. This is not the time, Xandering. This is not the time.
I said I was all I said was I was armed and prepared to defend myself. I didn't say what I was armed with. For all you know, it's my bottle opener over here.
I know what it's with. You've got 5 guns that you basically you're polishing and you're making sure it's just like ooh. And then this is my AR-14 and yeah.
Yeah, I put my upper off my AR-15 onto the lower of my Mini 14, so now I do have an AR-14.
You now actually do have the world's first AR-14. Okay, so it's a real thing.
I can't get it to fire, but you know, maybe a little
not
more
good.
duct tape.
I'm sure I'm not okay. I'm not an expert on firearms, but if when you pull the trigger, nothing happens. My suspicion is it loses a lot of its efficacy.
Well, that's just the perfect example of a liberal gun, right? I mean, that's how we want them.
Yeah.
It aims at people great.
Yeah.
It'll still get you killed if you black.
Well, it's really wild. I'm in Oak Grove, Missouri. So.
All right. Donald Trump has won Indiana, according to NBC. So that will probably be updating momentarily on our map. I don't think that was a particular surprise. Indiana.
Trump won Indiana.
That
Trump. They have called Kentucky for Donald Trump. Kentucky has 8 electoral votes. Indiana has 11.
And we'll close out this poll. It looks like most people think Trump is going to win Indiana.
Most people, only 5 people.
So people, I think. Sorry, George. Yeah. That's. Hey, listen. This is Dixieville Notch here. Okay, it's like.
So I am going to throw this out there because we're about to get the results from Georgia, and I said we need to watch Georgia. So I'd like to quickly tell give some information here. We need to specifically be watching for areas around Atlanta. That is where we need to see, especially in like Cobb County, we need to see an increase in voter turnout for Joe Biden, and Savannah as well, in around the city of Savannah. So I think we should be paying attention to those two counties.
All right, and is that New Hampshire that's been called now for? It looks like Biden.
No, that is Vermont that they are calling for Joe Biden.
Why did I? All right.
With no votes in, they are calling Vermont for Joe Biden.
Yeah. So, and we can cover just how they do most of these things, and you can get into trouble with some of them. But yes, Vermont. Okay.
Yeah, don't feel too bad. Like most Americans get Vermont and New Hampshire mixed up.
Yeah. I live in New England. You'd think I wouldn't, and I've been in both of them. Indiana, the Indiana governor's race, and we can switch to that if we want to. So this map, we're going to keep this map up, and you're going to see the electoral votes there below Biden and Trump. You're also going to see the popular votes that have been accrued below each. Anything that is light of one color, light blue or light red, is leaning but not yet called, and then the ones that are called are there. And we will probably switch to the Senate and House at some point. You can see the Senate and House numbers are also listed right below those areas. So we'll switch and keep an eye on those races. Those races are also obviously very important, but we now have we have more than those two states called. This is the AP feed. This is the only one that they're putting up right now.
So it
this
does
particular
look like
election, I would think people would be more concerned about the Senate right now than the actual presidency. But
well, the Senate, what that I see right now, the Senate is 30 to 36. Now, I don't know if that is. Let's just take a look at the National Senate.
So this is a bit of an interesting thing here, and I know it's very early on, but it's always fun to speculate on these things. In Kentucky, where they are projecting Donald Trump as the winner, the votes between Joe Biden and Donald Trump about 40,000. In the same state with the same amount of votes cast, there is only a 1,000 vote difference between Mitch McConnell and Amy McGrath. So it appears that some people who have voted for Donald Trump have also voted for Amy McGrath.
That's interesting. I don't know how you vote for Trump and against Mitch McConnell. I think Mitch McConnell's a horrible human being, and I dislike him more than Trump. So I okay, but his biggest thing so far has been just support Donald Trump. How does anybody have any idea how that happens?
Mitch McConnell's just a generally unlikable person. And then another thing I think that's hurting him is the hypocrisy of the reasoning behind their Supreme Court voting.
They have called the governor's race in Indiana for Eric Holcomb for the Republican Party.
Okay. Now, so this is where it gets, I think, a little bit into insider's baseball about why some of this stuff is important. The Karl Rove came up with a strategy for what he wanted to have as basically a permanent Republican majority, a permanent conservative majority. And it started with the governors. He said, if we can get all of the governors, or at least as many of them as possible, to be Republican, the governors in most of these states help determine the districts. If we can get the governors to properly shape the districts of their states, then from the governors, we can get control of the House of Representatives, and then eventually get control. The Senate isn't drawn. It's just you get 2 senators per state. They represent the entire state. But All right, we have a few more polls coming in, but that was the plan, was to go after the governors. So any attempt to sort of undermine or get around this plan, also in my view, has to include getting very serious about governors, if not at least just finding ways to get around gerrymandering, which we've had some success with the Supreme Court. But yeah, that's why the Supreme Court also matters. Now that the Supreme Court is stacked, it's going to be very hard to stop gerrymandering, I think, and that's...
So I actually agree with the Supreme Court here, and I know this is an unpopular opinion with liberals and the left.
Okay, just hold on. I gotta... Okay, there you go. Please give us your opinion. Don't mind the fact I accidentally muted you. Oh, no. Okay, yeah, you were saying.
That's the wrong one. You were supposed to mute me.
I don't have to mute you. I've just turned on auto ignore in my own head.
There you go.
Oh, okay. So
this is going to be, and this is going to be an unpopular opinion, but as someone who I follow and have an ideology that's based on the constitutionality of law, as opposed to allegiance to any one particular party. And so sometimes I have positions that don't fall in line with, obviously, Democrats or liberals. And one of these is going to be states' ability to draw their own lines. While I find what a lot of these states have done to be personally undemocratic, I do believe that it is up to the state to make that determination. I don't believe that the federal court should be getting involved in that, because it is not something that is expressly written into our federal charter for our government. For me, I would much rather just see the 270 push be complete, where we get 2 or 3 more states to sign on to the idea that whoever wins the popular vote wins the election. And we're at 213, I believe, in that push. We need about 3 or 4 more states, bigger states, to sign on to that. And we will eliminate the Electoral College in any meaningful fashion, because these states, which have the authority to determine how they give their electors away constitutionally, will render the Electoral College inept. And so that would be the way that I would prefer to go about this, as opposed to removing the state's ability to draw districts.
So why do we have the Electoral College? What caused the Electoral College to be created, and why can't the president just say, "Hey, we're done"?
Checks and balances, and slavery. That's why we have an Electoral College. The rosy view is purely checks and balances, because when our country was formed, there's a lot of land that's sparsely populated in the rural areas that grow the food and the cotton and the meat, as opposed to the more industrialized areas of Pennsylvania, Maryland, New York. And the rural framers of our Constitution did not want to seat what they believed was undue power in the arms of industrialized states at the expense of rural states. So they created the Electoral College, such that the power would be evenly distributed. Of course, to our founders, with the rejection of party politics, they could not have envisioned a situation in which state governors would intentionally draw districts in order to solely benefit a party, of course, of which George Washington warned us never to have. And then, of course, slavery, with slaves being counted as 3/5 of a person in Article 1. That gave increased population to these areas, such that they had more congressmen and more power. So that's why we have the Electoral College.
And also because of the lack of lines of communication was another reason. It was easier to send electors from a state than it was to try and get the entire vote from a state. So it was just they would send the electors to vote in the federal election. I mean, we don't have to do that anymore, but they used to actually physically send people to Washington D.C. to vote for the president from their state. Correct. Once they figured out who had won their state. So.
All right, so I'm going to bring up something that we've actually discussed on this show before. We had a a show explicitly on how the Electoral College works and how voting works. The long and the short of it is, for the most part, nobody here listening to this has ever voted for president. What you've done is you voted who you'd like to be president, ostensibly. That all goes to the governor, who, depending on the law of the state, is or is not required to abide by it. I think there's only 2 states that say he's required to, but for the most part, it gets honored. And then what the governor does is the governor is the one who controls the electors, and he says he releases electors to certain parties on whatever metric he uses. Typically, the metric is based on the vote, and either one party gets all of them, depending on which party won the vote, or he does it proportionately, and that's all based on what the state does. But the key elements of this and why this is important is because what we're looking at is there is actually a significant disconnect between, and it is literally just tradition that keeps the process working the way it is. But there's actually a very strong disconnect between your vote and how the president gets voted for, because your vote ends up in most states just being a recommendation. The governor takes that, they assign delegates based on that, and those delegates can actually vote any way they want to. It's actually delegate seats. The parties then assign the delegates that they want to fill those seats. They can assign them any way they want to. They put in party loyalists so that they know how they'll vote. But in many states, they can vote any way they want to. So it was reported that Donald Trump has been actively pursuing, if he loses, to go after individual states, go towards their governors that are friendly towards the Trump campaign, and saying, hey, look, you know that I should win. You know that I should be president. You need to release all of your delegates to the Republican Party, which means, of course, releasing them to the Trump campaign. What are your thoughts on this?
I don't think it can happen. All states have specific laws in which the way electors are chosen, and it's not just as easy as, say, giving them to another. Most states do bind their electors to the person who wins the popular vote of that state. We do get the occasional unfaithful elector, which is something we heard a lot about in 2016. But generally speaking, what happens is that the party that wins is the party that chooses the electors that go. So those electors are more than likely to vote. And it's not necessarily the governor that does it, but the party. Now, of course, the rules are going to be different in each state, but I don't feel like that's something that could actually be accomplished legally.
I'm going to see if I can find this article here for a second. Cyrus, did you have any thoughts on that, or on it? We're going to be having another couple polls closing in half an hour. Then at 8 o'clock, there's going to be a lot.
So the only thing that I would say is, just in general, I find the Electoral College to be a very outdated system. Though I think that's an opinion that's mostly shared by everybody here on the panel for one reason or another. It was conceived when America was a very different breed of nation, and when technology was not quite there to let it function in the way that it does now. It's much easier for us to get those communication barriers broached now, as opposed to when it was made, and having an electorate made more sense because it was more economical. Honestly, I am concerned because even though generally speaking, electorates we do tend to have the Electoral College vote alongside what is voted for in their state. I do think the fact that they are not legally beheld to do so is scary for the one time that that's used improperly. Just like same thing with police reform, the fact that there are 36 states where a police officer, it is not considered rape for them to abuse their power and do things with a detainee. Regardless of how many police officers actually choose to engage in that act, the mere fact that the law would be in their favor is of concern to me.
All right.
I stand in the college too.
Yeah, I'm trying to find it. This was now I really do want to find this article because my understanding was actually the governor that actually usually releases delegates to parties ostensibly based on who won, but the governor is in most states actually not bound to. So let me take, and I know this is obviously not necessarily an issue so long as everybody does what they're supposed to do. But I'll have to find out if that was the Atlantic or the New Yorker. I'll figure it out. What we do have now interesting, and this is I did want to start a poll on Florida because Florida is always been one of the important ones. But Florida is now light blue, meaning it is not yet called, but it is leaning towards Biden. So that's
surprising.
Light blue right now.
Yeah. So let me. In fact, I'm going to bring up the map real quick.
Well, so none of the rural counties of Florida have reported any of their votes yet. None of the Panhandle has reported in yet.
Yeah, and I do think so. Now you see that. So that begs the question: did they consider that when they did these projections? Most. I mean, this is why you have to be very careful with projections. So the problem is, you always do have bigger cities. Bigger cities tend to report in first. More rural areas take longer to report in. So if you just go based on it, it's a very complex formula to try to predict these things because you have to go based on realizing in the same way that we mentioned earlier. In general, the first couple of big waves of voting is always going to be for whoever the more liberal candidate is. Yeah, Joe Biden. Yeah, NBC is saying Joe Biden won Vermont. We already knew that. Thanks, NBC.
So for some reason, and I don't mean to interrupt you, if somebody could just direct me to something, I have just noticed that I cannot access county data on the Associated Press model. So is there a map that you guys are using that gives county information, county tallies? Because I am having trouble finding one.
County tallies.
Well, the Associated Press shows me the county lines, but I am unable to click on a county to give me its total.
Last I saw, CNN usually carries numbers a bit more like that. All right, we're gonna mute that because I keep getting notifications. It is interesting. I do try to keep track of because this is a news channel, so I like to know who gets the news to this end faster than who. So it's sort of like I keep track of which reports I get from whom and which news organizations are faster. But NBC is lagging. NBC is lagging badly. Almost everyone at a peaceful protest. So there's a couple of Black Lives Matter protests that appear to be. Now some of this is from earlier, but it looks like. Yeah, so the National Guard has been activated. It looks like in a couple of different places. Let's just see where the. Okay, so 16 states have actually activated the National Guard. And I think it looks like they're on standby. Alabama and Arizona have 600 military police units. And they're ready to deploy. I mean, it doesn't look like. I mean, like I said, here's the thing that most people also don't realize, which is in Portland, Oregon. They really are. They're still on day now 113 of rioting, and I mean, it's still been going on. It's nothing's see okay, it's yeah, let's just check what we have coming in here. So Washington, Texas, so a number of the states that you would look at. So one of the things that concerns me is the way Trump has been politicizing and using federal aid. So for example, he is now saying that California, facing the largest wildfire in their history, the Central Fire, isn't going to get aid, presumably because they weren't out there raking leaves. I wish that was a joke. So he's not going to give aid to California. He's also said that He is going to withhold funding for neonatal, prenatal care, withhold funding for coronavirus testing and other just sort of basic medical services to states that are, quote, lawless. Now, these are states where there's been protesting and the governors have refused his offer of assistance of the National Guard. These are all liberal cities. So you have Seattle, liberal cities and states getting hit now with a withholding of aid. This strikes me too as, and I mean, there's always been some of this gamesmanship. I mean, the president tries to direct funds towards projects in states where they need to be competitive. So there is this kind of thing that does happen. Is this anybody on this panel? Is this new? Is this concerning? Are there other examples that I haven't brought up? What are your thoughts on what appears to be the politicization? Wow, of I'm just going to skip that word.
Politicization.
Thank you. And even the weaponization of his office and the powers of it.
I'm unaware of any other president that's ever done something like that. Not saying it hasn't happened, but I'm unaware of any.
It feels very it's been said by people in Trump's cabinet or about Trump's cabinet before, is that he values or seems to value loyalty over efficacy, over usefulness, over anything. And this can be seen in his attempts to get rid of Dr. Fauci because, well, as useful and as prolific as Fauci is, he is less useful than he is, or he is less loyal than he is useful. And in Trump's algorithm, that automatically makes him bad. It does not surprise me that someone like Trump would have that same algorithm going in his head when it comes to states. States that are less loyal would receive less aid. They're less useful as part of the United States to him because they are less loyal. And I feel like some of that, this is me psychoanalyzing a little bit, but I feel like some of that comes from his sort of CEO mentality. His these are the people working for me, not the people who I'm supposed to be working for, because his office is supposed to be him working for the people. But if he views it like a business, which is what I think he does, then he views it as these people should be working for him, and therefore their loyalty to him is much more important than anything else. If you've worked in any business that has a hierarchy with at least one egotistical manager, you know that that manager will value your loyalty to them over and above how well you can do your job 9 times out of 10. I think the same thing is being exemplified with Trump. And it's just going to states instead of just the people in his cabinet.
I think that's spot on. I think that's extremely accurate. When we look at California, you know, the attempt to shift blame is always interesting because the majority of land in California that these forest fires are on is federally maintained land. So it's not the job of California to maintain this land, and yet they are getting, you know, the blame for really what Donald Trump's administration has failed to do, which is forest management. Meanwhile, California has spent close to $300 million last year on forest management for their state lands. Now, of course, P&G was responsible for a very big forest fire, and they will rightly be, I think, sued into oblivion. What just happened? Okay, I've got an update. My map just went weird for a second. I'm sorry. But yeah, it's basically Trump is just shifting blame as he always does.
So I think that's an interesting. I mean, he's actually, as a politician, he's very strange. He certainly has had success as a politician. He's able to really deal with his opponents quite well. So in the back of your mind, you think of him as a politician, but I think that's a really good point, Sturis. And you need to think of him as a businessman. And by the way, a businessman who seems to commit fraud at an alarming rate and seems to be quite comfortable with it. Yeah.
Have you seen the movie, either the remake or the original, The Producers?
Yes, both.
Then you probably know what point I'm about to make without me having to make it. But it seems to me that the model that was used in that movie is largely what Trump's model has been for his businesses. Make a business that bottoms out, and then calculate on taxes that he had a deficit instead of a set of profits. He was always working under his margin instead of over his margin. And as long as he can keep on having failed businesses, then it's fine. I've seen people who make the point that, Trump runs things like a business, but he's failed so many businesses. I don't think they realize, this is not me trying to give a point in Trump's favor, but this is me pointing out just kind of the brute nature of how these things work. He may be a businessman who has failed businesses, but I'm almost 100% certain that failure is deliberate, and it's deliberate for tax purposes, because that is a thing you can do if you are operating at a I'll take myself as an example. I run my YouTube channel as my full-time job, and if I am calculating a loss, like I am constantly funneling money into new equipment, funneling money into paying for art, funneling money into things for the channel, that ends up benefiting me over on my taxes, making me pay fewer taxes. And if I was operating at a deficit, that would work even better for me. And yet throughout the entire year, I would still be making enough to survive. That seems to be largely what Trump has been doing with his business. It's a thing that you can do with any business as long as it is going under, operating at a deficit, etc. I think that's been deliberate. Now, what I do not like is that it seems that has been what's going on with the United States too, because when you make a country fail, it's a little bit different than when you make business fail. But I do think that the mentality that let him function for so long, running businesses that failed, deliberately, allegedly, that same mentality transfers over here. But when you take any business mentality and move it to a country, it stops working, because in a business you want to cut the chaff, and if you start cutting the chaff in a country, you're culling citizens, not employees. But past that major point, just having that losing strategy, lose more to win more business strategy, doesn't work so much in politics, but people think it does. People think it's genius. And that's the other thing about politics, is that it like with debates, it's 60% theater. If you can convince people you're doing well, they'll agree with that more often than if the data actually supports it.
All right. I think I'm going to call it. I don't think it really matters who wins the election. I appreciate everyone joining us. I think civilization has ended. So thank you all for that. Well, no, we did just get an interesting piece of news. What I'm seeing here. Oh, hold on. Was it? Yeah, in Kentucky, 900 people voted for birthday party candidate Kanye West. Good night, all. Civilization's over. We're done. It was nice knowing you, Civilization. It was nice. It was nice.
Correction. So
what?
we'll do a live correction. 1,156 people have voted for birthday party candidate Kanye West.
I mean, he signed up as the birthday party candidate. They said, what party? He said birthday party. And then he did a thing with him on Mount Rushmore.
Let's check in on the Senate in Kentucky, and we have had a considerable amount of movement away from Amy McGrath towards Mitch McConnell. Mitch McConnell is now leading by 16 points in the Senate race, but there is still no call in the Senate race.
I think that's important, and I do want to stay on that. But actually, it looks like now in Pennsylvania, Scranton, Pennsylvania, voting machines are down, and it looks like voters. They're saying voters can fill out ballots, and they will be submitted for them later. But that's I think that's we're going to keep an eye. I apologize, but I think that's worth That's not even legal to the best of my knowledge. But all right, I'm sorry. So you were. I mean, Kentucky's an important race, but I wanted to bring that up. That's these things do go down, but that saying, okay, you can fill out and come when they're it's supposed to be backups. There's supposed to be okay. It's Scranton.
Of course, Scranton being where Joe Biden was born. So that's very interesting.
Yep. All right. So please continue with the Senate. You were talking about the Senate.
Well, just to comment that while Donald Trump has had Kentucky called for him, and we are now, it looks like West Virginia has now been called for Donald Trump.
Oh, yep. Well, and I just really thought they were going to give Kanye a chance, man. You know, I was just like,
no, none of that, Nick. None of that.
Sorry,
no.
sir. Sorry.
I'm gonna be honest. I don't like people throwing their votes away for a meme, and that's effectively what I see. Which is upsetting. It's just really upsetting.
Yeah. So I one of the things I wanted to cover really quickly, and I'm sitting there going, "There's no way to cover this quickly," so I'm going to do it. We haven't even begun to. I really like how Cyrus was talking about the difference between a businessman and a politician. Because we always say, "Oh, you should have a businessman to run the country," and they said that with Ross Perot, and that comes up every now and then when you have a really rich person. Oh, they were successful in business, but you can leverage a business, and if it bottoms out, you may be okay, and you can bail out. And there are people who do this all the time, and just look at what happened in 2007, 2008. But leveraging a country, 32-1 leveraging of a country is a very, very, very different.
How do you write off a failed state on taxes? Please let me.
That's a good. Can the United States apply for welfare? But I decided to look up, and it's very hard to get a list of all of the things that Donald Trump has been involved in, all the shenanigans, because all the lists are there. It's any reference to this reminds me of. So when the Catholic Church decided to, in the Jubilee year 2000, decided to apologize for all of the church's sins, they literally said we've committed so many sins that any reference to them must necessarily be just summary. We can't actually just go by them one by one. So that's how they apologize for Galileo and all the rest. So now, so it's hard to find something that lists, but among them, and this is I forget, people sit there and tell me that the grab them by the pussy thing and all the other things that he said, but okay, so sexual assault allegations, he's had a lot of them. A Florida woman said that he just went up to her and he said, we're going to have an affair, don't you? They grab him by the pussy, you can just do anything. I'm like a magnet, I just start to kiss them, all that stuff. The beauty pageant scandals, including but not limited to, he claims that he'd just walk in while they're changing, all of these other things. The racial discrimination, from his what was it, the New York City, it was what was the name of it, one of the, this is when he first hired Cohen, I guess, the Trump Village West Cooperative, presumably mafia ties, Trump University. Okay, I don't listen to what other people have to say about Trump University. Don't read the manual. I read the manual. It's literally, this is what you do if the cops show up. This is if there's a grandma who says she doesn't have money. This is how you teach her to get a mortgage to leverage her house. This is how you upsell. Never, always make sure that you say this product is good, but what you really want is the next product. And it had nothing to do with actually teaching. It had nothing to do with an actual product. What they were doing was selling, just buying more. And they talked about how to avoid legal issues, how to get people to max out their credit cards. Say, listen, it's much better to max out your credit card even at 20% because you can make so much more once this is an investment. You're investing in these classes. And it was one of the most. It was just an obvious scam if you just read it. So we got Trump University. We've got loans from Deutsche Bank, which is it Deutsche Bank? Cyrus, what's the bank that's basically it's money laundering for the it does mostly. I want to say it's Deutsche Bank.
Yeah, Deutsche Bank.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Deutsche Bank. We've got paying off the illegal payment that apparently came from funds from the campaign to pay off Stormy Daniels' violation of rules for casinos, antitrust violations.
Emolument.
I'm sorry, what?
Emoluments clause, like
the emoluments. Well, and those are some of the more recent. I'm still on before he was even elected.
Gotcha.
Because we've forgotten he's done so much. We only think about the last 5 or 10, which only goes back 3 months. You know, and so it's just. Oh, and I forgot. I did want to get everybody to. Oh, I think we lost Cyrus, but I did forget to take this opportunity to have everybody introduce themselves and talk about who they are and what they do. So now that you're here, could you just introduce yourself and tell us?
Hi, I am Serious Mind, also known as Joe, and I used to make YouTube videos. I kind of occasionally do, but not too often. I used to do mostly counter apologetics and stuff like that, but now it's more politics and race issues.
All right. Well, so Joe, is that? Should we call you Joe? Is that? Or
yeah, Joe is good.
Oh,
Joe,
right.
Either one.
Welcome, Joe. Vox, tell us a bit about yourself, please.
Well, before we go that, looks like AP is reporting that Virginia has been called for Joe Biden.
All right. Let's get that up.
Yeah, my name is Vox. I operate and manage a property management company, as well as a couple other things. And I am primarily here to add some intersectional content to Nick so that the cis white male tag doesn't stick to him too hard.
Yeah, I think it's going to take a lot to get that off. That tag is pretty. That tag is etched in and burned on, I think. But
we won't hold it against you too much.
Too much, yeah.
I have. I was educated at George Washington University. I spent 6 years there. Fantastic school, where I got general education and later education in law. And I am now happy to provide these services here. My contract says that I am to be paid a bag of carrots every show that I do, which is more than I get for most of the other things that I do. So, we're doing good.
All right. So, and then Mr. Maute, how are you? People watch the show regularly. I actually know both of you, but Maute, introduce yourself, please, and talk a little bit about things and
stuff.
Stuff and things.
Both things.
Well, just
and stuff.
Don't overwhelm anyone. But
my name's Chris. I'm a bass player. So I mean, you could out of hand dismiss all of my opinions just based on that alone, right? So yeah, I do a hang on my channel. I have my own channel on YouTube. I do a show called Atheish where I talk about religion and faith. I have a show called Flavor Tooth where I talk about music and emotions, and I have a show called Good and All that talks about friends and connectivity and relationships and good happiness, quality of life. Shit. So I'm not really politically savvy in as much as I pay attention to politics, right? But I don't have the philosophical underpinnings or constitutional understanding to really keep up with the likes of a Vox, which is why she's here, right? So I'm here to kind of just make sure that everyone doesn't freak out. That's how I view my role here. Right? Just making sure that nobody freaks out. It's going to be just fine. So you may have your hands full, but we will try to. Hey man, I had G-Man on my friggin'
You did.
Oh my goodness!
All right,
that was ballsy, and you did it.
If I can handle G-Man, if I can talk G-Man out of talking about lying being worse than pedophilia, if I can fucking dodge those goddamn bullets,
oh shit!
I think that I can maintain levity tonight.
That is somebody who I haven't thought about in quite a long time. I think my last interaction with G-Man, I had about 3 or 4 glasses of wine, which is very unusual for me because I don't drink. And I just spent the entire time trying to see if I could get G-Man to stare at my boobs.
Did it work?
I think I was very successful.
Cool. Well done.
And
I think that it was
the tone of his conversations. He was down here where he's usually up here. So I think, as with most men, you just give them a pillow to lay on. They won't be so loud.
Interesting. Well, okay. Well, I
was not able to use my womanly wiles on him. Unfortunately, I had to use a different strategy altogether.
He just kept calling me Cyrus and really irritating me.
Cyrus.
You still can't pronounce my last name. He still calls me Morty.
I was just impressed. I was impressed you were able to manage him. I have to believe that takes a good deal of skill, and you managed him well, and you kept him happy, and so that he was. And you when he started to get really uncogent, you were just like, okay, let's
which is most of the time. I mean, he's pretty.
I don't.
He lives near me too.
I was just gonna say, Joe lives right near G-Man's.
Yeah, he's about 5-6 miles away from me at most.
I'm tempted. I am tempted to, sit there and like do a thing with him, but I absolutely would never bring him on this show. That's off brand, but maybe on my channel, just do a thing just to stretch and try to, it's like, okay, I was able to go 10 rounds with, what's his name? Hovland, this is another level of disconnect. So let's
about twice a year. I like to put myself to challenge myself in that way. Can I keep this conversation on track?
Well, I tell you what, G-Man's one of those people to do it.
Well, before we just then one quick thing, I just want to we got everybody here, a couple of quick shows to tell you about that we're going to be doing, and then we'll get right back to the election. But especially since Maute's going to be on, like at least half of them.
The month of November is my in time month.
Yep, and Vox, we gotta get you on. We haven't
well, we gotta get Ozzy out of the woods. Like
we do.
Somebody's got to go and rescue him.
Somebody's got to. So and you and I have had this show with Ozzy planned now. We got now at least 2 shows. We've got the Ontology of Gender show and the Evergreen State. No, it's Evergreen State, Ontology of Gender, and the Grievance Project. And I think those are they're all woke. Yeah, and we gotta. And I don't know where he is. I'm thinking of sending in like a ground team, heat with the infrared and the whole 9. I don't know. He's out there somewhere. But but right now what we have is one of bit of a Star Trek buff. Ethan brought that out in me in particular. Great episode. One crime. Presumably one reality, 3 witnesses, different person is guilty based on just the perception of the events that everybody saw. Mm-hmm. And so that's Sunday, November 8th at 2 p.m. We're actually going to be having a watch party for a Star Trek episode called A Matter of Perspective, which Maute has never seen, and he's aware that the clock is ticking on our friendship. If he does not get that one down, that bucket list item down, I can't ever had this title. Matter of Perspective, the one where Riker is tried for blowing up a space station and killing.
Right. I got you.
So, we're going to have a watch party at 3, and then at 2. At 3, we are going to discuss it, and Maute will by that point have actually seen it. He'll be with us in the watch party. We're going to discuss that. Fun. Yep, and we've got a couple others that I really want to do. I want to do Duet and maybe a few other, just some of the really keystone episodes of Star Trek. Then Monday, November 16th, we are going to be doing our Rorschach episode, which it's funny because it didn't cross my mind until I was doing this write-up that these are going to be 2 very similar projects, where the Matter Perspective is going to be, okay, you've got this one incident and people's biases and what they think about people, what they think about the situation, influences how they see this single reality, just one reality, 3 different takes on it. The Rorschach, we're going to be talking about how your biases influence how you view other people, and how you impose on those people what you think they are instead of what they actually are. I think Maute, I think you had a better way of you framed that one much better than I did.
Well, it's just, I definitely think that humans are Rorschachs, right? The ability of smart people to do stupid things, for not so smart people to do clever things, for greedy people to be charitable, you know, like just like the mishmash that is human beings. We're just so messy that it gives enough grist for the mill that, you know, if you're the detractor of somebody, you will see the same qualities as somebody who likes that same person, and think of them as a negative in a way that, you know, the person who likes them sees them as a positive. So it's just like humans are just Rorschachs. Like, my favorite example is Jordan Peterson. I think that he is innocent enough, but I know that people lose their friggin' minds over him. And I also know that people like fanboys lose their friggin' minds over him. And I'm just like, what is this? This guy just like is like the new Joseph Campbell. You know, I see he just seems like such a casual, like, yeah, he's making a lot of money. His star's going to fade soon, is what it is, right? And everyone's like losing their mind, like he's some cult leader because he has books that are selling on the New York Times. Like, what? So yeah, so humans are Rorschachs. I think that it's it's what you bring to the what your lived experience is and what you bring to the situation, right? And I think that it works in both the Star Trek and the person thing. But with the Star Trek, it's 3 different people looking at the same event, whereas so that's like the people perspective angle, whereas the Rorschach is the individual, like, you know, what is it in this person that we can see all these different variables, right? So in the eyes of his grandchildren, he is this one thing, or she is this one thing. In the eyes of coworkers, they are this other thing. In the eyes of, you know, whatever, you know, there's so many different layers, there's so many different realities. So I'm looking forward to exploring those, because they tap like the very fun psychology questions that we can just disentangle.
I think, and those episodes are already up, and then we're also going to be doing on November 23rd, 8 p.m. Music Therapy, which is just going to be continuing our series on what is music. We're going to cover music therapy. I think that's going to be spectacular. So, you know, if you like the show, if you like the coverage, please like and subscribe. That's a great way to help the show, and super chats also is a great way to just, you know, let us know something. We'll see it. Anytime you want to do that, we do. No. Oh, right. You got some cojones showing me that one.
For those that don't know, I bust Nick's chops all the time about drinking energy drinks, because at our age, these are not very good things. They're not good at any age, my wife says, which is also true. I'm drinking them tonight because I am such an old man that 9 o'clock is normally my bedtime. And if I'm going to make it past 9, I need to. And I plan on being. What's that? No exaggeration. Right, the Oracle of the Couch says. So yes,
the Oracle.
These are absolutely horrible. These are like the worst copy of a Jolly Rancher melted down and then shit into my mouth.
Oh man,
these are the worst. Oh, these are the worst. And people drink them casually. That's what I don't get.
Yeah. So, well, and you know, he makes fun of, quote, our age, but there's a slight difference in our age. I mean, I kind of grew up in the 80s. Maute learned how to drive from Fred Flintstone, but
yeah. I am older than Nick.
Yeah. All right. Well, yeah.
I think I'm slightly older than Chris.
Are we playing this game?
Hey, I gotta be tops at something.
All right, the question that I want to play with. Wait, before I have a fun question to play with, but first, what updates do we have now?
Yeah. So what I've got is Vermont. Vermont has gone to Joe Biden. It looks like was it West Virginia to Trump, I think is what I'm seeing here. Well, I'm gonna have to get
Kentucky, and then Virginia to Biden.
Yep. So, and then we've got that. We can bring up the map. This map appears to be lagging slightly behind the data that we've been getting. But I mean, I'm cautiously optimistic about Florida being blue. I think Vox does bring up a good point, which is if they're not. But okay, so now there is a prediction. So I guess this is what is this? Is this ABC does Vox seem to have a county by county breakdown?
I'm on the New York Times right now. Unfortunately, they are always slow.
But I mean, so here's the thing. I want to discuss this before that. I really do want to finish what Chris was about to say. But so we get a lot of questions from people about how these numbers work and why they work the way they do, and it can get complicated. Some people can sit there and say, okay, how can you predict a winner before some of the biggest states like California and so on and so forth have gotten in, and before anyone's actually exceeded 270? Well, the reason is we know how California is going to vote. We know. So really, while the numbers here only reflect the polls that have come in and even then, this is usually a combination of exit polling data and samples taken from what's been brought in, where people say, okay, we are confident now that we can make these projections. There's a whole bunch of other projections that we can make that we are very confident in. California will go to Biden. It just will. So even though that's not up here, if we were to accumulate all the ones that we know are safe for one or another, we'd have a lot more data. This map here is starting from 0. I do want to discuss some of the maps based on projections from what we have so far. Some of it's looking pretty good. Last time I said that was talking about Hillary Clinton, so we'll be a little careful with that one. But so we're going to look at that.
Never looked good.
Yeah. True. Okay, so so we'll get into that, but we're going to hopefully have an idea in a couple of hours, despite even only half the country voting, where this is headed, because so many states are basically already locked in one way or another, despite the fact that the polls haven't closed and they haven't voted. So you're going to start to see us make some projections based on numbers, because what matters now is the key states that nobody knows quite how they're going to vote and are going to push it over the top one way or another. So, Chris, what were you going to say?
All right. So I like playing with this idea because people keep complaining, neither Trump is good nor Biden. Should it be the case that Biden wins, how much of it do you think it is pro-Biden, and how much of it do you think it is anti-Trump?
Well, it's probably even.
Are you serious?
Yeah, I think I'm going to go with Chris on this one, but yeah. So even you said.
I don't think it's anywhere close. I think the majority of thing is going to be just get rid of Trump. Nobody is excited about a Joe Biden presidency. Nobody. Except his wife. I mean, let's be honest. I'm not excited. You're not excited. Our viewers are not excited. It's Joe Biden.
Nobody.
Nobody is excited about it except his wife.
He wasn't my first choice, but right now I am a full-throated supporter.
Vox, you don't speak for me. I'm very excited about Joe Biden. I fully support Joe Biden with all my heart, and I'm thrilled at the idea of a Biden presidency.
See, the thing is, I guess for me, I've never been excited about anybody, but because I don't think of politics in that regard. I'm not looking.
You weren't excited about Obama?
A little bit. Oh, but not. But that's the thing. There's the policy side. There was a part of me as a black person that was like, okay, there was a certain amount of the force of history kind of thing, and I was excited about that. But that could have been anybody. You know what I mean? It wasn't him personally. It was what the milestone was. I don't view politics in the same way. I'm not looking for, like little titters, because quite frankly, that's usually based on charisma and not based on policy. And I'm way more of a policy wonk than I don't get excited about a lot of things. People don't impress me.
Well, then this must be a dream come true, because, if Biden does win, then this indirectly affects policy, but the government will be manned and womaned by like competent people.
There you go.
Will, you know, when policy comes down, it'll be through the hands of people who know what the fuck they're doing.
Yeah.
Yes, I agree. Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez and Elizabeth Warren will do a fantastic job of governing our country.
Because they're going to have them by the coat strings. You know, they're the puppet masters, obviously.
So there's some interesting reporting coming out of Florida. Apparently, Trump is running more than 120,000 votes ahead of his 2016 performance in Miami-Dade County, which does not bode well for Joe Biden, Miami-Dade being a county that he really needs to excel in. And Donald Trump is doing much better in the Hispanic and Cuban areas, and better in African-American areas in New York, which is interesting. And I'm curious if him doing better with Black and Cubans in New York translates to any kind of advantage with Cubans and Hispanics and Blacks in the lower parts of Florida, specifically Miami-Dade, West Palm Beach, and Orlando.
I mean, Cubans tend to be fairly conservative. They tend to be very religious. You know, they're kind of a solid. They're out of the Hispanic community. They're probably the most Republican, and they're you know. So I think that I'm not surprised. So if they turn out more than normal, then, you know, if they actually show up, then yeah, that's gonna help Trump for sure.
It does appear that Joe Biden has eclipsed Hillary Clinton's vote counts in at least 2 counties, Duval and Orange.
Can you why is Miami-Dade important?
Well, Miami-Dade is important because it's one of the most it's obviously one of the most populated counties in Florida. It's also important because, as Joe pointed out, Miami-Dade has a huge concentration of Hispanic and Cuban voters. We know Latinos tend to skew Democratic as a group, but not nearly as much as, say, African Americans. And the Joe Biden campaign had attempted to put a lot of money into, along with Michael Bloomberg, put a lot of money into attempting to shift some of the votes from the Cuban community and the Hispanic community, specifically in Miami-Dade County, to Joe Biden. It does not appear as if they have succeeded in shifting that. Now, Florida is an extremely... You know, Florida is the most toss-up of toss-uppy states, and it always has been. It's always decided by a 0.5 percentage point. If Joe Biden is not outperforming Hillary Clinton substantially in extremely populated areas, he will not outperform, I think, Hillary Clinton in the rural areas, then I do not see any way forward for Joe Biden to take Florida, which, while not necessary for Joe Biden to win the presidency, is necessary for what we would style as a mandate, a repudiation of Trump politics. These are where these states that are not necessary for Donald Trump, Joe Biden to win, are necessary for him to say that the politics of populism have been repudiated, and we stand for democratic values in this country. So that's why Miami-Dade is important. It's one of the most important county. It's the most important county in my mind in Florida.
Well, Miami-Dade is usually a pretty strong liberal bastion, so the idea that he could lose it is quite surprising. Now we see now it has gone from light blue to light red, so it looks like Florida is now switched to leading towards Trump. And let's see, we've had we have a number of projections, but I keep getting projections that are like hours or like an hour old in here. So that's, I think I would just feel it's I'd feel much more comfortable with him. He doesn't have to win Florida, but it's sort of like, you can say that about a lot of states, and he loses enough of those states. there's a problem.
Question I have, because 82% of the vote in Florida are in. The question I have is, what percentage of Miami-Dade has been counted? Because that's really the question. Is that's going to be, if there's any place for him to make up a lot of votes, that would be the place to do it.
Well, and that's where we.
All right, hold on. I do want to get an answer to that, but we've had now some significant changes. Let's just 8 o'clock. We just got hit on the hour. This is the current map as we've got it.
Hey, New Jersey.
Jersey went Biden.
So Vermont, Massachusetts, Rhode Island, Connecticut, New Jersey, Delaware, Maryland, and Illinois have all been called for Joe Biden. South Carolina, Tennessee, Alabama, Mississippi, and Oklahoma have all been called for Donald Trump.
And so this is where what I spoke about earlier has to come into play. Anybody who's pro Biden is going to start to feel at least a little good about these numbers because he's at 85. Well, we have to remember that the more liberal areas, because they tend to be on the East Coast, will be reporting before any of the other areas. So you will always see a lead in the liberal candidate early on in the night. So the fact that he's got that lead isn't what we're really looking for. What we're looking for is what states is he taking that he was not necessarily expected to take that can change the numbers significantly in his favor. We also have 42 Senate seats are now, it looks
Cory
like.
Booker, my man Cory Booker got it. Wins re-election in Jersey.
All right, let's take a look at that. So this is, well, it looks like for these numbers for the Senate, it doesn't actually look like. Now, of course, there's only, and then where's the House? No, we're nowhere near answers on those. I think. Well, no, it's just like it's giving us the numbers. It says on the Senate there are those numbers, but those can't be 42 out of 34. I mean, the Senate is every 6 years, so most of the senators are going to remain who they are. So that may be why so many of those numbers. Let me.
All right, so we've been on for about 2 hours.
There's 35. There's 35 Senate seats up for grabs.
Okay.
I just want to say we've been on air for about 2 hours. We're going to be going until midnight. The best part is from this point forward, it all ratchets up because this, like it's been very chill past 2 hours because, like we're waiting for things to come in. Fucking Florida is already at 80 some odd %. And even though it's looking red, I mean, Trump really is eking by. 49 points. No, now it's leaning blue. 83% reported.
Texas is leaning blue. Right? Texas was leaning red. Now it's leaning blue. Yeah.
So every couple of minutes, we're going to be having bombs dropped. This is going to be so fantastic.
So interesting amount of history.
Before we start, I'm dropping a poll. Who will win Texas? Hit exclamation point vote 1 for Trump, and then an exclamation point vote 2 for Biden. Who will win Texas? Let's get that poll up and running. And yes, you were saying, Vox.
Yeah, so just an interesting bit of history. The last time that Georgia was in play for Democrats was when Bill Clinton won in 1992. And just to give an idea of how much, just to give an idea of how much the map has changed since Bill Clinton's time. In 1992, Bill Clinton not only won Georgia, he also won Louisiana, Arkansas, Missouri, and Iowa. There's no one who could, the idea that Louisiana, a state that elected Bobby Jindal as its governor, would go Democratic at this point is interesting. It's just never going to happen anymore. And so when I was doing some,
like you were spitting poison out of your mouth.
Oh God, that I have
Bobby Jindal.
I have a special place in my heart for people who actively work not only against the interests of say the people in charge, but the of people who are the most vulnerable. And Bobby Jindal actively worked against poor minorities in Louisiana while being a minority himself. There's a special place in hell for people like that.
Oh my.
What got me is after they got pantsed in 2008 or 2010, then he says we got to stop being the party of stupid, and then he went off and to do more stupid things.
Goodness.
So what I'm looking at here is I've got a, you know what? I think I need to be a little careful with these kinds of projections, but ABC has a projection that they've been updating based on what we have so far and what are considered sort of the sure things. So New York, Massachusetts, Connecticut, Rhode Island, Illinois, California, Washington, Oregon, all going for Biden. Tennessee, Minnesota, Louisiana, Alabama, Oklahoma, a bunch of others, all going for Trump. And their projection, just based on the solid votes that they are predicting, is Biden 203 to Trump having 97, with the rest a toss-up. Now, if that's reliable, that's obviously pretty good, because then Biden has many routes to 270, which is what he needs. If he's at 203, based on these numbers, and Trump hasn't even broken 100, there are many routes there. But this isn't that different than some of the numbers that we were getting with Clinton, so I want to be a little careful saying this, and I don't want to be unnecessarily optimistic. I mean, the good news is I can probably be a little pessimistic, and let people know just like all the dread and fear I have inside, because we've got Maute in here to just be like, okay, Nick, okay, just that's his job. That's his job, is to make sure that there isn't any like ritualistic, Harry Carey kind of thing going.
Don't fuse with the emotions. Just pay attention to what it feels like. Be with the feeling of anxiety.
So in Florida, and this is where we start to get a little technical, and we start to look at aggregates and margins. So we talk about polling errors in 2016, and what we say in a lot of these places is that Donald Trump outperformed the margins. And so the polling error was about 3.5%, and the polling error went towards Donald Trump. Now, as I said earlier in the night, Donald Trump is going to have to outperform the polling errors of 2016 to remain president, so he needs a very good night. As of right now, according to the New York Times, we have an expected margin in Florida of Trump with a victory of 3.3%, which would be from the aggregate polling a 6% shift, which is double the margin, which would put him in that higher expected rank. So that is not good for Democratic projections if that number is maintained in Florida.
Now, here's a question: do the Florida numbers count any of the absentee ballots?
So I am currently showing roughly 10 million votes cast in Florida. I have to assume that that includes absentee ballots.
Well, yeah. And here's the thing, though. What they often do with the absentee ballots, and it depends on the state. And I recall, somebody may need to correct me on this, but what they usually do, if I understand it, is they don't even open the absentee ballots. They don't read the absentee ballots. They do nothing with the absentee ballots unless the difference between the winner and the loser is in excess of, is below the number of absentee ballots. Then is that absentee? No, that may not. I'm sorry, is that absentee ballots or?
Yeah, if the absentee ballots exceed the difference between the two.
Yes, exactly.
Yes.
Because then there's no point, so they don't actually do that. So it's hard. It's hard to because of that. You could have a million absentee ballots, all have been cast, all have been for Biden, and they're not calculated in the numbers yet because they don't do that until after all of the other numbers, based on whether or not they even need to bother.
Now in New Jersey, they're doing something different.
And it looks, Trump. It looks like Oklahoma has been called for Trump, or did we already?
That was already there.
Sorry. Thank you. Please continue.
You know, New Jersey, we're doing it differently because this is the first year we're doing like predominantly mail-in votes. So apparently, we're doing the mail-in. We were counting all the mail-in votes first, and then doing the other votes. Now the thing is, the mail-in ballots, they started counting 10 days ago. So, and then anyone who voted in person, it was actually a provisional ballot because basically the idea is they wanted to be able to check all the, to make sure that people who were voting in person weren't voting for a second time. Yeah, so that's, I was surprised to see that, but that was the procedure here in New Jersey.
Well, that actually brings up the other thing that I think almost happened. We thank God we were able to avoid it, but was another interesting thing that was very close to happening, which was when they were looking at getting rid of, I think it was 100,000 votes in Texas. And the Supreme Court at the last minute seems to have stepped in and saved those. But we're going to say, okay, these absentee ballots in Texas aren't counted. The problem is, I don't know that anyone who wasn't counted in that situation would be able to know that their vote was or was not counted. So let's assume 1 million people cast absentee ballots, and 100,000 of those were thrown out. You don't know if you're one of the ones that was thrown out or not. If you go and vote in person and yours was thrown out, hey, now your vote counts. If yours wasn't thrown out, you've just committed voter fraud. So it seems to me that put a lot of people in kind of a difficult position to be in. And
well, that's one of the reasons why
I'm not entirely sure how that would have been dealt with. The good news is at least that hold on. Sorry. The good news is that those votes were counted. But if
well, I think that's part of the reason.
If they hadn't been, I don't know what would have happened there.
Well, I think that's kind of why it was ruled the way it was, because basically.
All right. Am I still connected?
You are still connected. Can you hear us, Nick? Uh-oh. Looks like Nick just disconnected himself.
Yeah. Well, I think, as I started to say, that's the reason.
Now it's the Joe and Maute show. Finally.
Yeah. So that was the reason why they ruled that way, in part because the idea was that, if people weren't able to, their votes were canceled, then they had no way to know that they were canceled, then there's nothing they could do. They would be, their opportunity to vote would be lost. Now, New Jersey, we actually could log into the state board of elections and check the status of our vote. So I actually did that. It took a while from when I dropped it in the box to when it actually got it, to when it actually got posted that it was accepted. It took like almost 5 days from when they actually accepted it until it showed up on the website.
The West Coast, they're sending out text messages. My niece is in Portland, so she got a text message saying that her ballot is being delivered to her, and that it was received by her, or received by them from her and counted. Your vote was, whatever they call it. It was counted. Your vote was counted, right? My buddy Sam out in California said the same thing. He said he voted a while ago and just got a text message letting him know that it was valid and everything worked out. I mean, that's
it really shouldn't be hard. That should be like that way in every state.
Should be. A lot of things should be a lot of ways.
Well, I think part of the problem here in New Jersey, I mean, while we have like newer voting machines, but our process for voting is still very archaic. They still have the old books for you to sign into, and
I was a little concerned they didn't ask for our IDs this morning. Like I voted this morning. I handed them my ID just because my last name's always a mess. So I'm just, that's how you spell it. That's how to look it up. Shanna was concerned because she is registered under her maiden name. And so we came prepared with marriage license and all this stuff. And they were just like, name, just like Shanna Rocky. And they were just like this. Yep. Okay. Didn't ask nothing.
Well, the thing is, did they have the sign-in book?
Yes.
Well, see, they can compare your signature from previous years. That's why.
Yeah, that seems like an easily gamed system to me.
But I mean, and that's one of the things that was a whole big thing in a lot of the red states where they were insisting on having IDs, whereas most states don't have IDs. But the thing is that the problem with requiring an ID is if that ID is not available for free from the state, it amounts to a poll tax.
Well, and yeah, I mean, most people say, well, you're licensed, but of course that means that you have to have a car if you want to vote. But and especially, I mean, in New York, a lot of people don't have car.
Right.
A car in New York City is almost nobody has a car. But I think one of the things is that people I think the incidence of voter fraud in general are a bit higher than reported, but I don't think it's by a huge amount.
It's pretty tiny.
I'm sorry, what?
It's pretty tiny.
It's pretty tiny. I think it represents 0.00004% of all the votes ever cast.
Yeah.
So it's like they're treating this like a huge national crisis. We're going to disenfranchise, a greater than 2 or 3% of the population to stop 0.00004% of the fraud. And one of the reasons I think that this is you need to realize voter fraud comes with some pretty hefty fucking fines. They don't play. So when people start thinking about, hey, I can go in and it's not something that most people are willing to risk jail time to change a couple of votes. So it's not usually going to be done with the in-person voter fraud. That's why in-person voter fraud isn't a big problem. There might be problems with some other kinds of fraud, but the in-person is basically it's not even a problem.
Well, and the thing that gets me most about it is that in the few instances that we have of it, the sheer bulk of them are right wingers. So it's like they're just projecting about their own fears about, because if you're being shifty, dishonest people are very distrustful. Like what happened in North Carolina a year or two ago, where there was found to be, pretty substantial voter fraud committed by the campaign. What got me about it was why that didn't just invalidate that candidate. Then, if you're the candidate and you and your campaign are guilty of fraud, of voter fraud, they ended up doing a do-over. I'm like, no, you should be disqualified.
And it looks like Kentucky has been called for McConnell.
Damn. I think that was going to be. Unfortunately, that was kind of the gap there has been in the 5 to 10% range for the last 2 months. So,
well, I was hoping I dislike McConnell and Trump each in very different ways.
Right.
And in terms of more damage to this country, it's McConnell because without McConnell, Trump couldn't have done what he's done.
Right.
And McConnell is. Trump is, I'm just going to say it, Trump's an idiot. Trump doesn't know what he's doing, and he's done a tremendous amount of damage by being an idiot. McConnell's not an idiot. He is malevolent. he is an evil force of nature. I think I'm going to stand by that statement there.
I'm with you on that.
Yeah. Oh, dear Lord. Well, Texas is still in the light blue. Once again, we do have the my family just got back. It's got to tell you, my wife is so stressed out. She's like, she can't watch any of this. She can't. And she was just like, I'd love to watch the stream. I'm not going to watch the stream because I can't handle this. So she's out, but they just got back and they got me they got me what I like to call the anti-Maute pizza. So
it's got pineapple on it. What is it? It's with Madiganzi.
No, it's not got pineapple. Well, actually, you have nothing against meat, so but it's got sausage, hamburger, pepperoni, bacon, the whole 9 yards, and so
meat lovers.
Yeah, it's a meat lovers. But I was just thinking I was going to get okay, Nick. Nick, when was the last time you had a nice heart to heart with your arteries, Nick? Could you, Nick? Have you communed with your? Just kind of. So, Joe, how long have you known him, and how much of this shit have you had to put up with? I'm just asking.
Joe cooks with me. Joe and I have almost the same exact level of perfection and expectations in Italian food. Because we would only go out to eat at an Italian restaurant that knew how to make something we can't make ourselves.
Right.
We've made homemade raviolis together. We've made homemade gravy together.
Yeah.
You've made homemade gravy together. Okay, this is really starting to sound like I think the nature of this conversation has really changed.
Red gravy, Nick. Oh my God. Oh, you are such a Madagan that if
okay. So and we are just so everybody's aware, we are simulcasting on Twitter through Periscope, Facebook. We are on YouTube, and we are now on Pornhub. So those of you who wish to enjoy this continued conversation, now we will be cutting the stream on for those more political ones, and I'm going to let these two gentlemen continue.
What Nick was referencing is the fact that me and Joe were making love gravy.
God, I can't believe I just set him up for that. This is totally my fault. Okay, I would like to apologize to the audience
to you, Joe. I'm gonna lay you down by the fire.
Oh, we also have an identical view on pizza.
What's that?
We have an identical view on pizza. On what constitutes pizza?
Yeah, pizza. It's a very specific thing. I'll let you educate, Nick. I've said it so many times.
All right.
I would like to apologize to I do want to hear this on pizza, but I would like to apologize to our audience. I totally set them up for that. I didn't expect it to go to the. I'm very sorry.
It's an educational show, Nick. This is an educational show. We're about to
personal reflection regarding the life choices that got you. Okay. So tell me, Joe.
All right. So there's Neapolitan. There's Sicilian. I forget the third one.
Neapolitan, red and white.
Right. That's true. Sicilian and Dreck.
And well, on a good day, we will allow deep dish.
But
on a good day, it's really more like.
The thing is, Chicago pizza is a different animal. It's Chicago pizza. It's one word. it's its own thing.
So those are the only acceptable pizzas. Yeah. Right. And then the meats that go on it. Now you can go not so crazy. Call it a flatbread, and I will eat the shit out of it. Barbecue chicken, sausage and pepperonis are really the only meats that are acceptable on there. And then vegetables, legit vegetables. We're talking
mushrooms, onions, peppers,
the basics. And if it's a white pizza, you can throw some spinach on there and broccoli.
Legit vegetables. So obviously, this would be your stance on pineapple. I think has been made clear.
No fruit. You made my voice crack. Yeah, you made me so upset. My voice cracked. No fruit on pizza.
The only fruit that belongs on pizza is the tomatoes.
Yeah, I was about to say, isn't tomato a fruit? I was about to. Yeah. Okay.
Yes. So that's the end of your lesson on pizza.
Vox has returned. Vox,
hello. Yeah, I was listening. I actually needed to go get some food myself, so I was eating while listening to Italian. I was eating tacos that I was asked to cook prior to this thing getting going.
I made life easy for everybody. I was going to cook today and decided to just go to the store and get like the pre-made fried chicken bags, like the rotisserie chicken, fried chicken jams. And I bought a bunch of hoagies and I just put them in the fridge. And I'm just like, all right, guys, everyone eat when you're hungry. And like 100 bags of chips because I love chips.
I cooked pork fried rice.
I know. I'm so jealous.
Well, let's go down some of these updates here real quick.
Okay. Did we get Indiana?
No, just some state level information.
Indiana's Trump now.
But with $100 million spent opposing Mitch McConnell, it was one of the quickest races called. Oh. So it seems that Kentucky is just an impenetrable Republican fortress, and most likely will be sometime.
See, the weird thing that gets me about that is that his approval rating in Kentucky is like 37%. And the person running against him was like, a military, retired pilot. So we're talking, all the things that, the Republicans supposedly love, and yet they voted for a guy that they admittedly hate.
In Florida, the Biden campaign is reporting that it is turning out the margins that it wanted to turn out. Unfortunately, with the swing towards Trump in Miami-Dade, it has placed Donald Trump about 200,000 votes ahead of Joe Biden.
11% to go.
And it does not appear that there is enough votes left for Joe Biden for him to catch up to Donald Trump.
All right, so it looks like yeah, so okay, so that sounds like that's a problem. I mean, Florida hasn't been called yet, but it looks like I would anticipate then Florida being well. And actually, here's the thing too, which is actually in most cases. So here's the other thing you have to be a little careful with, which is, so for example, everybody knows where California is going to go. We had that discussion earlier, but you can't actually call California until the polls close. That's illegal. It's illegal because it could influence votes, and so. Florida cannot legally be called, even if there are 1 million votes for Trump, 1 vote for Biden, and there's not enough people left in Florida to possibly sway it. They cannot call it, and it can't go from that light red to dark red until the polls close. Then they can call it. So I don't. Let me see. I'll look when Florida closes, but it sounds like Florida's lost.
Florida closed at 8:00.
Oh, Florida closed. Oh, Florida closed at 8:00, and they haven't called it yet. Okay, it does sound like. I mean, it sounds like he can't win it, but okay. So, yeah, let's see. Florida. Okay, so what do we have next? We have.
I get the big thing.
Arkansas is closing in 3 minutes, and then we got a whole bunch more for that. Yes, you were going to say.
Yeah, the big thing is what precincts are out, because the 11%. See, that's the thing. It's not 11% of the votes available. It's 11% of the precincts have not reported. So some precincts are bigger than others. And that's why the whole thing, I mean, obviously, if Trump's outperforming in Miami-Dade, that hurts Biden. But if Biden still wins that county, there still could be enough votes for him to win. But it just depends on what the margins are there.
Well, we do have reporting from every single county in Florida as of now. Escambia County, Okaloosa County, Jefferson County, Madison County, and Bay County have all just reported in. We are nearing the end of reporting in Levi, Dixie, Taylor, Lafayette, Gilchrist.
Those are all the rural.
These are the rural areas. There is still some left in Suwannee and Columbia, but the rural areas seem to be counted. Polk County, which is a rather large county, is at 95%. Now, of course, these are estimated votes reported, which means, and what this is based on what these particular map people think will be the turnout. This is the number of votes left. So the New York Times is reporting that they believe in Florida there is about 530,000 votes remain for Donald Trump, and about 280,000 votes remain for Hillary Clinton.
Hillary Clinton?
I'm sorry.
I keep almost doing that myself. I just like
for Joe Biden. The one good thing, and even if Joe Biden does lose Florida here, there are some very good signs here. He has outperformed Hillary Clinton in almost every single county, with the exception of Miami-Dade. The concerning thing for me is his performance among African-American voters. Georgia is reporting that Donald Trump has managed to, at least for now, secure about 10% of the African-American vote, which is extremely concerning, considering that the African American vote is the entire Democratic margin.
Yeah, and it is surprising. So just there have been a lot of theories. My theory, and it's a bit dismissive, but my theory on Kanye West is that he had a mental health issue, probably some form of mania, and his behavior reminded me a bit of Charlie Sheen when he went through something like that. And that's my view. There are people who say that he did that to pull black voters out of the Democratic Party, and he was trying to help Trump. There's all these conspiracy theories. I don't know that he would have been as helpful of Trump. I don't know, but my view is it was as benign as. I mean, I think he legit wanted to be president and thought he could do it. Any thoughts?
I think trying to figure out the thoughts of a person who is clinically mentally disturbed is not something that we can.
Yeah, I mean, I'm with Fox on that. And to be honest with you, not only is he disturbed and bizarre, I also don't think he's the genius that he thinks that he is either. So, as far
This
as
is a man that labeled himself Christ, not 6 or 7
he?
years ago. Oh yeah.
He and Trump would get along famously, I would imagine.
they do.
Yeah.
Him, Trump, Kanye, and Kim Jong-un. Man, that's just you know.
I know. Well, Dennis Rodman. Dennis Rodman will be next.
There you go. Dennis Rodman, yes.
I remember when we did this stream when Kanye entered the race, and our thumbnail was him on Mount Rushmore, the whole thing that he did up. And I remember like saying this and going, I have to read this with a straight face. And I said, okay, he is registered as a member of the birthday party. And I just like, and people are like, wow, this is a pretty awesome stream. Nick's got a really good sense. I was like, I'm not. I can't. I'm sorry. I don't have the skills to make this shit up. All right. So it looks like
I have yet to make it through that Rogan episode with Kanye West. Apparently, Rogan was very forgiving and nice to Kanye West because Kanye just says crazy shit.
Rogan's kind of, yeah, he's a piece of work.
He certainly is.
All right, hold on. I'm trying to get some math done here. That's boom.
I think I'm gonna jet for a little bit.
Well, thank you very much for joining us. You could definitely come back anytime. But thank you. Do you want to? You said you don't really YouTube anymore. Do you have any place where people can go find you either on Twitter?
Yeah, I don't do Twitter. I mean, Serious Mind on YouTube. If I'm doing it, I may make some more videos soon. I don't know. Depends on how things go tonight. But it's SIRIUS like the dog star, and MINED as in extracted from the earth.
All right. Thank you very much for joining us, Joe. It was a pleasure to meet you.
Take care.
All right, Joe.
All right. So,
what do we got?
Well, this is surprising to me right here in North Carolina, and this these numbers don't seem to track well for me. In Mecklenburg County, says that we have 84% of estimated votes reported, with a total vote counted so far of about 500,000 votes. Mecklenburg has a much, 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 much larger population than that. So I'm wondering how good some of these estimates are.
So let's see. It looks like
I'm moving back and forth between so many different bits of information here. My head is
there's a lot. Well, I'm cautiously optimistic about Texas. I think what we're looking at, and I'm trying to collate some, I'm talking to a number of people whose opinions I trust sort of in the background who've been looking at this, and the general consensus is that, if Florida goes, if North Carolina goes, if Georgia goes to Trump, a couple of, we end up with a couple of must-win states, Michigan and Wisconsin, maybe Pennsylvania, Texas. If he gets a number of those, he'll be looking all right. But I think that's sort of what we're looking at. So if he gets Texas, I think that's going to make Biden supporters breathe easier. But I don't think this is not. I think.
So my map as of this morning that I locked in, as far as what I considered most likely to not have any kind of real movement, put Joe Biden above the 270 mark. Michigan is a must-win state for Joe Biden. Minnesota is a must-win state for Joe Biden. Now, Pennsylvania, once we get to those two, Joe Biden has several paths to victory. We can talk about those for a minute. Pennsylvania, if we gather all the must-win states for Joe Biden, if he takes
which ones are the must-wins again? So you've got Michigan.
Michigan and Minnesota are must-win states for Joe Biden. Those are two. Minnesota barely went to Hillary Clinton in 2016 by about 0.2 percentage points. And obviously Michigan went to Donald Trump. Now, if Joe Biden loses either one of those states, then his path to victory is severely diminished. I expect him to win both of those very readily. He has been polling above 10 to 11% in Michigan, which is much greater than Hillary Clinton was at this point in time in 2016. So I see no reason to expect Michigan to go to Donald Trump, especially with Donald Trump's COVID response. I think that's what really sealed it. But he has a lot of paths. So Pennsylvania gives him an automatic victory. North Carolina gives him an automatic victory. Georgia gives him an automatic victory. Outside of that, Arizona +1 would give him 270 electoral votes exactly. Arizona being 11, and if he picks up either the Nebraska or the Maine second, that would give him precisely 270 electoral votes. Of course, the problem is that with any of these paths to victory for Joe Biden, as these returns diminish his chances, we lose the ability to, of course, declare a mandate, which is something that really needs to be done in order to repudiate the politics of Donald Trump. And as I said, the turnout in the African-American communities in Georgia and Florida are concerning me greatly. I have initially, as of this morning, given Donald Trump a 1 in 3 chance of winning, which was much greater than the 10% that 538 was willing to give Donald Trump. So I think this is going to be a nail-biter. It's shaping up to be much more of a nail-biter than Democrats would have liked.
So, yeah, I mean, for me, the only thing on one level I care about is that Trump is out of office. Realistically speaking, that leaves us with tomorrow. Aside from any number of other difficulties, you're going to end up with the Supreme Court packing. Probably the Supreme Court is going to be moved from 9 to 11. All just a lot that's going to be happening over there. A lot's going to happen, and Trump has sort of suggested that he's going to, just burn the institution down if he doesn't get his way, which is another kind of business thing. It's like, oh well, hey, if you're going to fire me, I'm going to do damage to the business. So it's an interesting thing. But we've got let's see, we've got sorry, I had a conversation there. So this begs a question. This begs a question of what. Let's assume Biden wins. Obviously, a mandate would be very helpful because then even the Republicans would have to say, okay, we have to change what we've been doing. We talked about this at the top of the show. if the Republicans lose, do they sit there and say, we have to stop these political tactics? It's been repudiated. I think, Vox, you bring up a good point. That depends largely on how much do they lose by. But if, and just as a reminder, because people are voting, vote 1 for Trump to win Texas, vote 2 for Biden. So that vote, we've got that vote going. But let's assume that it's reasonably close and Biden wins. What do things look like in the next 8 to 12 hours after that, do you think?
I really don't know. I would expect, if we could imagine for a moment what the inside of, say, a monkey cage would be if you have not fed those monkeys for 3 days and then you throw a single banana in there. I believe that the level of screeching that will come from the conservative side will be able to be heard in space, if it is close, which is why we want a bigger victory for Joe Biden. And of course, the closer you are, the closer we get in numbers, the more legal challenges are brought out, the more we pay attention to specific votes and the signatures and things like that, which drag things on and on and on and on. So that's what I would imagine the immediate aftermath would look like with a minor Biden victory, is a march to the courts. I imagine Fox News goes insane. I imagine liberals dancing in the streets.
Well, I did check out, I try to look at Fox News whenever there's a day that I'm doing anything with news. Fox News is one of my go-to sources. I'm not kidding. I want to see what the other side is doing. So
I think it's important.
I agree. But what I like was, it's very interesting to get their perspective, because they were talking about the path to 11 justices on the Supreme Court. Now, the reason we would add 11 justices on the Supreme Court, we would add 2 to undo the extra seats that the Republicans got through shenanigans, or however you want to. And it's clear that the Republicans have been able to add an excess number of conservatives to the Supreme Court. Now, that's called stacking. On Fox, it said Democrats attempt to stack the court by adding 2 seats likely to fail. Now, if they added 2 seats and put Democrats in both those seats, you'd end up with an even court again. You'd end up with an even, it wouldn't be stacked. It would, by definition, it would be, and here's Fox News. And I was just like, that's some scary propaganda. That was just, and we've covered Fox News and talked about it on the show. We came up when we were talking generations theory. It's come up with when we had on Dr. John Shook. We've had some of what they do, and it's amazing because they actually do have some pretty good reporting. But in my view, that's just sort of cover for everything else. So they toss in punditry from what is it? Hannity, from what's the all of those guys, the
Tucker Carlson,
Morning Joe, Carlson, yeah, they all that's punditry, but they act like it's news. It's punditry, so they can say whatever they want, and then they've got real news, so it's sort of like you can't tell one from the other, and all of a sudden news and opinion are mixed, and oh dear Lord.
So recently, Tucker Carlson was taken to court. And the defense of Fox News, of Tucker Carlson, because obviously there is the fairness doctrine. And while the fairness doctrine has been basically mitigated so far, there are still lawsuits that are brought under the guise of the fairness doctrine. And what the fairness doctrine was a law created in order to ensure that factual information was given to the American public through airways, because the airways are owned by the people, right? The means of production, so to speak, are owned by the people. That television shows and television companies who wanted to put things on the air were required to meet certain standards. So in their news, they had to be factual. Fox News gets around this by claiming that they are not actually a news show, even though it is right in the name, that they are an entertainment show. So recently in the lawsuit against Tucker Carlson, the defense of Fox News was that no reasonable person could possibly believe that anything Tucker Carlson says should ever be taken seriously. Now, the defense of Tucker Carlson,
a reasonable person would not consider the things that are said as truthful.
As truthful.
Dear Lord.
The issue there is that the people that watch Fox News, and by the way, Fox News is a phenomenon. If you go to any southern town, they only get an echo chamber. Kentucky, Tennessee, West Virginia, South Carolina, these places only get an echo chamber. Not only are they waking up and watching Fox News, right? They are getting Fox News when they go to their McDonald's on the television for their coffee. They're getting Fox News when they walk into their automotive place. And in between then, they are getting Rush Limbaugh, who, I don't, wish ill will on anybody, but he'll be gone next year, and we will not have to deal with Rush Limbaugh anymore. Rush Limbaugh.
Why do you say? I've heard that before, and that.
Well, he's been diagnosed with terminal lung cancer. He has stage 4 terminal lung cancer. He is on his way out. He will not last another couple of months.
Okay. That is unfortunate.
That's what look, the man. I'm surprised he made it. As long as he had. He was an opioid addict who turned into an obese potato who, just sucked on the wet end of fucking cigar after cigar for so long that I'm surprised he just doesn't bleed nicotine out of his eyes.
I just realized I'm going to get so much blowback from that, because that's literally the episode we just did. Maute probably just heard, under my breath, and I meant it. I was just, that's unfortunate. I'm sorry that, he's got family, he's got people who care about him. So I was just like, yeah, that's unfortunate. It's like, okay, it's Rush Limbaugh. It's, do we wish ill on Trump? Okay, we're not gonna go down that rabbit hole again. So you were saying?
Shoebox is full of opioids.
So the
right?
shoebox is full of them. Yeah. So the problem, though, is that because these people live in an echo chamber and they are not getting accurate information, that we will never be able to turn the dials. And so I've had this conversation with multiple people before where we talk about the West Virginia coal miner and how the West Virginia coal miner doesn't have time to try to figure out the difference between Joe Biden's policy and Donald Trump's policy. All he knows is that, Donald Trump, says he's not going to do the taxes and he's going to support coal. And Joe Biden, and so they know very, very little about these things. And so the echo chamber is what guides these places. And so when we get in court, the attorneys for the Fox News network arguing that no reasonable person would ever take anything Tucker Carlson says to be true. And Tucker Carlson is one of the most watched and quoted people by conservative media. We know that we have reached an epidemic in the mental capacity of the conservative right, who used to be an extremely important part of our governing system. The conservative right, for a very long time, while draconian, was intelligent. At least the people that were running the things. And I don't mean conniving, I mean intelligent. They, just had a different view of the way economics was supposed to work, foreign policy was supposed to work, and society was supposed to work. But they weren't evil. They were just different. And they checked rampant left progress, which is necessary. Now we have no intellectual check. We just have irrationality.
Well, and that's so we had on. I don't think you've ever met Isandering before, but he's been on a number of times, and he and I had a gun debate or a discussion. I don't know what you want to call it, but I've met. I was going to say he's one of the few conservatives I've met that there are a lot of conservatives who are just as upset about this kind of thing. And in fact, some conservatives are more upset by this kind of thing because they feel like they get lumped in with what's happening to the party, which in their view has been hijacked. But well, Isandering is conservative in most of his views, certainly not all of them. You can't really pigeonhole him, but he's pro Second Amendment. We have that discussion a lot, but he makes good arguments. I mean, he's none of it is straw manning, and none of it's really appeals to emotion. And it's not, well, you could. The founding father said I could have my gun so you can pry it out of my golden. No, he is what I would view sort of as the embodiment of conservatism. He's genuinely conservative, and there's a whole. I'd like to get. We're trying to. I'm hoping that we can sometime when he's free, because he's been busy, we can have on Saka, because we've had this discussion before on other channels, and I think it's a worthy one to have here. What is liberalism? What is conservatism? What have these things historically meant? What do they mean now? What is neoliberal? Because that, to a lot of people, neoliberal. How does neoliberal blossom out of conservatism? It doesn't seem to make sense. But when you understand how these concepts evolved over time, it makes a lot more sense what they are now. And I think it's a bad idea to straw man, sort of genuine conservatives. What we see here is reactionary. What we see here in most of these cases is not people who have, in my view at least, a lot of, to be grossly hyperbolic and what's the word? Not stereotypical, I suppose. I'm going to say that it's been my experience of a number of the Trump voters that they tend to be more reactionary. They're concerned with these emotional responses that you were talking about. In some cases, they don't have a choice. That coal miner that you were talking about, who doesn't have a chance to really go through the news and a chance to actually get educated on these things. They just go for what they want to hear. And Fox News has targeted a demographic, and they understand how, generations theory, they understand what this current generation that they're targeting, the elder generation, is looking for. They're looking for stability. They're looking for people who say, we know what your values are. These are your values. And these are the people who oppose those values. And they're destroying everything by trying to let boys kiss and do all these other things, which really isn't an important thing. We should be focused on our defense and keeping our country safe and all these other things, and playing explicitly to those kinds of people. So, I'm sorry, and I'm aware that I'm distracted. I'm getting a couple of different, it's like we got 16 different windows open, so all of us are like, okay, we're going to be engaged, we're going to be present, we're going to have these great conversations, and squirrel.
Squirrel, yes, squirrel.
Yeah, but it's not just squirrel. It's like, whoa,
well, based springboarding off of what you just said, Sam Harris just put out a 5-minute podcast like yesterday, where he seemed to have had an epiphany, because we're talking about the conservatives and how they've changed over time, how the William F. Buckleys, as much as we don't like them, they can articulate a conservative position that isn't necessarily, unless he's talking to Gore Vidal, of course, isn't necessarily vitriolic, right? The epiphany that Sam Harris came to was that even though Trump brags about himself, how can I put this? And even though he says disparaging things against people that aren't him, it doesn't come across as insulting to the people to the 40% that are locked in on him. Whereas from the left, it always seems to be a message of poo-pooing people who aren't academic like them. And that seemed to be like Sam Harris's, or at least a part of Sam Harris's perspective, where it's like, well, no wonder the message that Trump is saying is resonating with people, because while not putting other people down, he's kind of bragging about himself. While from the left, those same people are hearing, you know, guns, God, and Bible, and, you know, how bad they are and how good, you know, the academic people are and how they should be trusted. And they're very looking down their nose at these very same people. So if you're those people, Trump certainly looks a lot more appealing, because at least he's not explicitly looking down his nose at you in the way that, you know, positions from the left are. So I thought that was a fun position to think about.
So
let me interrupt with one quick thing. A 26-year-old Taylor Small has now become Vermont's first transgender state legislator.
Hey,
all right,
go Alphabet people.
So just thought I'd thank you, Tony, for that.
I'd like to just throw out that Indiana is now projecting Donald Trump will take their 11 electoral votes. And the North Carolina GOP is reporting that they expect the state to be close, and that the returns coming in have not given them any reason to remove the buckets catching the sweat from their brows. So
you said that's North Carolina?
That is in North Carolina.
We can only do one poll at a time. I want to get up a poll on like North Carolina or something. I'd love to get up other polls, whether the Texas one's the biggie, but it's like there's enough here that, yeah, I'm nervous. Anyways, I'm sorry.
We also are looking, so currently we're looking at about 70% of the expected votes in North Carolina. The New York Times currently is projecting that Donald Trump will win North Carolina. They're giving him about a plus 1.3 margin. But the way that the New York Times does their things, for anybody that's looking at the New York Times may be a little bit misleading. What they do is they have a, it's almost like a gas tank kind of thing that goes back and forth like this. And what they do is their projections are merely based on ranges of votes. So they'll go back and forth based on this. So those numbers can shift drastically depending on the votes that are coming in. It does appear that Joe Biden currently has about an 8% lead over Donald Trump as far as votes that have been counted. And it looks like Cal Cunningham, which is the North Carolina Senate, has about a 6% lead over Tom Tillis. Now, remember, in North Carolina with Cal Cunningham, this is one of the must-win senatorial seats in order for Democrats to take control of the Senate. Cal Cunningham was considered to be a shoe-in. He was considered to be the generic Democrat, nothing special about him, no scandals or anything like that. And of course, 3 weeks before the election, turns out he is having an affair.
We don't say that word here on In Time. We say hiking the Appalachian Trail. Sorry, I just call back. Esoteric callback. It's just what was it? Who was it who was hiking the Appalachian Trail? Somebody in the live channel. He was a governor or something, and he liked to go out into the woods, and he'd come back, and it turns out it was just like, oh, I've been hiking the Appalachian Trail, and he was having an affair, and it was just a story.
Gotcha.
It's a very specific. And that I do want to let you finish, but I want to make a quick point. We're probably going to get a flurry of activity in about 1 minute, but before we do, Ethan Prolib, who was one of our very first correspondents, political correspondent, later became a co-host on Overtime, has just sent a message here, and it just says, if Biden wins North Carolina, I'll feel differently, but right now Trump is going to win Florida, North Carolina, and Georgia. Or sorry, no, that's no. and if he wins all three, if he wins all three, Biden needs Texas, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Michigan. So we will see. I'll be up very late. So won't we all?
Well, I'm going to disagree with that.
Well, that was. So why don't you finish what you were saying? Then we'll dissect that one. I got that down,
Sure.
But that was a message from. It was just. We wish Ethan well. He, as I understand it, he's been doing very, very well, happy, healthy, and he's got a strong family. He's taking good care of them. So everybody here is I'm thrilled to hear from him, and everybody here could not be happier for him. So that was just we just got that down from the back end. So, and we do have a whole bunch of things coming in. So let's take a look at the map. So, all right. And did I seem to get booted every time I, okay, I'm still connected. I've been booted now a couple of times, and I think I heard Maute saying something about taking over the show.
So if you can't see your map, it looks like your map has called, I don't have any particular information on this, but your map is showing North Dakota, South Dakota, Nebraska, and Wyoming for Trump, and New Mexico for Joe Biden.
Now, a win for Joe Biden in New Mexico isn't huge. I'll talk about New Mexico in a second, but it is interesting. I'd be cautiously optimistic if he won that. I am going to try to see if I can get some other official numbers. Like I said, so this is actually the AP map. So I mean, I usually consider AP one of the last reliable sources. So my hope is all this data,
the only reliable source,
between them and Reuters. New Mexico, and New Mexico is a very good example of why you have to be very careful with what you see here in front of you. New Mexico is huge. You take a look at New Mexico there, it's like, wow. What you need to realize is the entire population of that state, that big state right there, they have 1/2 the population of New York City. New York City. So that's why it's your eyes tell you lots of red, a little blue, big problems. There is so much stuff gets really difficult to go break down. So I'm thrilled about New Mexico. It's a big state. It's not a huge win because its numbers are so small, but it's a win, and it's a win in an area where I don't think it was unexpected, but it wasn't expected either. It was kind of a toss up, and my hope is that usually when you win something like that, some of the nearby states tend to think similarly. So I'm hoping that that's an indication of where Texas goes. But so Vox, what were you going to say?
I don't remember. They have called but they have called New Mexico. They have called New York for Joe Biden, putting Joe Biden at 119 electoral votes, Donald Trump at 92. North Carolina is still leaning towards Joe Biden, but it appears that Georgia may be pulling away from Joe Biden, which is unfortunate. I remember. So your friend Ethan says that Joe Biden needs to win Texas. Now, there is
all three. Biden needs he said Texas, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Michigan. I don't know that he's saying he necessarily needs all of them, but those are going to become must win. I think is what he's saying. If Trump wins Florida, Georgia, and North Carolina.
Let's see here. Let me see if I can pull back up. I should have had this. See how unprepared I am? You should dock my pay.
I try to keep decisions like that kind of private, but I was thinking we're going to switch to the baby carrots just for a week.
Yeah, the baby carrots.
The baby carrots, you know, just still got the carrots, but or just get a carrot or two less, you know.
Well, you know, I am a small person, you know. I mean, I know I look big on camera, you know, but I'm actually only 115 pounds.
Well, to tell you the truth, and you know, it's somehow pay comes up around a lot around here. For Titan, I told him he's doing a spectacular job, so I'm willing to give him like a 50% pay raise. I mean, just right off the, you know, maybe even 60. Quite frankly, I'm that kind of guy. Okay. Oh, and I'm being corrected here by Sinister Porpoise. New Mexico has been a blue state for a while, so thank you for the correction. So, and let's see. And Sinister Porpoise has been calling Indiana for Trump because I'm psychic and I know everything. Sinister Porpoise is just like, oh, Jesus. And Sinister Porpoise says these things, and it's just like, Sinister Porpoise has no idea what. Oh, she was right. Okay. That's sort of my so all right. So I'm sure she's been calling it. Let's see. So what we are looking at is and we've got a couple more states that appear to have and what I'm thinking of doing is I do like this map because it's a very good, you know, again, it's Associated Press, and I tend to take that very seriously. But I'm going to see if we can maybe bring up a map that's got some better projections of what are the remaining paths and what we're looking at for the future. So I'm going to see there's a couple of very good maps that do that. I try to stay away from maps that are overly complex because it doesn't always appear very well on the screen, and I don't know what people are looking at. But I'm going to start looking for another map like that. But hopefully the colors may be hard to come out.
So I'm looking at my personal projections right now. And we were talking about the states that I believe were must-win for Joe Biden, and those were Minnesota, Wisconsin, and Michigan. And I have no reason to doubt that Donald Trump will not, Joe Biden will not win Minnesota and Michigan. I think he's going to win both of those. Wisconsin is a little bit more difficult. I think he's going to win, but I'm less. I would give Donald Trump a better chance of winning Wisconsin than, say, Michigan or Minnesota. But that takes Joe Biden to 258 electoral votes, which means that he only needs 12 to get the White House. So, again, a Pennsylvania victory puts him at 278. An Arizona victory plus Maine second puts him at 270. A victory in North Carolina puts him at 273. A victory in Ohio puts him at 277. So there are still a lot of paths for Joe Biden to take. I do expect him to win Arizona. And I do expect him to win Pennsylvania. But I was hoping Florida and Georgia would be added to the mix. I do not expect Joe Biden to win Texas. I expect it to be very close, but I don't really expect Texas to become a true toss-up state for another 2 or 3 election cycles.
Why is that?
The population's not there. There are more people moving to Texas, and more of those people are liberally minded people, but there is just not the concentration necessary in order to turn it into a true toss-up. And when we talk about a true toss-up, we mean a state that on any given year could go anyway. And that's a true toss-up.
All right.
Interestingly enough, with population movements, if we look at Virginia just for a moment, in 2004, Virginia was one of the quickest states called for George W. Bush. And in 2020, it is now one of the quickest states called for Joe Biden. So the shift, the magnitude of shift in Virginia has just been phenomenal, and that is spilling into North Carolina with the North Carolina education system kind of pushing that way, its university system pushing the way. And the same thing is, that's the same thing we're seeing in Texas and Arizona, is that the information technology sectors are really starting to push these states towards democratic leading values. And what we are not seeing is any of the, we're not seeing growth of conservatism in any of these states anymore. We're seeing its decline.
All right. So I'm looking at now a couple of different, and I think I did the ABC, and I may have misplaced the ABC numbers, so I want to see if I can get those back again. Hopefully it's not just, you know, a case of, you know, I like where those numbers are headed. So it's like, oh, those are good numbers. You know, it's like that has Biden winning. Obviously, they know what they're talking about. So I'm going to try to avoid that. But ABC had, I think I did those numbers, and that without the toss-ups, Biden was into the high. Let's see. I think this is, nope, this is not it. He was into the high 250s, and Trump was only at about 98. But what we've got now is this consensus map that I'm looking at is all of the projections of the remaining states, a number of them, Washington, Oregon, California, are basically foregone conclusions. These are California has 55, so California is huge. It's 55 electoral. It's one of the biggest prizes of the night is California, and he's going to get it. I mean, that's just pretty much a foregone conclusion. So when you add Washington, Oregon, you add New Mexico, Colorado, Minnesota, Illinois. If you add up all the states that now at this point he is expected to win, and this isn't even this is assuming losing some of the blues that we have on this map here. Right now he is projected with none of the toss-up states. That means taking out Florida, North Carolina, Ohio, Arizona, Georgia, eliminating all those states. They're toss-up, so they don't go for anybody. Just going based on where states are there's a lean past a margin of error. Biden would be at 279, and Trump would be at 163 with 96 toss-up states. So I don't know how pleased to be with those numbers. I don't, you know, it's, I think, Box, you know, that we can always, you know, and I know Chris will definitely start to just like, you know, you see what you like and you go for it. And these are just projections and we don't know. And we've seen these projections head south, but I do like those numbers. So what are your thoughts?
Okay. I don't like the idea of jumping to conclusions. I've made a pact with myself that for the rest of this year, I'm going to try not to jump to conclusions. And, you know, like tonight is like the test for that, right? Because, you know, we're getting each state as its percentage of, you know, votes come in. So it's just like, oh, at 65%, that's 65% certainty. But what about 70% is in? Well, that's 70%. Oh man. So it's just like I had mentioned earlier, this is the fun part of the evening because we're halfway through the broadcast. For the next 3 hours, we're just going to be getting more and more high resolution detail to these vague ideas that we're kind of being able to project now in our crystal balls of all the information that we're trying to aggregate. So I don't want to jump to any, you know, let's be agnostic about the things that we need to be agnostic about.
I'm just blown away by the difference in numbers here in Florida, with 90% expected reporting in. Donald Trump is ahead by 400,000 votes in Florida. And I don't know what to do with that information. I really don't.
So Titan Uranus, one don't jump to conclusions. 2, don't eat hot pepper corn chips.
Give me a break.
I think that was rigged, first of all. If you all see that, Maute was just like, you know, he put something in his mouth. We don't know what it is. And he's like, I can really taste the flavor. It's just, there's so much flavor to this. Is everyone else sweating? Are people passing out?
You must have stopped watching, because at 40 minutes, I see God and then puke. Oh, you can see it on my face.
So you don't like spicy food?
I love spicy food. I love it so much that I hosted a challenge called the One Chip Challenge on my channel, myself included and 4 other people this past Sunday. And it is, I have it right here. There's a company called Packy that makes, it's one chip. It's the One Chip Challenge. And you eat this chip. To give you an idea of how hot this chip is, it is coated, it is dusted in powdered activated charcoal,
so that you can survive it. It's a medical coating to make it so that your stomach won't.
This is total speculation, but I think it's the company's way of at least saying we tried. Like, you know, if it eats a hole through your stomach, right, you know, in a direct line to your butthole, they can be like, hey, we tried. We coated it in activated charcoal.
We tried to save their lives.
I'm just curious. What did that taste like?
No! You did not just ask that question.
Oh, you asked the wrong motherfucker that question. It was quite good. I could actually taste the pepper that they were, you know, it was Carolina Reaper, I believe. Yeah, Carolina Reaper with Szechuan heat, which is just an extract. But it tasted good. Here's the problem. I'm good at handling mouth. I'm good at handling face heat. I didn't realize until 40 minutes in that my gut heat game is non-existent. This is way more information than I think our audience needs to know. I'm merely talking about my stomach. I'm not even talking about my lower GI. I'm just merely specifying my upper GI. Well, I puked, so fortunately I didn't have to worry about that extra 8 hours of pain. So that's all I'll say about that. Thank you, Titan. Yes, do not jump to conclusions.
Well, and he brought on a lot of friends to do this.
I did,
and it's one of those where it's just like, you know, hey, wow, I'm busy that night. I'm sorry, I gotta like read a book or something.
Oh, and the best part was I trash talked so bad for that first half, because I didn't feel much heat on the face, right? And everyone else is crying and they're hurting and they're drinking and they've given up, and I'm like, you guys are a bunch of goddamn snowflakes that are melting under the smallest bit of heat. And then 40 minutes later I puke my guts out. So it serves me right. The lesson of the story, ladies and gentlemen, is only eat really spicy things about once a month.
Well, I was going to say, so you know, he is the voice of reason on this show. You know, it's like, okay, don't jump to conclusions. You know, let's be. So first of all, I kind of, for that reason, we're trying to find a way to get rid of him. But if there's one thing this show is not about, it's about having a voice of reason. Yeah, okay. But then he does something like that. I was like,
it's called benign masochism. It's called benign masochism.
Yeah.
I like it.
Like, all right. Same reason why you ride roller coasters, right?
I mean, I just can't get over the idea that the activated charcoal didn't mess with the flavor of the chip.
It made it a bit more bitter, right? But I mean, I ate it so fast. I mean, you know, because it's a big chip. Like imagine a Doritos times 2.
Okay.
Right? So I folded, or it broke. So I folded it in half and ate it very quickly. But
Vox, did you literally just ask him a follow-up question about the flavor?
This is great.
Well, so I used to do, I like spicy foods as well. Now, I've never done the One Chip Challenge, but I have eaten some very, very spicy hot wings. And I've done, you know, kind of like hot wing challenges with some of my friends who can eat the most. And so I would always get the boneless wings, which is just basically, you know, a chicken breast covered in, you know. But the reason that I got that is because if I was going to eat something super spicy, I wanted to keep it off my lips. So I would just rub my lips in chapstick. And all my buddies, they'd be eating these bone ones. They'd be getting this stuff all over their face. I'd just be like, and then after the heat came in, I would always just drink. I would drink buttermilk, and go on. So I'm assuming you did not try to drink any buttermilk.
That was the challenge. The challenge was how long could you last without drinking something to mediate the heat?
Gotcha.
So we've got yeah, they're also, I call shenanigans because, like, now there was some clever thinking, quite frankly. There was, like, I forget who it was. I was it Sokka who? Yeah, I think it was Sokka who would.
Sokka did that.
Yeah. So what he did was he started prepping. Like, I mean, I love spicy food, but, you know, I'll eat something that's kind of spicy and then a bit hotter and then something really hot before I have something that's just, you know, really just up there. And that's what he did. So he prepped himself with foods, getting himself more and more prepared and attuned or adjusted to heat before doing this. I don't know. I'm just going to call shenanigans on that thing, but so we're getting an indication now from, I guess, Politico that election results for Georgia, or sorry, for the Georgia county that includes the vast majority of Atlanta will be delayed because of a pipe burst in a room where absentee ballots were being counted. And if they were being counted already, then I suppose that...
I'm sorry, what?
So Politico is reporting that election results for Georgia County, for the Georgia County that includes the vast majority of Atlanta will be delayed because of... So that's Atlanta, Georgia.
That's Fulton County.
Yeah, okay, Fulton County. All right. So, and, I mean, again, some of this is, you know, I wonder, I mean, we always see a little bit of this. So it's like, of course, you know, you get the conspiracy theories like, okay, between that and we're not going to be able to count any of the absentee ballots. But absentee ballots, like I said, are usually counted last anyway, because they only count them if the difference between the winner and the loser is less than the total number of absentee ballots, because there's no point in counting otherwise. So, but that's what we've got. So, really, there hasn't been much of a change, and there's no other. What is it? There's no other. Not until 10 o'clock are we having any other polls close. At 10, it's Idaho, Iowa, Montana. Now, Idaho, it's actually, I don't think it's their electoral college. They're not going to be closing the electoral college, I guess, or their electoral right away. That's going to be, okay, so it's going to be Iowa, Montana, Nevada, and Utah are going to be closing. Now, those are all, Iowa's big, but do we have any projections on Iowa? What do we think is going to happen with Iowa?
Iowa is 50-50. It could go either way.
Okay.
Obviously, Montana and Idaho and Utah will all go to Donald Trump. And then after that, you know, obviously Washington, Oregon, California, and Nevada will all go to Joe Biden. Hawaii will go for Joe Biden. The District of Columbia will go for Joe Biden, and Alaska will go for Donald Trump, and New Hampshire will go for Joe Biden. So those are the things that I think the remaining states that have not had any results are pretty easy to call, with the exception being Arizona. So there should not be any really big surprises out west.
I am looking at Pennsylvania just because I live in Pennsylvania. Updated 1 minute ago. Biden is up 63%, 36%. And who is Jo Jorgensen?
Jo Jorgensen is the Libertarian candidate. She is on the ballot in all 50 states. She is the going to be the biggest third-party candidate as far as number of accumulated votes. I expect Joe Jorgensen to have somewhere between 5 and 10 million votes. Is what I would expect. It is a major party, a major minor party, if that makes sense. It's the biggest of the minor parties. They do have a similar process to the two big parties. They have caucuses and primaries, and they get together and they have a convention. And the most notable thing that has happened at the Libertarian Convention in recent memory that I can think of is during one of the speeches for their planks, a man stood up and got up on stage entirely naked to show that freedom means freedom. So there you are.
I'm not sure that that's what that demonstrates, but I appreciate the attempt.
The Libertarian Party of the United States of America.
Freedom means freedom.
Freedom means freedom, and of course, the most notable candidate of the Libertarian Party is, of course, Ron Paul, who was an anti-science doctor.
Jesus, that's right.
Much like his son Rand Paul, who is an anti-science doctor, and he was also adamant racist. The libertarians are a special breed because it's basically like if you like they're contrarians almost, right? So take anything that's actually factual about the political zeitgeist, pick the wrong answer, and then stick it into an ideology, and that's libertarianism. And they're just unapologetic about it, right? They're just unapologetic about the contradictory nature of their ideology, and it's mostly libertarians are mostly white people who are disenfranchised with the Republican Party, but would never vote for the Democratic Party.
Or dissatisfied as opposed to disenfranchised. It's rare to hear white people and disenfranchised in the same sentence, but
well, true.
Not to be not to be contrarian myself, but all right. So, well, I'm still trying to get up a couple of different numbers. So it looks like we're going to be in a bit of a lag right now. I'm actually probably going to switch out. It looks like people are split on who's going to win Texas. Will it be Trump or Biden? Texas is still a light blue, and I think if he wins Texas, I mean Texas. So the biggies on the map are, I mean, California, which is going to get of the remaining.
That would be amazing.
I think Texas is the biggest. I mean, Texas is bigger than Florida. So of the remaining toss-ups, Texas is the biggest one, I believe. It's got to be.
Yeah, it is. Okay,
so I mean, so if he gets that, that's 38 plus the 55 from California plus what he's got already, which is.
Biden wins Texas. If Biden wins Texas, it's over. There are just states that if he wins, it's over because of the states that he's going to win. If he wins Texas, he's the president.
Okay, let's break the math down on this actually. So it's between what he's won and what I think we can really say for certain he will win. There's no would take an act of God to lose. That's California, Oregon so that's 183 is actually where he is now. And I'm gonna Maute is muted, so he's not gonna sit there and say anything about I've promised for the rest of the year. He's a buzzkill. So
jump to conclusions. No jumping to conclusions.
No, yeah, you can. Here's what you need to do. I'll make you a little map. It'll be the jumping to conclusions board. You can jump to conclusions, and while we'll all be making fun of really bad esoteric movie references. So I mean, Biden right now he's got technically 122. That's what's done.
Yes,
but when you include the states that cannot, yay, Michael's back. Good to see you, Mike. So we just had somebody in the live chat just hop in. So when you include the states that are just solid blues, they're reliable Democratic strongholds like California and Oregon. He's actually up to 183. So Trump, based on those reliable states that he's got and his current total, would be up to 163. So, no, I'm sorry, I read that wrong. So it's 180. No, I'm just going to stick with the 183. So, okay, so it's 183. Then, if he gets Texas, yeah, he's not. He's not going to need. Okay, I'm sorry. I was just trying to figure out. I got distracted trying to be.
So basically,
snarky to one of our supporters.
Basically, the way I see the map as of right now, if I just give Joe Biden states that I mean, strike me down kind of thing, that Joe Biden will win. He's at 248. Donald Trump's at 170. I'm going to go ahead and just give Donald Trump Georgia and Florida. I don't want to give them up, but I'm going to go ahead and give them to Donald Trump. So a victory in Texas would give Joe Biden 286 electoral votes. We need 270 electoral votes to win. And that is not including North Carolina, Pennsylvania, Ohio, Wisconsin, the rest of these things. Based on the way I think the map will look, Joe Biden needs to win one major toss-up state: North Carolina, Ohio, Pennsylvania, or Texas. If he wins Wisconsin, or he needs to win a combination of Arizona in the main second, or Iowa and Arizona, or something of that nature.
All right. So I think this is oh yeah. So what happens if he wins the electoral and loses, or wins the popular vote and loses the electoral? I think anybody who says that should just get a perma ban. And I don't think you're allowed to. No. All right. Oh, okay. So we've got in the next major closing, which is at 10 o'clock, we have only 21 electoral votes up at that, and 78 up at 11. And then I think that's going to be, by that point, yeah, the outstanding is going to be about 7 after that. So it's very small. 10 o'clock we're not expecting anything big. 11 o'clock, we're going to start to see some extra numbers roll in. And I'm really hoping, Chris has been kind of optimistic and said, done by midnight. I'm hoping he's right. And I'm cautiously optimistic.
I'm hoping
he is. So somebody's going to have to explain to me the difference.
You're saying cautious. I appreciate that. I say naive. Naively optimistic.
I think that's probably a more accurate. Yeah, I will go with that. So I don't know. So it sounds, Vox, like you are. I mean, I remember this time 4 years ago. I remember this exact moment 4 years ago, where there was a pit in everybody's stomachs, where they're like, I don't know how this is happening, but the numbers are starting to look in a way that they're not supposed to if Hillary's gonna win. And that was sort of the thinking. And I'm not feeling that right now. What I'm feeling is the numbers are looking like they're on track for us having an answer that I think most of us here would be looking for within the next couple of hours. Is kind of what it sounds like to me. Is that?
I don't know what I'm feeling right now. I can't. Some of this information is looking awesome. Joe Biden is outperforming Hillary Clinton in almost every metric. But then again, I go back to Florida, where Donald Trump has outperformed a polling error of 6% in Florida, which is double the margin. I'm looking in Georgia, where Donald Trump has taken 10% of the African American vote. This map is extremely confusing to me right now, and I don't know where we're going to fall. I don't
well,
want to give. I don't want to give any false
no,
hope to anybody. This election is a toss-up right now. It shouldn't be,
Mm.
but it is.
What do you think about Ohio? What do you think about Ohio?
I haven't paid much attention to Ohio yet.
So go look at Ohio, and then what I'd like to point out is right now. So for people who don't know, and it's kind of civics 101, most of our audience knows this kind of stuff, but what you have is in the House of Representatives, every seat is up for re-election every single election cycle. That's every 2 years. They're all up again. In the Senate, they're up every 6 years, and it's rotating. So every election cycle, 1/3 of the Senate is up for re-election. So the Senate has the opportunity of getting purged at a much slower rate, but in a 6-year cycle, you could get rid of everyone, but it would take you a minimum of 6 years because that's how long their terms are. Term in the House is only 2 years. So right now, the House votes. We have the Republicans are ahead in the House. I don't know what projections are there, but of course, if for Nancy Pelosi to maintain speakership of the House, the Democrats would have to retain the House. There has always been a strong possibility that in this election, the Democrats could regain control of the Senate. Right now, the Senate is split 42-36. So it's a question of if the Democrats can get another. Now they need to get 9 seats, and the reason is because in a tie it goes to the vice president. If the vice president, if Biden wins, then the Senate Democrats are going to win ties. If Biden loses, if Trump wins, then a tie is going to go to the Republicans. So to be safe, they need to win 9 more seats. It looks like they're kind of on track for that, but I don't know what's outstanding. So that's just sort of based on the numbers. I don't know how many seats they actually have to pick up versus how many they have already. So I know, Vox, you were going to look at some stuff, and then we can talk about the Senate numbers if anybody's got. I've been following that somewhat less, but now that we got a little time, it might be an opportunity to look into that.
Yeah, so it looks like Ohio is starting to tighten. Obviously, it started very strong for Joe Biden. It looks like of the absentee votes counted, 1 million have gone for Joe Biden, while only 670,000 have gone for Donald Trump. Obviously, Ohio is one of the states where we're going to see a red shift, which is what we're seeing right now. But it does look as though Joe Biden is outperforming Hillary Clinton in Ohio. And if that is a testament to strength in the Midwest, then I think that we can comfortably get a little bit more comfortable with Pennsylvania. We're going to know Pennsylvania. We just had Colorado called for Joe Biden.
Oh, yep. Okay, Colorado. Yep, Colorado is Biden, and Texas has switched to pink. But please continue.
But we're going to know the majority of the results in Iowa long before we're going to know the results in Pennsylvania. And both of these are Rust Belt states. Both of these are industrialized, previously industrialized states that have seen a lot of a decline over, obviously, the last 20 years. I mean, look at Cleveland. Cleveland is possibly one of the poorest metropolitan areas in America. It's just a trash town. And I don't mean the people, I mean the town itself is just falling apart. And so there's a lot of displaced sentiment in Ohio, especially in places like Knox and Holmes and Ashland County. The kind of the outward suburbs of Cleveland, which is surrounded by Summit County and Medina County and Lorain County, and of course Ohio and Pennsylvania border each other. So I think Ohio is going to be a decent bellwether of Pennsylvania. Obviously, Donald Trump won Ohio in 2016, and he won it by a pretty considerable margin. And he did not win Pennsylvania by a large margin. So if Joe Biden outperforms Hillary Clinton by a pretty decent margin, in Ohio, then I think we can be much more comfortable with Pennsylvania. Looks like we've got about 65% of the vote counted in Ohio. So we should give it another 20%. I think we should be able to make get a pretty decent understanding of what's going on in Ohio, and then start to really talk about Pennsylvania. And I'm just looking here real quick because I want to see what the outcome of the election was in 2016 in Ohio.
So, and while you're doing that, a couple of things. This actually happened about I think an hour ago. The RNC, which of course has there's what would be the war room. It's just sort of a headquarters where they collate all the information and try to keep up with what's happening across the country. They have moved that headquarters from DC to an undisclosed location, citing security concerns. And so it looks like security is definitely let's see. We have a couple of U.S. Senate victories here. Trump has won Arkansas. Okay, so and Texas 2nd Congressional District is staying with the incumbent. So that's Republican Dan Crenshaw. And what I'm actually going to do is, since we're already on AP anyway, it may not be a bad idea to put up the AP feed here. And what I'm going to do is, I'm probably just, one second, of course that doesn't want to come up. So give me 1 minute, folks, if you please. And then...
Well, while you're doing that, we'll just get back to Iowa for just a moment.
Oh, okay, marvelous.
In 2016, Donald Trump took Ohio by 51.3% of the vote to Hillary Clinton's 43.2% of the vote. If we're currently looking at the numbers in Ohio, Joe Biden is at 49.5%, while Donald Trump is at 49.2%. Again, there's been the red shift has occurred. We are seeing a tightening of those numbers. But it does appear that Joe Biden is outperforming Hillary Clinton in a lot of the areas that she failed in 2016. So with a 8-point victory by Donald Trump in 2016, if Joe Biden were only to lose Ohio by, say, a percentage point, and Ohio being a decent predictor for Pennsylvania, then I think we can feel better about Pennsylvania. Joe Biden has not polled ahead in Pennsylvania at all this year. Donald Trump has been a point to 2 points ahead in Pennsylvania pretty much the entire time. And Joe Biden has been about 4.5 to 5 points ahead in Pennsylvania for most of the year. Like I said, this has been a pretty steady race as far as the polls were concerned. So if we see this massive shift in Ohio towards Joe Biden, then I think we can expect somewhat of a shift towards Joe Biden in Pennsylvania, which would give him a pretty comfortable victory and, of course, assure him an electoral college victory.
And I do want to discuss one element of that in just a second, but the former governor of Colorado, John Hickenlooper, I swear to God, that's what it says.
Hickenlooper, yes, John Hickenlooper, that's correct.
Has defeated the GOP Senator Cory Gardner for flipping one Democratic seat, and you should see the 42, and the 42 has just moved to 43. It is now 43 Democratic seats, with one Republican seat having now flipped. So they got to get that number to 50 if Biden wins, 51 if Trump wins. But they have now the GOP Senator Cory Gardner is out in Colorado. He has lost his reelection campaign. So that's another.
See, this is an example of what's wrong with politics today. So John Hickenlooper The former governor was a failed presidential candidate, and so because he failed at a presidential run, he decided he was going to go be the senator. And it's, you know, at some point you've got to wonder, like where are these choices coming from, and why do we have nobody else to choose from? And Colorado is a fairly progressive state, legalized marijuana several years ago, has always been kind of socially liberal, and it's fairly affluent. Aspen, you know, being a worldwide destination for skiing, and Steamboat, this being another place. And so I'm surprised that, you know, Colorado gives us a John Hickenlooper who's a fairly, you know, unimpressive person. And he just is. He's fairly unimpressive. Colorado is a place where we should expect to see more of a Bernie Sanders type senator. And that's really what we need, is more Democratic socialists in order to kind of push this party, push this Overton window to the left. I was having a conversation earlier with some people, and they did make some decent points that the Democratic Party has really kind of abandoned a lot of its core values. Bernie Sanders said today that the Democratic Party has become East Coast elites, and he's not wrong. The Democratic Party is supposed to be the representative party of unions and workers and labor, and to a large extent, they have divorced themselves from those people in lieu of corporatism and finance, which is why there's been so many strong referendums on Democratic candidates over the last couple of years. And I don't think we really see Democrats really moving that Overton window much until we get a return to those core values of labor. Not a European labor, obviously, but an American labor, a Roosevelt labor, a welfare labor.
Could either of you describe for me what is the Overton window?
You want to take that one, Chris?
Not at all. I had to look it up just earlier today. I'm clueless.
So the Overton window is a term in politics that we use to talk about the leanings of the country, right? And it can be used in a variety of ways, but generally speaking, it's about politics, right? And it's basically where the mainstream lies, where the center lies at any given time. So when we say we've moved the Overton window in one direction, we're saying that we have changed the center location. So think the 1980s. Think where the center of the politics was in 1980, with the election of Ronald Reagan, with the rise of the evangelical Christian, with the trickle-down economics coming in, right? That America, the window moved to the right. Mainstream moved to the right, where we started to accept this idea of corporatocracy and things like that. We have seen a movement back towards the left, not pushed by economic policy, but pushed by social policy, where we have seen the legalization of marijuana, we have seen the success of gay marriage, we have seen transgender issues come forth, we have seen the Black Lives Matter come forth, and things. So our Overton window has skewed back to the left slightly. The problem is that you can't keep a movement in any one direction. You can't sustain that without strong economics. So that's basically what the Overton window is. It's a window into the soul of a society at any given time, saying, here are your radicals, and what is in the middle, this is where the predominant, because most people tend to be somewhere right in the middle of whatever society says. So our current Overton window is culturally Christian, socially accepting, economically insane.
Yeah.
I'm a neo-Keynesian myself, so I find I find the economics of Washington just absolutely repulsive. I think the hypocrisy of both sides is mind-numbing, but I actually like the economics of the right better. I just wish they didn't cover it in so much crap, because I like debt spending, and I want more debt spending. I think we should be at somewhere around $40 to $50 trillion in debt right now, and we're not. So
Well, that's a conversation for another time, because I tend to agree. No, I tend to agree with that, because actually, I mean, debt is very useful if you know how to use it properly. I don't think you should use it like Donald Trump uses it, but debt is how you buy a home. Debt is how you buy a car. Debt is how you build a business. You would not be able to build a business if debt did not exist. So, or at least it would be a very different thing, and only the rich people could build businesses. But so to maybe reframe, because sort of another way maybe to look at the Overton window in terms of, especially for people who are trying to change society, people who are trying to affect a change somewhere. So I tend to view it as the window of behavior that is considered nominal, and as you get more outside of that window, you'll have less success trying to get something accomplished. So, for example, Andrew Yang wanted to have a UBI for absolutely every American. Now, he was unsuccessful in becoming president. He was unsuccessful in doing anything that made those policies. He couldn't implement those policies, and the reason was this country wasn't ready for it. But he moved the Overton window. He moved that margin where people could start to talk about it, or sorry, he moved the margin of where it's acceptable enough that people could talk about it now and say, okay, maybe it's not an insane idea. The fact that it could even come up during the COVID crisis, where the idea was that we could actually pay people who are unemployed and unemployment insurance, which I think would have been a spectacular idea, because all that money goes right back into the economy. Won't get into that. But the fact that even came up during the lockdown suggests that the Overton window for that issue, the issue of a universal basic income, was moved sufficiently that you could actually have that kind of conversation. Now, it hasn't moved sufficiently that somebody could be elected with that as a platform, I think. But what people argue is, okay, Yang did not succeed. He failed if you consider his goal to be to have a UBI for every American. But if you consider his goal to move the Overton window, so maybe the next person can succeed, or maybe the next person can move the Overton window enough that the final person can succeed, then it was a success. He normalized it more. And so I tend to look at, does that, do you think that sort of works?
Yes, I actually prefer to look at it that way. I prefer to look at the Overton window as on an issue by issue basis, because if we look at, say, marijuana, look at where the center has changed from 10 years ago, right? Marijuana is basically accepted. It's also just it is an age thing, right? You get shifts in these windows by age things, but I think issue by issue is a much better way to look at it. So, and yeah, go Yang with the UBI. That was fantastic. We had the Bernie or bust people last in 2016. And the thing that I couldn't get about these people, the thing I couldn't drill into their head, was that Bernie Sanders was never going to be the Democratic nominee. But he succeeded in so many ways. He brought a lot of ideas that were considered taboo to the conversation that are now just accepted as part of the party's planks. Think universal health care. Think legalized marijuana. Think legalized hemp. Think stronger welfare. Think stronger unions. Things that he brought those things to the core. Think about his focus on climate change. He brought us and he also was able to successfully remove some of the worse elements of the Democratic Party. So superdelegates were no longer allowed a vote on the first go-through in the Democratic primary. And superdelegates are just, they're undemocratic, and you cannot call yourself the Democratic Party while engaging in undemocratic practices. Debbie Wasserman Schultz was removed from being in charge. And Debbie Wasserman Schultz is not somebody that you want in charge of a party that's supposed to represent labor. So, he succeeded in so many ways. And that is just a really good example of that Overton window moving.
So we now have, Titan has said something. He said, let's see, I would tell you a joke about trickle-down economics, but 99% of you wouldn't get it. Oh, come on! That's a good one. That's you know what? I think he had one on solipsism. I got to remember one of my solipsist jokes.
Yeah, it's a dad jokes are absolutely the best.
I'm gonna Jesus. Was it the solipsist who? No, the solipsist who wrote to. Oh wow! I can't believe Bernard. No. Oh my God! I'm sorry, but I'm more tired than I usually am. I usually am like a night owl. I'll probably get my second wind in about 20 minutes. Now, who was it? One of just one of the benchmark atheists, philosopher, Bertrand Russell. Thank you. That's it.
Russell.
So gets a letter from a solipsist, and oh no, you know what? I'm too tired. Give me a few minutes. Yeah, okay. So a Titan will rescue me on this one. So he started Solipsist Anonymous, but he shut it down because he was the only one attending the meetings. All right. So I'm going to look up this one. I'm going to look up this one because I really did like this one. But while I look that up, so what were you going to say, Vox?
Well, I actually had prepared this just for any point in time, but I do have some fun voting history facts for the audience, and I'd like to see what they think about these interesting anecdotes about our country. Ohio, the Ohio Constitution has a no idiots clause. In its writing, the Ohio Constitution prohibits idiots from voting. Article 5, Section 6 of the Ohio Constitution states, no idiot or insane person shall be entitled to the privileges of an elector. That was ratified in 1851.
Okay, so how did Trump get elected? I don't
idiot is it used to be a specific mental diagnosis category, right? It used to be the feeble-minded. Oh, it was morons, idiot, and I think idiots was anything below like 45 IQ points.
This wasn't like in the DSM or anything, was it? Or I mean,
not the DSM. So like H.H. Goddard, if you actually want to know the history. H.H. Goddard from Vineland, New Jersey, of all places, in 1915. Is the one who actually made this particular classification. So if this was passed in the 1800s, I'm sure the language was bouncing around, but idiot meant was almost a clinical diagnosis for intellectual disability. Hold on a second. Keeping in mind that H.H. Goddard taught at a school called the Vineland School for the Feeble-Minded Girls and Boys.
Who wants to? I mean, is that something you put on your bumper sticker? You get one of those bumper stickers that says "My son attended the." What kind of a name is
the Vineland Training School for the Feeble-Minded Girls and Boys? So terms like feeble-minded, idiot, moron, stuff like that. Those were actually like clinical terms.
So we all know that the symbols of and by the way, I just looked at the feed. Yes, I am removing layers, but that will stop with this shirt. So
we are live to Pornhub. I told you that's already. So the code's going to come off in a couple minutes. I have no doubt. But okay, so continue.
We all know that political parties do have animal symbols. The Grand Old Party being an elephant, and the Democratic Party being a donkey. Those were not chosen by parties. They were actually chosen by or came into existence by a political cartoonist named Thomas Nash. And he created these symbols, the elephant and the donkey, when he lampooned the political parties in Harper's Weekly magazine in 1874. and people everywhere began using those symbols to represent the parties. It was a very weirdly drawn cartoon, but it had a great influence such that these parties eventually adopted these animals as their symbols. So Thomas Nash, we can thank for the idea that the Democratic Party is an ass.
Well, now there's a lot of that actually in our history. I think I'm trying to remember the where somebody said something as an insult, like a Yankee was originally, even before Yankee was actually, if I recall, a term by the British. Right after America had the Revolutionary War, and Yankee, I'm trying to remember. There's a whole bunch of names where they were meant as a pejorative, and then end up. So it sounds like what you're the cartoon. Those cartoons were originally pejoratives, and they were designed to make fun of people. And they're like, oh hey, this is, everyone just started using it. But there's a lot of nicknames that have ended up that way, and like I said, so this is the funny thing. I have a odd biological clock. If I don't work at it, I will stay up later and later and later till about 4 a.m. 4 a.m. is just my body just like right before the sun comes up. And there's a whole thing. I had to get like multiple sleep studies done, and I guess there's a whole thing about how this works. But it's shortly before sunrise, I crash. And I sleep for 8 hours, get up. And it was spectacular when we had our children, because then, I'd stay up with them through the night feeding them. They got to be fed every 2 hours when they're newborns, and I'd work, write a book, do whatever, and then go to so that's my natural schedule. And I've been off of it for so long now. It's just like I'm starting to, but my eldest has the same, and we'll get off the dad stories in a bit, but my eldest has the same thing. So it never really occurred to me just how, and now I watch her, and she starts to pass out till around 9. And then 9 p.m.
So I
poof,
have some
awake.
bad
Please,
news.
yes. Okay.
With over $120 million spent on this election, Lindsey Graham has won re-election, defeating Jamie Harrison for the Senate seat in South Carolina. This was a race that we had hoped to win. It wasn't a race that we were counting on, but it was one that we were certainly hoping to win. If Mitch McConnell, if Donald Trump is the Antichrist and Mitch McConnell is Lucifer, Ronald,
Okay.
then Lindsey Graham is the imp dancing around saying, "I wanna."
Okay. To nobody in particular, and certainly not to the FCC or any governmental organization which may be watching this broadcast, I refer you to the graphic we had in the first 30 seconds of the show. The views of anybody on this show does not necessarily represent the views of anybody else on this show, the hosts, the owners. In this particular case, they do, but I don't actually... Like, don't hold me accountable to that. It's a waiver. It's a liability thing, and I'm just saying.
I never know where you're going to go with things like that. No, and it keeps me on my toes. I love it.
My sense of humor is diagonal. At any rate,
it's diagonal. Oh my goodness! Right. But yeah, so I know some of us were.
What did Moody say?
Humor.
Okay. Thank you.
Sense of humor.
Christopher Moody. Oh yeah. Wait a minute. That's right. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So yeah, you were saying.
Well, I do know that some of us were kind of really hoping that Lindsey Graham was going to be defeated. Unfortunately, that does not look to be the case. And they have called Kansas for Donald Trump.
Okay.
And Spencer Cox has won the governor's race in Utah. Spencer Cox from the Republican Party, governor of the Mormon state of Utah.
Okay, yeah, well, we need to do there are two shows that I also really want to do, and we do have access to. I want to get Telltale Atheists, because we've been wanting to do one on the bite model for a while. Also want to do one on Mormonism, and actually Titan had recommended a former Scientologist that I want to do one on. But the more I study who Scientologists are genuinely a little scary. And I don't just mean, because they're out there. I just mean that they take their privacy pretty seriously, and there isn't a lot of things they won't do to protect it. And Cirrus, if anybody, Cirrus, who we had on, Cirrus the Skeptic, if you go onto his channel, because he's had a lot of experiences with cults. We had him on to do a show on cults, and it's funny. Martin Luther King Jr. had said that it's not where a man stands in times of comfort that you judge the nature of his character, but when he stands in times of difficulties and tribulations, something to that effect. It's been a while since I've quoted that particular one, but I always imagine like, okay, well, we're going to do these shows on these things, and then you watch some of the things they put people through, and what people who stand up to them, and Cirrus has, I think, done a good deal of that, and it's amazing what we will do to each other for beliefs that aren't based on a whole heck of a lot, at least that I can tell. But I don't.
You're obviously a suppressive person who is out ethic.
Yep. That answers it.
That's Scientology talk.
Yeah. Yeah.
When you get deep into Scientology, that'll make a little more sense.
Okay. That's good to know. And then the other thing is, did Nightbot the only other thing, we only sort of half figured this one out. We had one of our very first mods was a guy named Tony Designs, who's controversial for any number of reasons, and he most of them completely unjustified, but he was most of them. But at any rate, because of the way he had done something with his name or something to that, because and he had done it on Discord too, where it's just like you can't actually type the name because the way he had to use the autofill because he got like spaces and weird characters in there. And what ended up happening was, and everybody thought I did this on purpose. It was great. I got credit for it. I certainly didn't. We had started with a brand new show, didn't have a lot of mods, so we relied heavily on the mod bot that comes with Streamlabs. I'm forgetting the Streamlabs bot. It was supposed to mod anybody who uses foul language. We were relying on the dictionary that it comes with. I didn't modify the dictionary. Somehow Tony his name appeared to trigger the thing. So whenever he said anything, it didn't matter. He could say hi. He could say poof. He got modded by Streamlabs. It did not like him. I was a personal. Everyone accused me of it, and a greater prank. I could not have come up with a prank that would have been that funny. But it was like, and then I'd keep trying to get it so it wouldn't do it. And I finally figured out it was when I turned off the use its own vocabulary list and said, okay, just use our vocabulary list. All of a sudden, he was usually okay. But boy, did that bot have it out for him. So that was so a man sits as many risks. Yeah, there's a whole bunch of, I don't know.
So I'm looking at North Carolina right now.
All right.
And a couple interesting things to talk about. Most of the mountain areas are within 2 to 3 points of full reporting, about 98% reporting, 96% reporting. And in 2016, the majority of those counties were solid red. Gaston, Cleveland, Rutherford, Polk, Burke, all the way up to Surrey County. With 98% reporting, Cleveland County, while still red, is light red, so leans Republican. Transylvania County, Jackson County, and Swain County are all just over the line. And then Iredell, Catawba, and Burke County along with a couple others, are lean that were all solid. So these were all solid red in 2016, and they are all pink, with very few votes left to cast there. In Buncombe County, which is where the city of Asheville is, in 2016, Hillary Clinton received 75,452 votes, and Donald Trump received 55,716 votes. With 92% of the vote reporting in, Joe Biden has received 95,881 votes, which is almost a full 20,000 votes more than Hillary Clinton. Now, Donald Trump has also received more at 61,983, but that is only an improvement for Donald Trump of 6,000 votes. So if these numbers keep up and these counties don't turn peak, and Joe Biden is able to continue to turn out good numbers in specifically liberal areas, then I think that he may have a good night, and Democrats may have a good night in North Carolina. And remember what I said about North Carolina. North Carolina is going to be a big predictor for the Midwest. So that is where we are at in North Carolina as of right now.
And so there's an interesting, because one of the things I've heard you keep doing is comparing Biden to Hillary Clinton. And there's a couple of interesting things about that, because first and foremost, Hillary Clinton did win the Electoral College. So at a minimum, Biden has to I'm sorry, she did not win the electoral. Sorry, she won the popular vote. She won those. So yes, so it was close, but she lost in a few key counties. And if she had won a couple of these counties, which she lost in the end by only 1,000 votes, so there was a couple of thousand votes here or there that if they'd gone the other way, would have flipped a county, would have flipped a state, and she would have won the Electoral College. So she was actually much closer to win, which is usually what it's very. If somebody wins the popular vote but loses the Electoral College, it's very. There's a small margin of key areas that cause that to happen. You cannot have huge blowouts in places that cause that kind of. The margin is too narrow for that. So.
Well, just to give an idea of the sheer magnitude of increase in voting this year, and of course, and this is going to, this is going to be a year that tests a lot of things, just like 2016 tests a lot of things. So the prevailing wisdom, or the prevailing idea, has always been more turnout is better for Democrats than it is for Republicans. That's always been the prevailing philosophy. So. The best way to look at like expected turnout, like we look in the rural areas, right? So in Alamance County in North Carolina, in 2016, there were a total of 69,000 votes cast. So far this year, with 94% estimated votes reported, there have been 78,000 votes cast. And so we have an increase of almost 10,000 votes in this county. And that seems to be across the board in North Carolina. It seems to be across the board. And a large majority of those, of course, are absentee ballots. And remember what I said about North Carolina is North Carolina's already counted all its absentee ballots. So they've already, so those numbers are not going to go up. They're not going to go down. They're not going to go up, anything like that. So we're just looking for in-person voters. And so we are, of course, seeing a red shift in North Carolina, but I am encouraged by the just huge explosion of turnout. And I'm going to be encouraged about the explosion of turnout regardless of who wins this election, because one of the things that has been true about America for so long is that we are I'm back.
Small hiccup. We lost you there for a second, but
yeah. Back. So we've just been politically disengaged, and we should really be shooting for 80% voter participation in an election year, like every 4 years, and we've been getting about 60, which is just, it's just not good. So regardless of what the results of the election are this year, we need to keep this amount of engagement. Maybe not this amount of vitriol.
Yeah, it depends on what you mean by engagement. There's are we free to engage, or are we engaged in the process, or
building bridges.
Building bridges.
What's the
a judge has ordered a 1-hour extension of polls in Nevada in Clark County, which includes Las Vegas. Biden has a huge lead in Maricopa County in Arizona. Of course, Maricopa County being famous for Sheriff Joe Arpaio. And we all know he's a dunce. Ileana Mar and Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez have both retained their seats. So the squad is looking good. Huge fan. Huge fan of the squad. And there is some issues in counting some ballots in Michigan, which is why we haven't seen any big shift towards Biden in Michigan. So hopefully they will clean that up here soon.
I'm going to. So I've got a list of news organizations. I'm taking NBC off that list. I literally just got notification: Joe Biden wins New Mexico. NBC projects. This is like the third time that an hour late I'm getting the. Oh, I was like, oh wait, we got. I was like, wait a minute, we've had that for like, okay, never mind.
Here's something interesting. Richard Torres will become the first openly gay black member of Congress.
That is interesting. That's well, and to tell you the truth, I do want to be a little careful because I think, it's you can get into the first of every minority group, but I think I don't know. A sociologist would probably understand this better than I do, but at least there's this impression that in the black community you have a much greater homophobic streak than sort of as a percentage of the population than the rest of this country. That's at least my impression, and if that's true, then that a black gay man, you said it was a man?
Yes.
That was elected is spectacular. I think that's I'm sorry, what were you gonna say?
Oh, I was just agreeing with you. I was saying yes.
Okay, so that's it. I booted in time. We'll no longer be using NBC, including MSNBC, as a source because they are too slow. I wouldn't mind. Like if they're the last ones coming in, that's fine. But it's I got this thing and dings in my ear. It's just okay. What's this? I knew that an hour ago.
We still will, however, be having a love affair with Rachel Maddow.
Oh, you're a big Rachel Maddow fan.
Oh, huge Rachel Maddow fan. Oh, okay. Absolutely huge Rachel Maddow fan.
I saw that.
You know what? I'm actually
hands off the keyboard.
I like a journalist with a good neck.
Off the keyboard, dear Lord.
I like a journalist with a good neck. Oh my goodness!
Sorry, I actually really liked. I will tell you. You have to be very careful with this kind of thing. You have to be aware of. I'm aware that MSNBC is just really partisan, and that, in my view, if you want to be as objective as possible, you kind of need to stay away from them. But I was a huge fan of Keith Olbermann, and I was also completely aware of the fact that he was really kind of an ass, and that you had to take what he said with a couple bucketfuls of salt because he was really
he was useful in bringing Rachel into the mix, right? Because
but he mentored her. I mean, she was, and I think she often cites Keith Olbermann as being the one who sort of taught her the trade, and she has a lot of his upsides and has managed to avoid a lot of his downsides.
I used to listen to her back when she was doing Air America.
Oh yeah,
did you all listen to Air America?
No, Air America was what's his name? What's his name's
Al Franken.
Al Franken's. Yep, that's right. That's right. That's right. Air America. Yeah.
She had a show with like Dr. Dre and someone else.
I sort of vaguely. I just saw. I was at the House of Blues for Air America. They sometimes the broadcast from there, and I think she was there with Al Franken from the House of Blues, and I saw that. I want to say in Chicago. I don't remember, but that every now and then they do these tours. Oh wow, I'm not sure whether to feel like, hey wow, I'm cultured, or hey wow, I'm old. Maybe the one doesn't go without the other, but is it just me, or did we see another red pop up there from pink to? No, maybe I'm hallucinating. I saw Chris popping some food in, and it looked like a chip, and I was just like, if he's popping something that's going to cause him to hallucinate and be all just like this, the show's going to take a different turn.
That would be a bold move.
Yeah.
Wow, these results are great. And then the acid kicked in.
Or just a chip. I mean.
What's the square root of this room?
All right. Thank you, Bregwin. I'm going to take a look at that right now. I was anticipating that. I was anticipating something like that. To tell you the truth, to me, one of the sort of most, I'm not going to say proudest moments of this show, but and there's been a lot of moments I've been proud of, usually with just the guests and having it good. But one of the, I guess, most surreal, but I'm sitting there going, I can't believe I'm doing a show on this, was when the protests started and the National Guard was deployed in Washington, D.C. And we had streams of some of the dumpster fires, but we also had up of one of the helicopters, which was flying in violation. They were flying too low. They weren't allowed to, but they were doing it specifically to have the wind from the rotors start to break up so there was just this helicopter hovering feet over buildings. And I'm just sitting there going like, is this happening right now in Washington, D.C.? So I'm a little bit of me. So it looks like, this is we've got some footage of a police chopper. I'm gonna take a look at that. We may bring that in. If we bring it in, it usually kicks everybody out. And with luck, I can get maybe one of the two guests back in. We'll see. It's a technical issue. It's really heavily involved, and I don't know. I'm not nearly as good at this, but hey, so I'm gonna take a look at that. We'll see what we've got. But DC does look like it's at least preparing for trouble, which is advisable. I think. I think that's okay. And what's turned blue with only 16% recording? Well, Indiana blue, but I think it's got to be like a light blue. I don't think it's 16 reporting. They'd call it. There's a few states you'd call at 16 reporting. I don't know that Indiana is one of them. So I'm gonna check out.
You mean Iowa?
Oh yes, I mean Iowa. Thank you. Iowa, Indiana, tomato.
So, just a couple more fun facts about the election. We have what we refer to as America's only non-elected president, and only non-elected, the only vice president of non-elected. Gerald Ford was put in office using the 25th Amendment, which was used to resign Richard Nixon from office. And if you think that impeachment was bad, and if you think the 2016 or say George Bush Al Gore election was a gut wringer, then you don't know about the election of 1877. This election came down to one electoral vote, and that was between Samuel J. Tilden of New York and Ohio Republican Rutherford B. Hayes, with a couple states not reporting till 3 days prior to the presidential inauguration on January 20th. So when Donald Trump tells you that these things are supposed to be called on Election Day,
that's a reasonably new thing. Now, as I recall, that actually through a technicality, and I'm curious. I want to research this. I think it takes a historian to really figure this out. We've actually had one other president, technically, for a very brief period of time, because at least at the time when the president is out of the country, they actually lose their presidential powers. And the thinking behind this was that they could get kidnapped. I don't remember what this was, but this was an old esoteric. And both the president and the vice president were out of the country. The vice president only for like a few hours, but the vice president was either in Mexico or something like that. The president was abroad. And so technically the powers, at least, if not the official office, but the powers of the presidency temporarily were transferred actually to the Speaker of the House. Now, I don't even remember and it could be that but I remember hearing that from somebody who was serious and who had researched it and said, technically, actually, we had one extra president based on those grounds. And it's not something that's usually exercised because, yeah. It's not something that's usually exercised because nowadays we don't have to worry about if the president is out of the country. But back when, it took 40 days to get from the United States to Europe by boat, if the president left the country, somebody else had to be running things. So, anyways, that was my understanding of it. I don't remember those kind of little esoteric things. I'm always a big fan of. So. We do have some footage of protests from in front of the White House, and I'm just going to check it out a little bit. I want to make sure that it doesn't look like it's good news is it doesn't look like it's anything violent. It's sort of the protest that we've seen before, some Black Lives Matter signs and people, but there's definitely people who do seem to be gathering there, and a police helicopter that's been circling. So we're going to keep an eye on that, and we're going to hold on to that footage for now. And with any luck, it's not going to really become relevant. But I will confess something, which is that I am concerned about what happens if Trump wins again. Not just I'm just concerned. What does the left, somebody pointed out, and I agree with this. So far, yes, there's been rioting, there's been looting. I think most of it is protests from people on the far left, and then people taking advantage of that, and people who aren't necessarily motivated by ideology, who are upset for whatever other reason. People who've been stuck inside too long because of COVID, or just taking advantage to loot, riot, whatever. That's not to say that the left is completely innocent, but I think most of the violence that we've seen recently, or threats of violence, haven't come from the left. But I'm curious if that's going to change if Trump wins. I'm curious how it doesn't seem like it's the left kind of thing to do, but I don't know. And then I'm curious if Trump wins. So if Trump wins, what do we see tonight from the left? And if Biden wins, what do we see from the right, including groups like the Proud Boys, who've said that now apparently they're not out there right now that I can see. But
let's see here.
Hold on a second.
Yes.
I just want to mention if Trump wins, I remember just a little while ago, Vox was saying how if Biden wins, then there's going to be a scream made by the GOP heard around the world, right? I think it was you, yeah. Vox. Was it you or Sturris? That was making that point. I just want to make sure I was crediting it correctly. I think that if Trump wins, that we're going to hear the same thing from the left. No matter who wins, the other side is going to give a roar that will be heard, across the galaxy. So,
but is it just me, or is the left? I mean, the left strikes me, and this could just be me, as oftentimes a bit more, again, extremist, but a bit more, we're going to sulk and lick our wounds kind of thing. I mean, I think that's sort of what happened with Clinton. I think that's sort of. Is that just?
This isn't the same culture as Clinton. And also, the left there is a more radical, I don't want to say there's a more radical left now. I'm sure there's always been a more radical left, but it seems to be more mainstream, the radicalized version of the left. So, and we're in a pandemic, and protests that turn into riots are like a thing, like a regular thing, a normalized thing. So I just don't think it's comparable.
Okay.
Like the sulking, licking of the wounds that happened, you know, when Hillary Clinton lost.
Yeah. So let's see. We do have that. Yeah, we've got some footage. It's nothing that's extraordinary. So I do appreciate the footage, and we do have, you know, people on the Discord know how to get a hold of me and send footage if we have it. This layout.
Yeah, in the protests.
Yeah. This layout isn't ideal for that. This one wasn't quite designed to our normal layout can do that. This one, you know, just shuts everything down. I can do it. I can drop it in, but there's nothing that people haven't seen 1,000 times before. So, you know, sorry, I got distracted there for a second. Yeah, so I think I do, like I said, I appreciate it. And you know, everybody, and I'm going to take a minute and just say, Mr. Maute Awesome here has been instrumental in setting up tonight and has been a very good sounding board and helped us get most of our guests. So I'd like to thank Christopher Maute for that. Vox, you've appeared many times. You're going to be coming back for a number of shows. Really appreciate that. Cirrus, who was on earlier. Cirrus, it's always a pleasure. Hope to see more of you. So I'd like to thank everybody who has contributed to that. Titan has been absolutely amazing with the mods and all of our mods. We had a lot of extra mods volunteer for tonight, and I appreciate all of you who did that. So we don't have the integrated chat tonight. So actually, we are on Facebook, we are on Periscope, but we did not integrate the chats, so there wasn't quite as much going on as there could have been. But I would like to take this lull to thank everybody for that, and for those of you who don't remember, we've got the shows coming up. Sunday, November 8th, we're going to do we're going to go over the Star Trek episode, A Matter of Perspective, because I think that's a spectacular, you know, show to talk about how one event can happen, witnessed by 3 people, and each of them came away with a very different interpretation of what happened. We're going to do the Rorschach episode, which is going to be sort of a similar. Maute explained it earlier. We're going to be talking about how I keep framing this badly. I'll let you do it together because I really prefer how he does it. And then we're also going to do music therapy. So we've got those shows are already in the
on the calendar.
They're on the calendar, and you can subscribe to them now. And this is a great opportunity while we wait for the next results. I'm going to talk about a few of the other things. You can like and subscribe, and you know, we will. I look forward to that, and I appreciate again the help of everybody here. This was a lot of prep work. So, and like I said, if we need to, we're going to go into overtime afterwards and cover anything that goes down after this. I'm hoping not, but I think those are some good questions. So, what was it we were in the middle of discussing?
Well, just some kind of interesting history, but I do have a couple of updates. First of all, the New York Times is projecting that Donald J. Trump will win Missouri. No surprise there. In Ohio, what we knew about in 2016 is that Trump did very well with suburban voters. In Ohio, in Delaware County.
I'm gonna. Donald Trump will win the state of Louisiana. Is now. Was that? Did we already call that one, or is that? I just keep getting this. This is ABC, so no, it's Louisiana. It's Donald Trump has won Louisiana. I apologize for, and it also looks like the Republicans have flipped a Alabama Senate seat.
Doug
Jones is out. He is a Democratic senator. He is out from the. So we should see on that calendar the 41 go up to 42 Republican seats in the House. So and the House and the Senate. So that's pretty tight there. But it does look like now Louisiana will be going to Donald Trump. I apologize. Please continue.
Oh, that's quite all right. Doug Jones was before anybody panics. Doug Jones was expected to lose. Doug Jones was elected in a special election.
I know you're a little new to this, and that's perfectly fine. But panicking is good for ratings. So let's just okay. Hold on. We lost another. Okay, guys, I just don't know. I don't know what to do. Okay, we lost another. We lost another. Oh, it's,
I'm not very good at feigning things. I need to get better if I want to be on camera more often. I'm just.
I think people are going to need someone who can't, because a friend of mine once said, he's just like, I always know when Nick's about to tell a joke because he starts to get really serious. When Nick gets really serious, he goes, just brace. Brace yourself because the joke's coming. So,
well, let's see here with some interesting results. So let's give some optimism here, okay? So in Delaware County in Ohio, 2016, Trump won by 16%. He is only leading by 5 points, which is a 11-point drop for Donald Trump in the suburbs, which is where Donald Trump's margin of victory is in the Midwest. And so that is a huge drop. And Delaware County is a very populated county. So that's rather big. And the early exit polls in Arizona, which, by the way, Arizona is just going. I mean, so with 73% of the vote, Joe Biden is ahead by roughly 200,000 votes. 10% lead in Maricopa County. So he is doing very, very, very well in Arizona, much better than he was doing in some of the other states that I thought that Joe Biden had a chance of winning. And in the exit polls in Arizona, the early exit polls, Joe Biden is winning people, and when I say people, I mean white people, over the age of 65 by 5 percentage points. And of course, Donald Trump did very, very, very well with older white voters in 2016. So when I say the information is all over the map, I mean the information is, I have no idea what to make of this. I really don't. This is going to be a really fun election for statisticians.
Oh, God.
These people are going to be locked up in the room going, oh my God, Florida, but Arizona, but Pennsylvania, I don't know. Roy Cooper has just been declared the winner in North Carolina for the governor's mansion. So.
The fun and statistician are two words I don't normally put in the same sentence. So what I'd like to do actually is I'd like to do a brief rundown of some of the numbers we're looking at. I'm also going to put up the map here that we've got. This is the map from the Associated Press of all the states that they are prepared to call. The pink ones are where states are leaning. The light blue, which, oh, yep, there are a couple light blue left, are the ones where obviously are leaning Dem. And then the ones that have been called are filled in completely. You see the numbers there. Those numbers exclude a number of states that we know are going to be called in a certain, all the states on the quote left coast are going to be blue. They're just going to be blue, and those numbers will go up dramatically as soon as that's just going to happen. But they cannot legally call them until the polls close. So there's going to be some more filling in at some point soon. But there's a couple other numbers here that are worth looking into. So the Senate. There is a decent chance that the Senate will flip and go from the Republicans to the Democrats. The Democrats are counting on this. The Democrats tonight would like to win the Senate, and which would mean, depending, either 50 or 51 seats in the Senate, and the presidency. If they do both, they will almost certainly try to expand the Supreme Court to 11 seats, undoing what is perceived by, and I think probably rightly so, the packing of the Supreme Court by Donald Trump. So in order for them to do this, they have to win both the Senate and the presidency. If they fail at that, the Supreme Court will almost certainly stay packed Republican as it is now. the Supreme Court will, and then if they lose the Senate, so all three branches of government are up tonight. We're also the House, obviously, they want to keep track of, and I thought we had the governors up here. We don't. The governors are important for the reasons that we talked about earlier. Governors are oftentimes, not in every state, but in most states, the ones who draw the districts for the representatives, and that's where you get into gerrymandering, and that's where you get into real problems with, and we'll do a show on gerrymandering. But governors have been underestimated by political parties for quite some time, until Karl Rove in particular. I think it was Norquist before that, but Rove is the one who really said, hey, you want to have a permanent Republican majority, get the governors first, and then from the governors you get the House, and then you get the rest from there. So that strategy has largely worked. So right now the Senate is split to, well, it's 43-41. It looks like I don't think it's been incremented for the loss of one Democratic seat, which has been flipped to a Republican seat. But they need to get 50 seats. If the Democrats win the presidency, they need 50 seats in the Senate to have a majority, because even though 50 is technically a tie, the vice president breaks the tie. So, or if they lose the presidency, they need 51 seats in the Senate, and it is credible. So that is what we are looking at. And I don't know, it occurred to me that hadn't done a rundown in a little bit. Those are the numbers. So is there anything else anybody wants to chat about? We got a little bit of a lull before new numbers come in. I would love to have Maute talk about the Rorschach thing, but also I do think I interrupted you. I wanted to give everybody just that's what we're looking for. It's 270 to win this. We have the numbers. We're expecting the Midwest, as more of the Midwest comes in, Trump's numbers will go up. The fact that he's behind now doesn't mean all that much, because a number of Midwestern states that will probably go to him just haven't come in. But Biden's also going to get a whole bunch that haven't come in. So we're looking at Fox. What states are what states? You've said this a few times. I just got to write this down. What states do you, based on what you're looking at, what states are the ones that, if either Biden wins any of them, he's probably going to win this thing because of California, Ohio, and
sure. So he has to win Minnesota, Wisconsin, and Michigan. There's no path to victory whatsoever without those three states for Joe Biden. Those are three must-win states.
Okay.
If he wins those three, then win in Pennsylvania gives him the presidency. Win in North Carolina, which is looking less likely, gives him the presidency. A win in Georgia, which is almost now completely gone, will give him the presidency. He is doing better in Ohio. Ohio would give him the presidency. Arizona gets him to 269 electoral votes, which means he would need to win one other state, or the Nebraska second, or the Maine second, which give electors based on popular vote in those areas. So Joe Biden's paths to victory have narrowed significantly as the night has gone on. The numbers from Florida, Georgia, and North Carolina are not anywhere near what the polls have showed. So there is obviously a huge polling error in Florida, with 94% in North Carolina. The polls were much were tighter, but there was still the idea that Joe Biden would most likely squeak victory out in North Carolina. That is looking less likely, with 93% of the vote in. But the numbers are looking good in Arizona. So hold on to your pants.
All right. So here's the big question. If Biden loses, is it Christopher Maute's fault? If not, is there a way we can blame Christopher Maute? Because I think that's a worthwhile, and I think we're going to have a in time project blame Maute.
Well, are you aware of the?
I have played gigs in Delaware, and there have been family members of the Biden family at those gigs. I'm not going to say I was proud of the band. It might have been not the best music that people have ever heard, and maybe that, having been listened to by a Biden family member, made its way to Joe Biden and is somehow adversely affecting his chances now. I don't know.
Well, are you aware of the butterfly causes the tidal wave theory?
I might be tapping into that.
Infinite regression of causality. We go back far enough, it's his fault.
It's his fault.
It's absolutely, well. So he said it's kind of a thing here. So we haven't done this because Tony Designs, who actually did drop in earlier, but Tony Designs hasn't been around in a while. I think this may be it, actually, now that I think about why he hasn't been around, because we basically would blame him for everything. We blamed him for absolutely everything. It was just spectacular. It's just like, we were late by 5 minutes on the show. It was Tony Design's fault, and so we blamed him for everything. And now we don't have a Tony Designs. So either we can get him to come around again, but it's just like he shows up and it's just like, oh, you see, guys, I told you this is why we're having all these issues. So we need a replacement. We need just like a, what?
Just blame it on me.
I like it.
I got broad shoulders. I can take it.
Well, I was gonna say it's a little less fun if you're okay with it, but yeah, I'll do it anyway. I'm good with
age. Just as
I'm
good.
How
dare you?
How dare you, sir?
How dare
you? Okay,
Bachagaloop.
I would like. So I want to do two books. The first is Mauteisms, and these are all the expressions that you say. And then the other one, I don't know what we're going to call it, but I need a translation. I need something that can translate from like half the fucking shit that you say. Like I have no idea what it is.
The phrases that I say, I'm convinced, are regular Italian American phrases. I wouldn't be surprised.
Hey,
bippity boppity. I wouldn't be surprised if
you guys.
Hey, you're just a bachagaloop. Don't be such a mama.
Hey, use over there. Yeah, use over there.
use.
I say I type use into text. When I like text the family and the kids, I'm like, all right, remember, we love yous.
Hold on. So we do have my phone. Just something breaking came in. Oh no, it's Italian American Anti-Defamation League. You're being sued for, wait, what? You have been demonetized for making fun of Italian Americans. Great. Thank you.
I'm standing here.
Oh, dear Lord.
Here we go. Rabbit hole. This is gonna kill some time. So my mom's Italian. I'm Italian through my mother's side, German on my dad's side. My mom sends a what? Are you still awake?
Yeah, I'm awake.
Yeah.
So, is that the couch? The couch of the oracle? The oracle of the couch. We're gonna need a definition of the oracle of the couch so that you're up to date on that one too. But we'll let him.
Context. I wanted him to die.
He's got an oracle on his couch.
Be happy with me.
Or his couch is an oracle. We're not quite.
He gets COVID. All right. Yeah.
Okay.
So Trump gets COVID, and Shanna is thrilled. And I don't want Trump to die. I don't want Trump to die of COVID. And I know that my mom, no, my mom hates Trump. So I was like, if you want to vent on Trump, wanting Trump to die from COVID, then please text it to my mom. She's like, I will do exactly that. And then she gets a response. My mom goes, oh yeah, I want him dead already. I'm standing on the front porch waving. Bye-bye, Trump. Meanwhile, so Shanna's on the couch right next to me, like literally right next to me. So I start texting my mom. I'm like, you're an evil person. What are you doing? She's like, yeah. This is my mom's response. What? I can't wave?
Oh, my God.
That was her response. What? I can't wave? And then the next one was, bye-bye. That was some mafia mom stuff right there.
Yeah. So, remind me not to get on your mom's or your oracle's bad side.
What? I can't wave.
So you're from the north, Chris.
Yes.
And my mother's family is from the north. Now, my mom born and raised in Brooklyn, and her two sisters born and raised, and they were Irish. Now, my mom had 4, 1, 2, 3 husbands before she died. There was the first one, my dad and my stepfather, and the first man that she married was a man named Tony. And Tony was Italian, and Tony was from the Bronx. And Tony had a restaurant, an Italian restaurant, that never served anything, but it was in fact a restaurant. And my mom tell me the story about her little my little Irish grandfather, whose name was Eugene, and they were sitting there, and they were getting ready to walk into the cathedral to get married. And of course, Irish weddings and Italian weddings are slightly different. And they peek in there, and apparently, like, several of the AU's guys are there. And my grandfather turns to my mom and goes, "You know, we've got our own mafia if you want out."
Oh my god! If you want out,
if you want out,
that's how that works. Oh, that's great. All right, back to the politics.
Back to the politics. Yeah, we all get. You know what? We're not even. No one's even drunk, and we're getting to this stuff, right?
Exactly.
We're commiserating very early here. I'm noticing, though, I just actually clicked on the feed for the first time, and I've noticed something. Both of you guys look fantastic, but my eyes are bright red, like I have the devil piercing through me or something. Because my contacts are like reflecting my my light source.
Taking a picture of your cat, right?
Yeah.
Oh, well, my light's off too. I'm shining. You hit me just right. I got this white light, and I probably need a better camera at some point.
Is it worth mentioning? That we might not know the final count for several more days?
Yeah, we're actually going to have to be on this stream for the next 96 hours, which is, why
I hope everyone put their diapers on.
Right. Well, I mean, I have a stack of
because, like, the idea of the red mirage or the blue mirage or whatever, however it turns out, it's a mirage. Whatever the results are by the end of this evening will not be definitive. So if anybody is getting upset by the results that are being reported about tonight, it might not be worthy of that upset. From the couch.
Well, yeah. So
I'm listening.
The fact that more than 17 people voted for this fucking fool is disappointing to me. It should be for everyone else with an IQ over 86. Just saying.
Okay.
So it's disappointing. It's disappointing that it's this close. It's disappointing that we don't. It's just.
But once the mail-in votes that are counted, that are going to be counted in the next couple of days, once they come in, everything will be totally different and exactly meet your expectations.
Think of the most average person you know,
and realize that half of the world is stupider than them. More stupid. Is it stupider or more stupid?
Whatever works.
I can hear what she's saying. I don't know if our audience can, but I will say this. I've noticed two things about Shanna. One, she's opinionated. Two,
Shanna's opinionated? What makes you think that?
Two, she doesn't mind letting people know she's opinionated.
Oh no.
Oh.
He's saying that you're opinionated, A, and B, you don't mind letting people know that you're opinionated about the opinions you have.
I don't know what you guys are talking about. When I was on air with her, she barely even talked.
I know, she never talks. Hardly ever. Yeah. Yeah. What'd you say? Shy. She's shy. She's playing coy.
All right, so we do have a bit more video coming in, and I'm going to check that out. So while I look at that, Vox, were you going to say something? Or we did also have a question about the Senate. Right now, the Senate is holding at 43 for the Dems, 41 for the Republicans. I don't know of any seats that are coming up soon. I can probably check in on that because I think that is important. And that's something that we should. The Senate's going to be huge. The Senate's going to be huge if the Dems do not get the presidency, but they get the Senate. That is a major check against anything that happens going forward with Trump. Obviously, if they lose the Senate but gain the presidency, okay, also major flip from where we've been, but makes it much harder to overturn a lot of the damage that's been done. And if they gain both, well, that's sort of the dream scenario for overcoming a lot of the things that have happened in the last, assuming you object to them, which of course not everybody does. I happen to be one that does, but all right. So,
well, to give a couple more just informational bits while we're in a lull waiting for some information. I really don't expect any much of anything to change in the next 30 minutes or so. But we can talk about we can talk about an interesting fact in Utah. Women received the right to vote twice in Utah. And by the way, I had these things pre-written, so don't think I'm just pulling these things out of my head and I'm that smart. I'm not good at Trivial Pursuit. I had these things written down prior. It was granted unanimously first in 1870 by the territorial legislature, and then was later revoked by Congress in 1887 as part of a national effort to stop polygamy. Mormon Amelia Sophia Tanner Richards and her husband were leaders of their state's women's suffrage movement, and in 1895, the right to vote and hold office was written into the Constitution of the state for women. So a little bit of women's suffrage history for you. Interestingly enough, the first state to provide, or at least technically have, women's ability to vote was New Jersey, and it wasn't intentional. New Jersey's constitution initially was gender neutral. It wasn't until 1807 when New Jersey men decided to change the way the Constitution was written to grant votes to only free white male citizens, that women lost the vote to in New Jersey and would not gain it again, of course, until the passage of the 19th Amendment.
So, actually, I think there's I had a list of, but my brain is starting to veg out of it. We did have a question, and this is good. So there's two reportings of where the Senate stands. One is at 41-41. That is according to the Associated Press, if you look at their 2020 U.S. election results. But they also have another site, which is the one that we're using. They're both Associated Press, so I am a little curious how and why two Associated Press sites. But we brought up the right now it is being reported as 41 for the Dems, 41 for the Republican Party. However, there are two independents who caucus with the Democrats. So that is just sort of a technicality. So where we're looking at it right here includes the two independents who do caucus with the Democrats. The other, so that is the difference in the numbers. So just because we had a question about that, I just saw a change. The other thing is I got one computer, two computers, my main machine, 1, 2, 3, 4 monitors. It's like, and then something changes out of the corner of my eye. I was like, oh my God, there's results. It's just like, oh, okay. Whoa, doggers. The House is. Do we have any ideas on what the projections were for the House? I hadn't followed the House. Was the House expected to flip? Because right now the House looks to me like it's going to flip.
No, there's no chance that the House is going to flip. None whatsoever.
No chance. Okay. Because I was seeing 92 to 124. I'll put this up right now. Let me get this up. So, and this is actually a good chance to numbers. I may do, you know what? I may do also a quick rundown again in a second. Poof. I really want to know what keeps disconnecting me. And in keeping with our new policy, it was Chris. So there we go. So let's see. So right now, electoral count 135 to 108 in favor of Biden. Again, those numbers are going to change. The Republicans. Oh, yep, the Republicans have picked up another Senate seat. So the Republicans are up to 42 to the Democrats 43, which includes the independents that caucus with them, and then the House. The House numbers are 94 to 120. But if there's no chance of, I'll feel a lot better about that. So, and then let's just quickly go to. Okay, no chance of the Dems losing the House. Why am I on District of Columbia? I really don't. Honestly, District of Columbia has already decided. I don't care what happens in the no offense to DC, but there we go. All right. So, yeah, you know what? We've had I've just seemed to have had a bit of a loss in the performance of the stream there. So I'll work on that. So let me get.
So California went to Biden.
It went. They closed.
Well, according to CNN,
Yes, they
CNN is calling California.
They just called Washington,
for Biden,
Oregon, and California for Joe Biden. Colorado has been called for Joe Biden. Need more numbers from Arizona.
All right, I'm definitely having some technical difficulties, so I'm going to see if I can figure out. Yep, they just came in. So we just okay. So the polls closed. That's okay. Let's see. That's Oregon, Washington, and California to Biden. Idaho to
Donald Trump.
Wyoming has now gone to Trump. South Dakota, North Dakota is Trump. Nebraska is Trump. Kansas, Trump. None of those are big surprises. Oklahoma, Arizona. So we've just had a huge block of these filled in. So let's take a look at. We're gonna go over what the must-win states are. So what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to put this up so everyone can see it. That's where we stand right now. I'm going to just do a couple of things to just try to slightly improve the.
So since I know you do apparently want panic on your show.
Oh, yes. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we have used the word panic. We are not encouraging panic. We are simply encouraging people to get in that state where they feel okay. Exactly.
No panic. There's nothing to panic about. Okay.
We're good. We're good. Don't listen to the man with that voice. Don't listen to that man. All right, Vox, you were saying.
So Vegas betting odds, which were very, very accurate, 2016, have given Donald Trump a 71% chance of winning the election, while Joe Biden's odds have gone down to 33%. And this is about the same time at which the odds began to shift away from Hillary Clinton.
Well, so I'm gonna say a couple of things, but I will say actually that's one of the things I try to keep an eye on Wall Street and I try to keep an eye on a couple other things. But one of the things I've always loved what's it called? I want to say in trade or something like that, but where people can basically bet futures on just about anything they want to, and you can make a bet on any sort of futures thing, and you can bet who's going to win any seat. You bet real money. And I always follow those because those are people who make a living of some kind on futures trading. And so I get very interested in those kinds of bets. So I will say it's a little disheartening if I hear something that on Vegas those numbers change, because I do tend to put some stock in it, because the people who make those bets usually aren't doing so just casually. So obviously it doesn't mean, and 70 is 70%, but let's break down sort of what you're saying and what we're seeing. So the states that we always knew were going to come in, blue, have now come in.
Everything's going to be fine.
A number of red states. Well, listen, we'll talk about my mental health.
This is the voice of reason. United States. There's no need to panic.
Vox, did you invite somebody else into the stream that I didn't know?
Look, I told you, like, my eyes, right?
The
like,
fuck was that?
I do
Oh,
apologize.
you son of a! What do I don't know?
That guy had dulcet
I
tones.
didn't.
The guy had dulcet tones. Yeah.
I forgot to tell you when we first met, Nick, that I'm actually possessed. I have a demon that resides inside of me named Bast, and it is a cat demon from the second dynasty of Taxon in Egypt. So time to time, he kind of just pops up. Hairball kind of thing,
In case you haven't noticed, I haven't really batted an eyelash on that story, and the reason is the In Time seems to have turned out to be the island of misfit toys, and for the most part, congratulations, you'll fit in just perfectly around here.
I want to be the Charlie in a box.
Yeah. So, all right. So let's go over what he's going to need to win, realistically speaking. So, is the consensus now that this is not looking as good as we had hoped or as it was earlier? Is that the consensus, that this appears to be heading south for Biden, and that his road to 270, the number that he needs, is actually narrowing despite the apparent
it's shrinking.
Is that what we're looking at? Okay.
It is shrinking very drastically. Trump is ahead in all but one toss-up state, and in as I said again, in Florida, he has doubled the margin, right? And what I mean by that is that if we look at 2016, we look at where he was polling when the final aggregates were released, right? He's outperformed those numbers. So currently Donald Trump's ahead by about 3% in Florida. In Georgia, which is a state that Joe Biden, no one expected Joe Biden to win Georgia, but he was pulling ahead in the polls, right? And this is where this 2020 is the test for polling, right? Because so much is built on polling. And is polling something that we can truly trust in the Trump era? Well, it looks like maybe the days of polling with the advent of the internet and cell phones may be done and over. So in Georgia, for the majority of the last couple weeks of the race, we saw Donald Trump and Joe Biden trade back polls back and forth between each other. And so they go about 0.5%, 1%, 0.5%, 1%, right? So with 63% of the vote reported in Georgia, Donald Trump has a 10% lead over Joe Biden, with almost 400,000 votes separating the two of them. Now, of course, that's not an insurmountable amount of votes to overcome. And we only have 43% of the vote counted from Fulton County, and we only have 54% of the vote counted in Cobb County, and DeKalb County is only at 24%. So it's not an insurmountable number for Joe Biden. But there's no number that gives Joe Biden Flawed at this point, unless there is a mirage the likes of which we've not seen in a very long time. And so Donald Trump is outperforming expectations. Joe Biden is underperforming expectations in the South. Now, whether or not that actually translates to Donald Trump outperforming expectations in the Midwest and the Rust Belt and Joe Biden underperforming is another story. But some things that are being reported are concerning. Donald Trump is winning union votes in Ohio. Remember when I said about middle of this broadcast that the Democrats had jettisoned their support of labor. Labor and unions are supposed to be the backbone of the Democratic Party, just like evangelicals are supposed to be the backbone of the Republican Party. Yet the coastal elite shift of the Democratic Party has cost us the support of these people in Ohio and Iowa and Michigan and places like that. And if Donald Trump is beating Joe Biden by 10 to 12% union votes in heavily unionized areas, it could be that Donald Trump outperforms expectations and Joe Biden underperforms, which we very well could see a Michigan loss for Joe Biden, a Wisconsin loss for Joe Biden, and most certainly an Iowa loss for Joe Biden, which would put us about the exact same map that we had in 2016 with about 193 electoral votes for
Dear Lord. All right.
Joe Biden.
All right. So what I think I'm going to do now is that makes it easy. I'm going to head off to bed, and I'm going to take. We have our 2016 stream archived. So I'm gonna bring that up, and everywhere where you hear the word Clinton, just put in Biden.
Biden.
And it's the same. It's the same thing. So guys, we can all go to bed. We're gonna have a great. It's not gonna be a great stream because, it's gonna end. I won't give away the ending. I think you know what, but we're just gonna switch to that, and we're good. All right. So not nearly as funny as it could have. I try to be an optimist here. So let's crunch how and why it looks that way, because to anybody who's not used to this, look, it's 209 to 118. I mean, those numbers look really great, but here's what's happened at this point, which is all of the ones that we really knew for certain. We told you this at the beginning. We said this the whole time. Biden's going to get a whole bunch. We know he's going to get them. He has now gotten them. They're in. So his numbers are going to climb a lot slower at this point going forward. Trump's numbers are going to climb a lot faster because the Midwest is where his strengths are, and those they're going to take longer to report. Now, I've done a little math here, and Biden is currently at 209. He is still projected. He may lose them, but he is projected at this point, and it's a little tight, but presumably, yeah, he's going to get Minnesota. He's going to get Iowa, Arizona. So those are three states where he's going to get. We're going to say he's going to get Maine, and we're also going to toss in Arizona, which is still up, but it's a light blue. So let's say he gets that. If he gets all of those, they're actually all small in terms of the Electoral College. So he only goes up to 240. He only goes up to 240 if he gets all those. Now I haven't counted Nevada. There's nothing we can do about Nevada yet, so we'll keep Nevada out of it. So he needs to, in order to get to 270, let's see, too tired to be doing the math. He's going to need to get 30 from somewhere, and the rest look pretty solid blues. It's going to be pretty hard for him to get 30. It looks like he won't be able to get it from Florida. Now, Florida would actually almost give it to him alone. He hasn't lost Florida. He hasn't lost Texas yet. He hasn't lost any of the others, but they are all looking pretty solid so he's going to have to do some serious damage into all of these areas that is leaning into Trump. And it's obviously doable. If it wasn't, that'd already be called. Nonetheless, it isn't looking good. So it looks like what we're looking at now is I'm confident at him getting to 240. I think the numbers that we have show he's going to get 240. Getting much past that is starting to look very difficult. So, and I think I want to keep things upbeat for a little while longer. And then we're going to talk. This is affecting you. It's affecting me far more than I'm showing. We'll discuss why, and it's is what it is. But I do appreciate. I do want to say one thing, which is, however it turns out, we've had a lot of you who have been with us from the beginning on this stream. So thank you all for joining us, and we're very glad, and I truly feel privileged to be able to be doing this with you guys watching, and so we're going to stick with it, and we're going to see where this goes. But thank you to our audience who has been here, and I think you were going to say something, Vox.
Well, so I think I am actually in a fairly good place mentally right now.
Okay.
I think I have no expectations for America anymore. And so I came into this with very little expectations. I mean, of course, I argued for the people that I liked, but I had very low expectations. I have low expectations for everything now. I don't understand people anymore. Maybe I never did. So with the low expectations, if this comes away and Donald Trump wins, I don't know. I'm just like, yeah, sure, that makes sense, kind of thing. If Joe Biden wins, hey, awesome. But, you know, if Donald Trump wins, it's just kind of like, yeah, you know, I mean, it's almost poetic if Donald Trump were to win re-election. And I'll explain what I mean by that. America rose to power on the ashes of Germany. Right, on the ashes of Europe. Had World War II not happened, America would not be the superpower it is. The entire continent of Europe destroyed itself, including Russia, and it took them decades to rebuild. So the only real place it was left was America. So we assumed our place on the world stage. And instead of being humble about that, we have just become more and more and more and more egotistical and braggadocious, and without, you know, sounding too overrighteous.
We are way too awesome to be braggadocious.
Yeah. And you know, just from the philosophical aspect, from the kind of academic aspect that I like to generally bring to things. It's just our chickens coming home to roost. We've always been this bad, right? I mean, we were the last westernized country to end slavery. We were the last westernized country to, you know, really, you know, think about, you know, treating gays okay. You know, we were giving syphilis to black people in the 60s, you know, intentionally. I mean, this is just our chickens coming home to roost. Donald Trump is just the embodiment of the worst tendencies of America, and because we have this stupid, antiquated notion of an electoral college, you know, we can't, you know, I mean, what more can I say?
Well, I want to take, and I certainly also want to hear from Chris. But I'm going to take maybe a similar tack, but slightly different in some sense. I don't think we've always been this bad. I don't think we've ever been the greatest country in the world that we'd like to brag about and say. But I think we have been a beacon for a great many countries, and for good cause. And while I think we have many faults, Tuskegee and a number that you highlighted, I think that every country's got its faults, and we should stare those in the face. But there are some things that we've done very well too, in places where we have led the world in terms of and it's been waning for a while, but in terms of science, we got a man on the moon. That's a human accomplishment. That's a human accomplishment. We as a species got off this planet and survived and came back, and that was done by the Americans. Well, Russians weren't that far behind, but nonetheless. There are things that we have been cutting edge on. I think we have a right to be proud of, and I think it's been waning, but it always does. And I remember seeing, I think, somebody on Bill Maher who was talking about the death of the British Empire. And I said he's glad it was over, and now the Americans sort of have this Pax Americana, and the American Empire. They're welcome to it, but he doesn't see it coming out any better for them than it did for the Brits. And so I don't know what this foretells, but I will say this: I did cry when Trump was elected. I didn't expect that. I didn't expect to, just I couldn't control it. The reason was it never crossed my mind he could win. It never crossed my mind he could. It just wasn't even a. And I'd talk to people about it. I'd be like, oh yeah, well, Trump might win, he might not. But I think in the back of my mind I did, because he had said and done so many, just in my view, just evil things when he's talking about literally killing the families of the terror. Somebody said, well, wait, do you mean like, so if a terrorist comes and attacks the U.S., you kill his brother, you kill the wife, you kill the people that had nothing to do with it? He goes, yeah, that will teach them. And it doesn't matter to me whether he meant it or not. I think he did mean it. I think he just didn't care about the kind. He wasn't thinking. But grab him by the pussy. I mean, I didn't think I lived in a country that could possibly elect that man. And when it turned out he won, the first thing was, I don't know how to tell my wife, and I let her sleep. I didn't wake her up because I just wanted her to have that time. And I broke down crying because I was like, this isn't the country I thought it was. I don't expect it. Boy, do I not expect it to be perfect. But I don't care how much. And we've talked about this on the show before, which was one of the reasons he was elected was as pushback for some of the ego of the left, saying we're gonna teach you guys, you idiots on the right, how. So there's blame all around, really. But nonetheless, I don't care how mad you are at the left to vote somebody like that into office, to damn the consequences. And I've been proud of Republicans like John McCain, like Colin Powell, who stood up and said, you can't do this. So I don't want to be a doomsdayer. Let's assume for a second he wins, which is not a foregone conclusion. So we don't need to we don't know where this is going. But my personal feeling is, the first time it came as a shock, and I didn't know how to function because I wasn't worried about what would happen to this country. I knew we'd have problems, but I wasn't worried about it. I just didn't think I lived in a country capable of doing that. And when I realized I was wrong, I realized I did not understand my fellow Americans nearly as well as I thought I had. So that was difficult. Now, today, going into this, I was just thinking he can't win because I really didn't have it. I wasn't going to be able to function going forward on the stream I'm not kidding as well. When we really thought, my wife has a PhD in biochemistry, and she works now in academia, and she's done research on cancer drugs, AIDS drugs, cutting edge stuff, and all of that is the funding for that is getting drained. And France came out and said, hey, Americans, why don't you bring your best and brightest here? Here are these programs. We will give you money to come. And it's sort of like, you feel like this is your country doesn't want you around anymore. We're the ones who. I see these bumper stickers: no farms, no food. That's true. That's very true. That's important to realize. But no ivory towers. You like guns for your war? Who makes the metal? Where the metallurgists come from? Where do these drugs come from? Who's curing cancer? Who's curing AIDS? Who's curing all of these things? So we all need each other. And this division has been bad for everybody. And the left has played a part. So let's not say they didn't. But I hope we're not looking at a second term. Have to realistically look at we may be. But I'm going to probably take it reasonably hard if that's true. I did have a message I'm going to need to look at, so I don't want to. So let's hear from Christopher America.
Well, I just wanted to say that I'm proud to be an American.
Oh dear Lord! Okay, hold on. I can pipe in the music. I'm gonna wait. We've already been demonetized 7 ways.
Meow 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 meow. Fucking least I know. Fucking free, and I fucking stand up right next to you.
All right, I take that back. I was.
I'd like to thank all the little people that made this possible, especially
the first time I cried
Wizard
because
of
he
Oz.
won. The second time I cried because I listened to Maute sing.
But if you notice that I started talking, I eased my way into the singing. So,
oh my goodness, yeah, this has been so. Just for the audience, this is still in time news, even though it appears to be a dare but for the grace of God meeting right now.
How is it? How is it? You could tell a singer's at the door. How is it? You can tell a singer's at the door. They what is it? They never come in on time and they can't find the key.
Oh, that's good. Oh, you want to get on musician jokes.
Well, before we get on some musician notes, let me give you, as I know I'm bouncing everybody's emotions around a little bit here, but let me give you a little bit of good news. Out of Arizona, in 2016 in Arizona, Donald Trump won by 4 points, defeating Hillary Clinton. The Graham County in Arizona in 2016 had a total of about 12,000 votes, 65% of which went to Donald Trump, at 8,025 votes, with Hillary Clinton getting 3,301 votes. Now, currently in Arizona, we have 75% of expected votes in. And we have 94% of estimated votes reported in Graham County, where Donald Trump has received 9,951 votes, and Joe Biden has received 3,850. So while we have seen an increase for both candidates, we have not seen a measurable increase percentage-wise based on what the results were for Hillary Clinton. Now, why is that good? Because with 75% of the vote in right now, Joe Biden leads by 205,000 votes, with Apache County reporting no votes. Apache County went to Hillary Clinton in 2016 by 61%. So,
that's a whole county that hasn't reported, hasn't been counted, and you're suggesting, if I'm understanding correctly, could go blue and would add a whole number that hasn't been counted.
Blue.
Where he's already actually ahead, I think.
Yes, it will go blue, and it will add about 25,000 votes to Joe Biden's count, while adding, only about 12,000 votes to Donald Trump's count. So Arizona is shaping up to be the only state so far that is a swing state that is polling with Joe Biden gaining the margin as opposed to Donald Trump. And remember what I said. If Joe Biden wins the 3 states he has to, Minnesota, Wisconsin, and Michigan, he can win Arizona and the Maine second to get to 270 electoral votes without winning Pennsylvania, North Carolina, Georgia, or Florida.
So it's Minnesota, Wisconsin, Michigan, Minnesota. He's already got. Let's see. Michigan.
Well, he hasn't won any of those yet. They're must-wins, but.
No. Minnesota's been. That's New Mexico. Yeah. Wow. I'm dyslexic, and I am one of the most dyslexic people you've ever. It's like. Okay, I wrote a book, but I'm dyslexic. It's voice dictation is the only way I could. You have no idea. So it's okay. New Mexico, Minnesota. Ooh. Okay. All right.
Some similar letters.
Yeah. Well, so you heard about the what was it? The dyslexic metaphysicist with insomnia. Oh, Vox, you can't. Vox, you have to hear this one. Vox, this is like just
okay.
You. The dyslexic metaphysicist with insomnia.
Okay.
Believed in dogs.
Stayed up all night wondering if there really is a dog.
So I'm going to tell you something before I go get a bit of caffeine. Chris earlier was saying, you know, I don't really do the philosophy or stuff like that. We'll leave that all to Fox. So I have been told that philosophy majors and people like that can get on people's nerves because they're always something like, well, if you mean by that, or you know, kind of, sort of, but what I think you actually said is, or, you know, something like that. So I'm going to tell you the story about how Western philosophy came to be. And this has absolutely nothing to do with the election whatsoever. This is just a little funny story. There once were two philosophers in a park having lunch with each other. And they both noticed that upon a tree, two squirrels came running down the tree and started running around in circles, chasing each other. One of the philosophers commented that the squirrels were circumnavigating the tree. The other philosopher commented that no, one squirrel was circumnavigating the tree, and the other squirrel was circumnavigating the other squirrel. They argued about this until the sun began to set, and finally, after hours of frustration, they both threw their hands up in the air, walked away, and were never to speak to each other again. And thus was born Western philosophy. Now, that's hilarious to me. I don't know if it lands for your audience, but it is hilarious to me.
Well, I probably I sort of half have my head around it, so you and I'll talk about that one later. I mean, I just got an undergrad in philosophy, and I wanted to get a PhD in it. Boy, did I want to! And I almost even got a published paper my sophomore year because I came up with a counter to Torok. Came up with a counter to utilitarianism. It was a really good one, and nobody agreed with it, but nobody came up. And I actually came up with a counter to Torok's arguments. So I was thrilled about that one. It's a long story. I came close, but then I learned the other joke, which is, what did the employed philosopher say to the unemployed philosopher?
I've never
would you like fries with that? Yeah, would
you like fries with that?
I
love it.
So I didn't end up. I love teaching. I've loved teaching my entire life. I wanted to, so I said, hey, teach philosophy. That would have been, but you know what, so here's what I'm going to do. I need a little food. You look like you needed, so let me get a break and I'll start to look at the numbers. I do know the House numbers or the Senate numbers have taken a turn. It is now 44 to 45 in favor of the Republicans. So still have a few seats to bring in on that.
Yeah, we're just going to let Maute take it over for a minute.
This is going to be Maute is into pharmaceuticals. Maute is also a scientist who makes drugs. He made a compound called Goodnol, which he distributes.
Goodnol. It's prescription strength. It is specifically for when you have a case of the fuck-it-alls.
Okay.
If you are brave enough, you can do a speedball with generous doses of both Goodnol and fuck-it-all. I don't recommend it. I do not recommend it. Sometimes it forces you to eat very spicy chips. And then you don't know where the good and all begins and the fuck it all ends. Or vice versa.
Then the hallucinations start.
Man, I'm telling you. If I can see why there are primitive tribes that eat hot peppers for the purpose of hallucinating for ritualistic purposes. I could have sworn that was about to happen. Also, I don't think it's a good idea for you to get a PhD because there are some people that kind of epitomize the idea that you can't spell dipshit without a PH or a D.
Oh, Jesus.
Applies to some, not others.
My one of my philosophy professors in what is it in just taught ancient Greek philosophy. Graduated Harvard, and he wouldn't stop telling people. I mean, it was just like every class he had to mention 3 or 4 times that he graduated at Harvard. So he didn't want to be teaching at my university. That was for certain. It was just like, you know, Harvard. So as soon as you questioned him about anything, well, I graduated Harvard, so I think I know what I'm just not kidding. Okay, Vigo County's going for Trump, and yep, definitely sub to Maute. Okay, and just listen. We got a couple people in the live chat, and you know, that I just want, and I want to be clear about something. I have a much preferred outcome for tonight, and if it doesn't go that way, I am going to be genuinely very sad, and I'm gonna feel it. It's gonna be profound. That's not a reason for me to change who I am. That's not a reason for me to take it out on other people. That's not a reason, and we're all this is going to be tough, and this is a left-leaning show, so this is going to be tough on our audience too. We can inspire each other, and we can learn from each other, and we can realize that this is going to be hard on everybody. There's some people it's not going to be hard on, and they may also rub our noses in it. We've done that on occasion too, so we're not perfect. I'm glad you guys are here with us tonight. I hope you'll stick around with us tonight, however it goes. I'm going to stick around here with you guys, and let's try to remember who we are and who we want to be. And if some of our friends and family weren't who we thought they were, which I think is what somebody, you know, this nation divided, where I have family members who are like, how can you not be for? Okay, we can stay true to ourselves. Let's all of us listening to this tonight do that no matter what happens. So I can be sad, and I may be. The family that matters most to me is still around. The people I care about have been on this stream with me. Maute's been here too. And
oh, I have a feeling that whole 5-minute setup was for that.
It wasn't. It was totally sincere, but I honestly couldn't not take that as
I do not believe that for a hot second.
As soon as it was there, I was just like, no.
I think that was the landing mark, and everything has just been fucking a build-up to the dismount. I think that's bullshit. Look how proud you are of yourself right now. This is not a joke to be proud of. look at how delighted you are in your own assholery. Jesus Christ. You're cracking yourself up. This is the voice of reason.
Oh, dear.
I'm talking to you, Nick Soutter. It's time to stop cracking jokes. Because you suck at it.
Oh!
Hey, I don't know what that was. That was obviously Vox's demon speaking through me.
Yeah, so I'm gonna have to have
to
a
you. I don't know what's going on.
Oh, so
Holy
so let's.
This is the voice of the Lord, Savior, Jesus Christ.
Oh, and I actually I will tell you something else too, which is and this is hard. I'm lucky during things like this. You know, it's like a lot of people have to sit and watch, but don't have to. Listen, please sit and watch. Hit that like and subscribe button. Become a patron. Do all the wonderful things I always ask. But you know, they sit and watch and wait. I got like 3,000 things to do, which can distract me from the. So I have on occasion too. It's like
I'm still not convinced. I'm still not convinced that the results for tonight are going to be the results.
I think that's worth noting too.
And I also want to I want to be as untethered from bullshit as possible. The red mirage was predicted for tonight. If by the end of tonight it looks like the Republicans are going to win, how are we not in the middle of that fucking mirage?
That's a good point.
Come on, man.
You know, if you're going to be the voice of reason.
This is the fucking voice of reason.
Oh shit!
For fuck's
All right.
sake. People have been
Yeah,
talking
all right.
about the Red Mirage for the past goddamn 4 months.
All right, we've all yeah. So we've done our pity party, and we've also either way. So we had a great pity party. That was fun. We're gonna get back on track. And again, if things head south, remember what I said, up
It
to and
doesn't
including
matter.
insulting Maute. Remember all of it because I
Blame it
meant
on me. Chris.mauti@gmail.com. You
Oh
can
my
just email me
God!
all of your complaints.
Oh dear Lord!
All
Oh
of them.
dear Lord!
All of them.
Oh my God!
And in case you forget how to spell Maute, it's NICHOLASSOUTTER. Just saying.
He doesn't have a wrench in the live chat, right? Can we?
Oh yeah.
If we, I need a YouTube expert. If he gets ejected from the live chat, is he still here on the stream, or
yeah,
does
because this ain't YouTube. This is StreamYard, motherfucker.
Son of a. That's why you set this up.
That's right. What do you think? I'm the master manipulator. I'm the puppet master guy.
That's right, you are. I've heard. So I've heard. So I've heard. Aren't we all? At some point, I would like to figure out how many puppet masters and manipulators there are. Just sort of the general. There's a lot of puppet masters. And
my new policy is the next person who claims somebody is a manipulator is themselves a manipulator.
I like that one. I've noticed that like I'm in the vicinity of a whole bunch of puppet masters and am one myself. So it's sort of like a master implies people. You can't have a room full of masters. It isn't okay.
Yeah. You can't have a room full of Napoleons and Jesuses, right?
Oh yeah, it doesn't. Oh. And Vox, you missed an inspirational speech. You can play it back on.
Exactly. I can't wait to find that clip where I bust into Lee Greenwood.
All right, so let's see. So we've got I haven't seen much action on the thing. Here's the thing. I've got this pizza that I told you about. It's got like all these meats on it, and I keep sitting there going like, so I'm probably gonna go munch it. Just also get a little nervous if you guys will hear me munching on the.
Just mute yourself. It'll be all right. Now this is the part. This is the part that sucks, right? This is the part where it's just like the numbers are going to inch up, and at some point in time, like you just have to be like, okay, when is the cutoff, kind of thing. We have 95% of expected votes in North Carolina.
Can we, actually, Vox, I would like to hear what you have to say, but can you just confirm, is Orange County reporting 102% voter turnout?
Orange County, Florida, Orange County, California.
I would assume Florida. I'm going to be away from my computer, so I can't.
Let's take a look-see.
I mean, I think that's just one of those. I mean, I'm not like an election expert or nothing, but it seems to me that is one of those things we'd want to look into.
According to what I'm looking at, Orange County is reporting 96% of estimated votes reported.
Okay, I don't even know how you'd get 100 because you're not going to get 100% turnout. I mean, their voter turnout would only be about 80, but all right, sorry. Well, I'll look into that when I get back or something. But okay, so you were saying, I apologize. I cut you off.
Oh, it's all right. I was just saying we've got about 95% of estimated votes reported in North Carolina, 94% in Florida, 74% in Georgia. We have about 88% in Ohio. We have 76% in Arizona, 86% in Texas. We have 61% in Minnesota, 57% in Wisconsin, and 46% in Michigan. Now, Wisconsin is doing very well for Joe Biden right now, and Arizona, which just gave us the first results from Apache County, 31% of estimated votes in, going to Joe Biden by about 73%. So that's about all the movement we've really had. We got about 1% more of the votes tabulated in Arizona And so we're at the point now where any state that is lagging behind is probably no longer counting in-person votes, and they're shifting to their mail votes and things like that, which obviously takes more time, because what they have to do is they have to, if they're not a state that's already prepped them, they have to take the envelope, they have to unseal the envelope, then they have to take the ballot out, then they have to remove the ballot from the secrecy envelope. A lot of these states have secrecy envelopes, so you can't kind of just like see through it, and then they have to take the ballot out, they have to decrease the ballot and then feed it through the machine, and that is a very, very, very extensive process. It takes a lot of time to do. So that's why we're seeing a lot of the numbers start to slow down in these places. Now, North Carolina, these numbers should not be reflective of absentee votes. In North Carolina, absentee votes absentee votes are 100% reported in North Carolina. So we have all of the absentee votes that have been cast in North Carolina. And what does seem to be true is that a lot more Trump voters didn't pay attention to Donald Trump and did vote absentee by mail. So with 100% of all counties reporting absentee votes in North Carolina, Joe Biden has taken 51.7% to Donald Trump's 47.2%, with roughly 210,000 votes separating the two going to Joe Biden, with 33,500 votes going to Joe Jorgensen. But overall...
excuse me. No, I did want to, I'm sorry, I'm going to interrupt and say one thing just because it's apropos. I always suspected, and I've said this before, I think even a lot of Trump supporters know he's full of shit and they just don't care. But, you know, so he said, don't do the absentee, don't do the absentee. I was like, I will bet you many of them will. And it really reminded me of Bachmann. Michelle Bachmann, who was senator from, congressman, I forget which state, but utterly unhinged.
Bachman Turner Overdrive. That's one of my favorite bands. BTO, baby.
No, and Michelle Bachmann was
working for the weekend.
Oh, Michelle Bachmann was the one who said that Obama was the coming of the apocalypse. He was the herald of the coming of the apocalypse. And then Obama came out and said, you know, wow, you know, I'm the herald of the apocalypse. That's a legacy. I mean, Washington didn't do that. Lincoln didn't do that. So he said that during the dinner, the correspondence dinner. But Bachmann said she thought people shouldn't fill out the census, and so she was telling all the people not in her state not to fill out the census. Well, the number of congressmen you get is dependent on the census, and her seat was the last seat created because they had just enough people to get one more congressional seat. If enough people didn't fill out the census, that seat would get taken back and she'd lose her seat. So she's out there, don't fill out the census. And then somebody, it was hilarious because somebody finally explained it to her. You could tell the day that she understood that concept. But I'm sorry, I apologize because you're like, you know, Trump was saying, don't do the early voting, don't do them. And it looks like, I think you're right. It looks like obviously most of his own people ignored him on that. I was hoping they'd follow him, but I figured they'd know he was full of shit. So,
well, of course, the other thing that is going to be true here of Donald Trump is that while his voters have obviously ignored him, only the Democratic absentee votes are fraudulent.
Oh, well, that goes without saying. You don't even need to know everything.
It makes perfect sense.
I think that Joe hit on this earlier. It would have been nice to have him on a little bit longer, but the only real instance of significant voter fraud that has occurred in recent memory occurred in the state of North Carolina. So all the cries of, you know.
And who were the bad actors again?
It was North Carolina 7th District, I believe. Let's see here. So I don't remember the exact guy's name.
And then if Sinister Porpoise is still here, I'm going to tell a story, a voting story. I think it came out of the Netherlands, but I'm going to finish grabbing a little food, and I'm going to tell a story that I think Sinister Porpoise, more than just about anybody here, is going to catch faster than anyone else here. But Sinister Porpoise may not. Anyone around knows her and that she's available. Tag her in, bring her in, just to live chat. She'll like this.
6-hour hangs.
So this is in the 2018 midterms, Carolina's 9th district, Carolina's 9th congressional district, had to go back to the polls, and the district had to have the re-election because Mark Harris, who was a far right candidate, had defeated the incumbent Rob Pittenger in a primary, and then defeated Democratic candidate Dan McCready. And after the votes were tabulated, it turned out that several hundred votes were actually fraudulent votes that had been worked over by various parts of the campaign for Harris, and so the results were tossed out, and the election had to be redone. And that is the only real example of voter fraud, to my knowledge, that has affected anything. I mean, you get a sporadic bit of voter fraud every now and then, and most of that is just people who didn't know they couldn't voting, right? It's not intentional, and it never and it's never enough to change the outcome of an election. And if we had more common sense voter registration laws, most of that would go down. But we want to disenfranchise as many people as we can in this country. So,
yes, please.
Okay, well, man.
The more disenfranchising, the better.
Absolutely.
No?
Unless you are Christian, male, and white. And of course, we know why that is, because those, those damn atheists. And
no, because we're better. And I'm not Christian, so.
Not shy.
So, all right. So here's the story. Porpoise is going to miss it. This is what Porpoise gets for bailing on our stream early. And by early, I mean after the 5th hour and 20 minutes.
She only hung out for 4 hours.
Jesus. There are people who support the show, and then there are people who just phone it in. I mean, Jesus. So, all right. So here's what happened, and I'll give everyone a second in case there's anyone in the live chat who happens to really be. You have to be really good at a very specific set of skills to catch this one. So, there was it was in, I want to say, Belgium. Let me actually just quickly. It was in it was in Belgium. First time doing electronic voting in Belgium, and they had what they ended up happening was the number of votes that were turned in exceeded the number of votes cast, and so they said, okay, well, that's obviously a problem, and they sat down, and in fact, the person who won by an amount that exceeded the number of vote cast, and they ended up doing a recount, and the difference between the recount and the original count, in the recount, 4,096 votes just vanished, gone. And completely changed the outcome of the election. And so the question was, how on earth did the first election have the first result have more total votes cast by exactly 4,096? And just out of curiosity, does anyone here have a guess, or does anyone? I don't want to give everyone on that because any guess, anyone?
Isn't that statistically like base 10?
Yes, that
Something
is
like that?
exactly 2 to the 12. That is exactly 2 to the 12, which is actually significant. Any power of 2 is significant in computers because computers necessarily being binary based on bits. Everything is all the numbers have to be based on a power of 2. That is based on a power of 2. That's 2 to the 12. And what they figured out, and this is the only that I'm aware of, the only certified instance of this ever happening. It's been a theoretical possibility. It's only ever happened once. It's what's called a flipped bit. A cosmic ray, which they're all around us, they rarely affect anything, but a cosmic ray actually, it said a couple people have flip bit or stack overflow. Stack overflow is the other, a cosmic ray struck a bit in memory and switched it from a 0 to a 1, resulting in an additional 4,096 votes caused by a cosmic ray. So you can look it up. It's
how do you argue that in front of the state? How do you argue that in front of the Supreme Court?
If that isn't, listen. If I was the guy who at first thought he won, and then you realize lost because of this, I'd be like, well, excuse me, Your Honor, but I think God wants me to win. I mean, if a cosmic ray is going to strike, that's a pretty good symbol from God.
I mean, I can just imagine this going all the way to like the Supreme Court, and you've got Clarence Thomas and Alito and up there, and they're like, well, you see, what had happened was, and when you start to talk about this this 2 to the power of, and by the way, I know philosophy and politics. I'm barely add 2 + 2, right? So whatever, and the eyes start to glaze over, right? And so eventually, are you a Republican or a Democrat? Well, I'm a Republican. All right, fine, you win.
Oh. See, a byte has 8 bits, and I think it was in a single byte. It must have. I mean, somebody in the live chat is saying fourth from the, but so it's you flip the right byte. You flip the right bit, and you change you flip any bit. You got to change the value of the byte. Oh, Jesus, at any rate, yeah, that was it. It was. I just thought, and so I stand corrected. I guess these things do happen reasonably frequently, but it was the first time of a vote actually being. Okay, well, a cosmic.
So if I can.
No, this is the first documented instance. Yeah, please.
Interrupt here for a moment. I think we have had Ohio called for Donald Trump.
All right.
Ohio has 18 electoral votes. Ohio was a state that Joe Biden had hoped to win. Donald Trump is ahead by roughly 8%, with 94% of precincts reporting in. And remember what I said earlier, Ohio was going to be a pretty decent indicator, I think, for parts of Pennsylvania. I actually was not expecting Ohio to be called for another hour or so. Donald Trump beat Hillary Clinton in Ohio by roughly 8 percentage points. And it appears currently, right now, that he has beaten Joe Biden by about 8 percentage points. So about identical to the results from 2016. So
did Titan just say I've spent too much time on a 2-bit story? Did Titan literally, in regards to my voter fraud by the bit flip, I spent too much time on a 2-bit? I'm surrounded by clowns who think they're funny. All right. I don't see Ohio called. It wouldn't shock me. It's pink. But I'm looking at it in 2 sources.
This is from Fox News. Fox News is calling Ohio.
Well, they may or may not have it. They
Joe
have a tendency.
Biden.
Do you know how many times Fox News has called something early? And that was one of the reasons that the 2000 election was lost, was because people believed Fox News when they called it early, and they were just wrong. But they like to call the Republicans early, which does. Jesus, there was a question I was going to ask. Oh yeah. So is it just me? I mean, I think now that he's president, he wants to stay president, and he wants to, and I'm going to make this lower. It's just, I think everybody wants to keep an eye out on Ohio. So I want to, now this is the AP map. As soon as AP adjusts it, it's going to adjust here. So, if no doubt Fox has called it, but I don't. So we'll leave that. I don't think Trump wanted to win. In fact, I'm sure he didn't. And it was like, really, you could tell he was like, it was just like, oh my God, I might win this thing. I think this time he wants to, but it's just ego. But okay, let's see. All right, give me
I'm not sure. Again, I talked about 2016 was going to be, this particular race was going to be a judgment on a lot of the polling. So if we're calling Ohio for Trump, Ohio has been an extremely stable polling state since April. Donald Trump and Joe Biden have gone back and forth in the state, but no one ever was more than 3 points ahead of the other candidate. We closed out Ohio this morning with Donald Trump having a 0.8% in Ohio in the aggregate. Now, 0.8% with a margin of error of about 3%. And we are showing Ohio going for Donald Trump by 8%. So that is almost triple the margin. So that is a polling error on the magnitude of 2016. And I'll tell you why that's surprising. Because the biggest indicator of the polling error in 2016 was that these polls did not weight properly for education. And uneducated voters broke heavily for Donald Trump. The polls were weighted for education this go around. So we expected this kind of thing not to occur. We did not expect this kind of polling error to be occurring this go around. And there were also some other things added into it. So the fact that we have a polling error of that magnitude in Ohio, one of the most heavily polled states, does not bode well for just polling in general as a science anymore at this point. It's cosmic error twice, almost.
All right, so and then there is another one. This is from the Daily Caller. So
Ohio is being called.
Oh, I'm sorry, what?
Ohio is being called for Trump by CNN.
All right, thank you. Yeah, I should probably get another source up, and we'll double check. So, and some other surprising news, which would appear in my book to violate the supremacy clause of the Constitution. But nonetheless, Louisiana has one of the initiatives there. It looks like Louisiana has passed an amendment saying that there is no constitutional right to abortion, which may or may not violate supremacy, depending on how you interpret Roe v. Wade. Roe v. Wade didn't actually establish a constitutional right to abortion, but there's you get into minutia there. But at any rate, it looks like this would probably be headed to the Supreme Court. This the Supremacy Clause would say that the law, as interpreted by the federal government, takes supremacy over any local laws states pass, even if it's to the state's constitutions. The federal government would take supremacy now. So Roe v. Wade would take supremacy over local laws, but I'm not sure that this might run afoul of it. But I don't know, because Roe v. Wade didn't actually establish a constitutional right to abortion. It's complicated. We can do another show on that. Not my area of expertise, but now Ohio hasn't come up. I am curious as to why Ohio hasn't come up on this, but I'm going to check out CNN.
As I mentioned, it was called by CNN. So I mean,
sorry, yeah. If you could stick to news sources from now on, I'd appreciate that.
God damn you!
So just a couple things that we missed. Mark Kelly is being called for the Arizona Senate, which is a win for Democrats. He defeated Martha McSally, who was appointed to the Senate in 2009 to replace John McCain. And it looks like the House, which is pretty predictable, it looks like the Democrats are going to expand their majority by at least 5 seats. So regardless of what the Senate and the White House look like tomorrow, Nancy Pelosi will remain Speaker of the House, and she will increase her majority to a super majority, meaning that she needs no Republican help to move bills out of committee in the House. Now, of course, it doesn't do any good, no matter how many, if they're all just stagnating in the Senate. But regardless of what's going on tonight, at least the Democrats, at least we will still have a split power government.
No, I thank God for that. I think that's going to be which of course is a let's see here. Give me 1 second. Yeah, I don't know why AP hasn't called it yet, and let's.
They all went and got some 3-meat pizza. That's it.
Yeah. I haven't had enough of that. All right, give me a second. I will be. I'll be. Well, no, actually, know what I'm going to do? Let me do this. I was just looking for this earlier. Let me, okay, well, I'm just going to drop this in chat for a second.
Well, while you're doing that, let's take a look at some of these other Senate races. So 3 places where Democrats had hoped to pick up Senate seats was in Maine, Iowa, and Montana. So let's take a look at Maine, which is, of course, Susan Collins, who is one of the more reliably moderate swing Republican votes in the Senate on some things. And with 59% of the vote, Susan Collins is leading her Democratic opponent, Sarah Gideon, by 10%. Now, of course, this is one of those instances in where people do strange things with their ballots. Because Maine is a state that is reliably Democratic, with the 2nd district sometimes going Republican presidentially. Sarah Collins has been in the Senate for a very, very long time. And what we know is historically it's difficult to beat incumbents. And yet we have a state that is going to resoundingly reject Donald Trump as president and possibly send Susan Collins back to the White House. So that is an interesting development. In Montana, with 54% of the vote in, Steve Bullock is narrowly leading Steve Daines, the Republican running for Senate. Flipping a Senate seat in Montana would be very, very interesting. And in Iowa, with 91% reporting, Joni Ernst, the incumbent, is leading Theresa Green, 51% to 45%. So I'm not sure if there is enough votes left in Iowa for the Democratic senatorial candidate to catch up. In all likelihood, it appears, based on these numbers, that Mitch McConnell will remain as the majority leader of the Senate. So I am sorry to
horrible.
everybody out there.
That sounds horrible.
Yeah, I said going into this that I would be willing to accept a presidential loss if I could pick up the Senate seat. There's still a possibility that we can win the presidency, but at this point, I don't think that there is a possibility that we will pick up the Senate with Joni Ernst and Susan Collins both pulling away.
All right. Okay. I'm still trying to collect like several different, and Vox, I've got the Discord up, so if you want to check your Discord real quick, and I forgot we usually do try to keep those in the background. That's sort of how I communicate with the mods and others. So got that up, and then let's see. I mean, CNN right now has Biden only at 205. Trump is higher at 213. So I'm trying to figure out what the difference is. It probably doesn't matter. It'll coalesce. It's rare that they call these things so wrong. So I'm sure that they're gonna sort this out. But it's always just a little interesting when everyone else starts to call it and AP stands by. But I do apologize. You were on a rant, Vox, and I didn't mean to.
Well, I was mostly just trying to fill fill some time in going over some of the Senate numbers, and we did miss the Mark Kelly thing, but there's just not a lot to report on right now, and so there's nothing worse than listening to just dead air. So
and I can tell some more jokes at Maute's expense. I mean, there's more of those than you can shake a stick at, really. So
I'm here. I'm here's your whipping boy.
Wow, that could go so many ways.
Your pleasure.
And I'm cheesy. You did not have to add that statement to the. I really that's okay. Okay, you know what? No, now I am gonna have nightmares. I think I was okay with this stream and this election until he said "whipping boy" for your pleasure. So Bregwin is saying on the live chat, Oregon has voted to decriminalize all drugs. I hadn't heard that one before, so I may look into that in a second.
That is fantastic. I didn't even know that was a ballot measure. Go Oregon. You go on with your scientifically minded self. All right.
All right, so we'll look into that. So what I think I'm going to do is just do a little bit of a rundown as to where we stand and some of the biggies. I think and I've been out of okay, where'd that go? All right, I'm going to try to not just start dropping. Oh, yep, there's the Oregon thing. So I'm going to check on that, and the news source from that is Vox, of course. So I'm going to get to that, and I'm going to get to. So let me do just a very quick rundown. I'm going to turn my camera on. I've been munching on snacks, and I assume that me eating is not everybody's favorite thing to. I mean, I know Maute's just like but he's Yeah. It just rolls off him. One of these days,
It looks like
him in some meaningful way, but it's a challenge.
It looks like with 93% of the vote reporting in, Iowa has been called for Donald Trump.
Dump.
All right. So, that's yeah, we're gonna take. All right. So, to those of you just joining us or sort of catching up, this is we're gonna take a look at where we sort of stand and what's been going on tonight. This is the Electoral College map, which apparently. So, okay, they've just called. No, hold on 1 second. So it looks like Minnesota has just been called for Biden. That was sort of another one of his must-wins. So where do we stand? Right now, Biden is ahead, 223 to Trump's 118. However, if you look at the remaining states, what you'll see is most of them lean Trump, and Biden has to win a significant number of those in order to be viable. Yes, there's a couple of states left. I think there are two must-win states. One of them is leaning blue. The other one is leaning red. If he wins Texas and/or Florida, I think he could pull out of this. The chances of him winning those appear to be slim and dwindling. He is going to win Maine, I think. That's projected, and I think also Arizona is looking like pretty good for him. But past that, there isn't much left on the map. So we are expecting Trump, as these other states report in, we're expecting Trump's numbers to start to go up quite rapidly. And I think the path for Biden to make it to 270, which is what he needs to win, is getting much narrower. In the Senate, the hopes was that the Democrats could get to 50 with a Biden win, or 51 with a Trump win, which would be able to keep a Trump presidency a bit more in check. At present, the odds of that do appear to be dwindling. We have currently 44 Senate seats for the Democrats and 45 for the Republicans. The Democrats would need to win most of the remaining ones or is it most or no? Yeah, they need to. Yeah, okay. So there's some holdout there, but the chances now look like they are not going to be able to take the Senate. There have been a couple of other interesting state initiatives that have passed. Louisiana. I'm sorry, was it Louisiana? Yes, Louisiana has passed an amendment saying that there is no constitutional right to an abortion. This may or may not run afoul of the Supremacy Clause, depending on the interpretation of Roe v. Wade, whether that actually grants a constitutional right to an abortion, which is an interpretation. Well, it gets complicated, but that was 65% of Louisiana voters supported Amendment 1, which was denying a constitutional right to an abortion. Also, another interesting amendment, Oregon has just voted to decriminalize all drugs. Now, this is going to run afoul of the Supremacy Clause, but in fact, already a number of states have done this. So any state that has legalized marijuana has violated supremacy, because there is a federal law against marijuana. So no state can legalize something that the federal government has already made illegal. It's called supremacy. I forget what the clause is in the Constitution, but it's they're explicitly barred from doing that, as one could imagine. So this law is going to run afoul of it. But we talked about the Overton window, and I think marijuana is going to be made legal nationally at some point. And I think that is, if that happens, that's because of the Overton window being moved mostly by states that have said, we're not going to enforce the federal law. So Oregon is doing that. and we will see. So some pretty significant developments. Wait a minute.
So we can call Joni Ernst the winner of the Iowa Senate as well.
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
I said we can call Joni Ernst the winner of the Iowa senatorial race. Joni Ernst is the Republican incumbent, and she
Joe
has...
Biden is going to be making a statement soon.
That's what I hear. All right, so it looks like CNN is reporting that Joe Biden is going to be making a statement. I'm not entirely sure. Like we've been saying, his path is very slim. It's not nothing. I shouldn't say very slim, but it's getting narrow. Now, somebody in the live chat said, would he concede before the mail-in ballots? You might, only because, and we discussed mail-in ballots previously, they don't even bother counting the mail-in ballots unless the difference is sufficient to change. You know, so if you have 1 million mail-in ballots and he's lost by 2 million, they don't count the mail-in ballots. So I don't know. I would be a little surprised if, and my suspicion is I will not be able to pipe that in here. That's something that this layout probably can't do. So I find it very hard to believe that that's it. But apparently he has something to say. At least that's my understanding. So we're gonna keep an eye on it. Okay, a number of other states have just been called. Now these are all the states that we anticipated. Vox, you can tell me if there's anything in there. I'm going to put this up on the screen that we weren't anticipating, but a lot of these, I think one of those may have been the must-win. I think that was.
So he has one Minnesota, which is one of the 3 must-wins that I laid out: Minnesota, Wisconsin, and Michigan. Nothing really surprising here yet. There's a lot of states that haven't been called. I think we can confidently say that he's going to take Arizona,
Maine, and it's got Hawaii.
Maine and Hawaii, which it looks like Hawaii has been called for him.
Yeah, it hasn't been called by CNN. It's been Hawaii's been called by AP,
the Associated Press. Yes.
Yeah.
And if he wins Arizona, that does give him more electoral votes than Hillary Clinton got. I am looking for the Joe Biden announcement. Where are you seeing that at?
If you could, well, I've heard 2 independent reports of it. If somebody can drop that in the news on in time, and I could catch up with that. I'm actually trying to catch up with. We also have a. Oh, and we did. Jesus, I'm sorry, I lost the story, but we did have the other story that we covered that I thought was of note, and I missed in the rundown, was the first. Was it the first transgender? No, Jesus, I'm sorry, I forgot. I'd mentioned it earlier. Now I'm. What was it? I'll have to catch up with it. I think we had a. No, where did it go? Okay, so we have okay. So it looks like they're thinking. Okay, Alaska, Trump. So yeah, if anybody has a link to anyone from the Discord who's got a link to that and can drop that in, I would appreciate it. I have 2 sources that say that Biden is going to speak, but it's not actually up on the CNN main page. So honestly, I'm going to continue on the assumption that he's not going to. I can't fathom what he would. There's no reason to.
I imagine that this is going to be a statement to reassure his voters. This is certainly not going to be a concession of any kind. This is most likely. It is now 12:30 with obviously no, we do not know who has won. Obviously, by this time in 2016, we did know who had won. And obviously, we have a president who is saying we should know today. And if we don't know today, all the results hereafter are fraudulent. So I imagine that this is going to be Joe Biden reassuring Democratic voters that every vote will be counted. It will be counted legally, that our voice will be heard. And I just checked something, and we have had movement in Georgia.
Okay.
The needle with 80% of the Georgia vote in, the needle is now tilting to Joe Biden. So even though the votes do not, even though the maps aren't showing this, based on analysis, the needles that I am watching have moved Georgia into a into a tilting Joe Biden, which means that they have moved it to about 67% chance that Joe Biden will win the state of Georgia. So if we're looking for a little bit of good news right now, a state that looked like it was going to be a blowout for Trump has moved back into Biden's favor.
And this was, and we just got the story again. Thank you. I appreciate that. That was Sarah McBride becomes the first openly transgender state senator in the nation elected in Delaware. So that was, there's been there's been a number of interesting things. I think you got it. I think obviously, so it's just like he says, and that's the thing. I've forgotten how much time has passed, so it's like, it's been a while. And if he's going to sleep, which is hard to believe, I mean, I'd think but you know what? He's been around the block. He's been around the block. So, he can probably sleep through this. So Biden's probably thinking, I'm going to go to sleep. I'm going to reassure the fan base. And I'm going to say, hey, look, this ain't over yet. And so that's almost certainly what he's doing. I'm sort of used to, hey, nobody speaks until it's done, but that hasn't been true. There have been long nights, and I remember that is what happened in 2000. In 2000, what's his name came out in 2000. There it is. Yep, our fellows. What is? I was hearing a screen popped up, and all of a sudden I was getting. Let me close that. So that was what Gore did. Gore came out and said, "Hey guys, we're not done yet, but we're all going. It's all late. We're all going to bed." Yeah. So I think the hope that this was going to be early, and I know, and you guys, whatever you need to do when you guys need to start bailing, I'm going to keep it going at least for a little while longer. I'm thinking an hour, maybe till 2. I mean, at 2 o'clock is, if it doesn't look like we're going to have anything close to by 2 o'clock, we may end up going down. And frankly, to tell you the truth, I'm also I like the idea of this not being decided today for one other reason, which is it is going to reduce the chances of violent results. If there's a clear victor tonight, everybody hits to the streets tonight. If tomorrow it kind of dwindles in and everyone's like, who is it? It takes some of the juice out of it. And I think you're less likely to see a reaction from the either side anywhere.
So we'll give just a couple of updates here. It looks like at least one of the Senate races in Georgia will be headed to a runoff. So we will be having another Senate election in Georgia in January. So we will not know who controls the Senate. It could be that both Senate races go to a runoff with Jon Ossoff. It appears that many of the results in Wisconsin in jurisdictions that absentee ballots won't be counted and reported until all the absentee ballots are reported and counted, and it is taking much longer to count the ballots in several counties in Wisconsin. The machines are not running as fast as the poll workers had expected. We do have news from Fulton County. Fulton County will not be finishing its poll counting, its ballot counting tonight. The poll workers have gone home in Fulton County. And there, of course, was the water line break that did delay the count of some other ballots. So Atlanta will not be finishing its count. And remember, Atlanta is where the primary source of Joe Biden's votes are in Georgia.
So did we already go over Montana and Iowa being called for Trump?
No, I do not believe we did. You said Montana and
Iowa.
Iowa.
To
we did go to we did do Iowa, but we did not do Montana. I do not believe. Okay. Joe Biden deputy campaign manager Rufus Guilford tweeting, "Our numbers are good. We are going to win," shortly before midnight in a sign of confidence. Ben Ray Lujan has won his U.S. Senate seat in New Mexico. And Joe Biden has taken Hawaii. So those are the updates that I have.
All right. So I'm actually going to reverse position here. So I think what we're going to do is, I think we're going to shoot for starting to wind this down. I mean, maybe wrap this up in about a half hour. And here's why. It looks like at this point, there's a very real possibility that the Senate won't be decided for months until January. So sticking around past that is the Senate is now tied 45-45. If 2 seats are contested on a runoff, nothing staying on tonight is going to, we will not know. So about 45-45 is where it stands. So
45-46. It is 45-46.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. And then it looks like, I mean, I'd be surprised if we don't get a couple more of those pinks filled into red, but we're I don't believe either of them can get enough to knock the other one out tonight. We've heard now reports of, there was the water main break that we talked about earlier. There's been a couple of major counties where central hubs have been unable to process everything. The USPS has reported that they haven't turned in all the absentee ballots as required by Congress, that they failed. So it's going to come down to those, I think. So let's see. Yeah, there's no, and they're going to have to start going through all the absentee ballots. So a number of these. So I think what I'd like to do is we'll just keep sort of wrapping up what we know. I'm going to end up doing one more rundown. Anyone who wants to say anything else, we can say it. And then there's no. I really, really, really thought that Vox was right and would have an answer, but instead it was Maute who called it and said we weren't going to be done today. And I really hate to admit when Maute's right, because it's just like a piece of me dies whenever I have to do that. But the good news is I don't have to do that very often. So I think that's where we're going to be. So for those of you who have, I'll be, please like and subscribe if you stayed this far with the stream. Hopefully you felt it was worth it. I know we did have Maute on, but no stream's perfect. I don't know why I'm on. I am really, I am taking out all my hostility on him. It's just
fantastic.
So we have some news. It looks like Arizona is being called for Joe Biden. That is a huge win. That is a huge win
it's a
for Joe
necessary.
Biden.
If he lost that one, I think it'd be Okay, so that's,
yeah.
If that happens, he'll need some luck to win, but he's in it.
Yeah.
I mean,
Arizona was one of his paths to victory, along with the 3 that he needed to win. He has already won Minnesota, and remember, we are not going to know the results of Wisconsin or Pennsylvania tonight. We will have absolutely no idea.
Okay.
We're not going to know till probably Friday for Pennsylvania, and we're probably not going to know till at least Thursday for Wisconsin.
Oh dear Lord. Okay. All right. So yeah, I think I'm gonna go. Maute will be streaming, so he's just we're handing the channel over to him. He's in charge. Actually, that's a really bad. No, you're muted. He's already learned the ropes. He's muted himself, and not on. He belongs here.
You wish you could hand it over to such a professional. I would show you what a stream looks like, my friend.
That is the funniest thing I've heard all night. So, with that, let's do. I'm going to do a very quick rundown. So, yeah, we have had. Let's see. It's been a long night, which I think some of us had thought maybe this would be a little easier than it was. I think Maute, unfortunately, he called it. We're not going to know. So, yeah, we have had. And actually, I think so. Yeah, Sarah McBride and Taylor Small of Vermont are now transgender state legislators. One in Vermont, and the other one in. I missed where did I? Sarah McBride, state senator. So I think I think we have 2 Delaware. So we have 2. Transgendered state senators that have been elected. Oregon has voted to decriminalize all drugs. That's
and everything.
Yeah, it's just
nothing is criminal.
Murder.
Oregon.
Murder is just like cool
for the next 4 years.
for 4 years, for exactly 4 years. Oh, dear Lord. And then let's see. Louisiana passed an amendment saying that there is no constitutional right to abortion. So that's going to, I suspect, see some legal challenges and going to end up before the Supreme Court. The election, as we see it right now, we have Biden at 223 and Trump at 174. These numbers, we do believe that, for example, Arizona has been called, and that's not reflected in this, but there are definitely a couple of other states that are. This is roughly what we see. You need 270 to win. Biden's window to 270 is a lot lower than I think Democrats would like, but it is by no means gone, and there's some hope. Florida has now, in fact, been called. Looks like Florida has been called for Trump. And so Texas is still in the air, which is a shock. It is pink. Most of the, in fact, all of the, there's Maine, which hasn't been called yet, but that's probably going to be Biden. So he's got a few states here, but really most of the states that remain are leaning towards Trump. If he flips one, he's probably going to win. If he doesn't flip any, he's probably not. Most of these, I think, it's going to take at least 12 to 24 hours on most of them, and some of them now we're told is going to take days before we hear from. The Senate is also still up in contention. The numbers that I see are 45-45. Fox says there's a 45-46 out there, so it's still tight. There are 2 Senate races, which we believe will likely lead to a runoff. The runoff will be in January. So if it comes to 49-49 up, yep, and it's updated to 46. So it's 45-46 on the Senate. If it's 49-49, we're not going to know the results of the Senate until January. So both the Senate and the presidency are hotly contested. But right now, it does appear that Trump does have somewhat of an edge, not decisive, but definitely somewhat of an edge over Biden. And right now it appears that the Republicans have a bit of an edge in the Senate. But folks, we're not going to know this for a little while. So thank you both for joining us. Is there anything else that either of you just sort of wanted to say before we go? Anything you wanted to plug? Anything you wanted to talk about before we head out?
I just want to say thank you for the opportunity to guest host this with you. It's been very fun. It's been up and down. I would say that I think everybody who's listening, just remain calm. There's no need to pull out any kind of theatrics yet.
Yeah, store it up, you know.
We are going to be ending this broadcast on a good note with Joe Biden taking Arizona and the state of Georgia tilting Biden. So I think that that is a very good place to end. That's a very good place if you are going to go to sleep, knowing that you could wake up tomorrow and see that Georgia has gone blue for the first time since 1992. So thank you all for listening.
All right. And Chris America, try to remember that you're muted this time, please.
I got it.
I doubt it, but we'll see.
So, yes, thank you for allowing me to co-host with such a brilliant mind as Vox. I'm sorry that you were here, Nick. That's almost the end.
Oh, great.
And I'll gladly stand up next to fucking you and defend us till today. These are just ideas that I have rambling in my mind. Because there ain't no doubt I love this land. Fuck yeah. God bless you. That's essay. Is it
essay? Yeah, essay. The there might be an R in there. I think maybe somewhere. USSR.
Oh, gee, oh,
yeah. You know what? We made it through this entire night without any of us noticeably cracking open any alcoholic beverages.
Noticeably my ass.
And I do have assurances from the Biden campaign that no matter.
Wait a second, Biden speaking now.
But yeah, Biden speaking. I'm not sure. My guess is it's probably only going to be a minute. Let's wait and see what it says. We can although actually, yeah, mute so it doesn't go out over air, or else we end up getting. All right. I don't want to wait around. I mean, if he says he's about to speak, he's probably about to speak. I don't think he's going to say anything that, no, it seems strange just ending the stream like right before he speaks. But since I'm like 90% confident, it's just going to be like, hey, we don't know. We're going to keep swinging. We're going to keep, I'm not overly worried about it.
And also, since we can't broadcast it, so
we can't broadcast it, and you know what? So I'll let everyone go. Listen, if it turns out that it's something really huge, we'll open with breaking news. Hey, he announced he's pregnant. I don't know what it is, but I doubt it's going to be that. So yeah, I appreciate the warning, guys. He's going to go. We'll let him go. He's smiling. He's confident. He's doing what he's supposed to. Yeah, he's going to say this is going to continue on to the night, which we all know. So once again, thank you all for joining us. Go enjoy his brief little thing. Thank you very much, Chris.
Super fun.
Thank you,
super duper fun. Really.
It was. Thank you.
I will be just right before we go. I will say I will be available in the Discord for a brief moment if anybody needs some consolation.
Yeah, I'll hop into the Discord too for a little bit. So I'll be in the Discord in about 5 or 10 minutes. So thank you all very much, and we'll catch you all in a bit.